rainbow butterfly. Believe and you will see all the colors in the sky. Kiss me and I will sing the angel's lullaby. Won't you be light with me like a rainbow butterfly? Believe and you will see all the colors in the sky.
Can someone give me the mic from PA timestamp?
Fly with me like a rainbow butterfly. Kiss me and I will sing the angel's lullaby.
From a fellow Detroit communist.
So nobody has the mic from PA thing?
Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into the light. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side to a world that shines so bright. Let's go hand in hand into lovely land, side by side. Follow me into
Welcome to the year 2000, everyone. All right, we didn't have a lot of time to introduce whatever. So, guys, let me tell you guys what's up. Let me tell you what's going on. So, basically, today we got a few things on our itinerary. Actually, we have a really big plate on our itinerary today, okay? So, first things first, the U.S. is saying, we're going to get into this thing, but right now, basically, the U.S. is saying Russia is about to have a full-scale invasion of Ukraine within 48 hours. They're saying it's either going to happen tonight or tomorrow night. That's what they're saying, okay? So we're gonna stay up together and we're gonna wait for the, wait for that Russian invasion, full-scale invasion to happen. Yeah. So there's that, and then also Mike from PA is talking some shit about me, and then we are going to cover something. I'm going to keep this for last because it's just the least important out of everything to cover, right? We're also going to watch the CPUSA's latest Good Morning Revolution video and critique them for that. We're going to be focusing heavy on the Ukraine shit. Then we're going to shift to the Good Morning Revolution. And then finally, last but not least, this is actually not pressing news. It's not urgent. It's not like some kind of news that has to be covered right now. But I want to do a deep dive and expose the frauds of the so-called post-left. Okay? This is Amy Therese and a bunch of other fucking people. This guy named Benedict Cryptofash. We're going to actually debunk and blow the fuck out of their arguments and all the shit they've been saying. They've been talking a lot of shit about me on Twitter and stuff. So we're going to cover them at the very tail end of the stream, okay? So just wanted to let y'all know what's on the itinerary and what's the agenda for today. And anyway, let's get right into this Mike from PA bullshit briefly, right? Or I don't know. I don't even know what this is about. Someone told me he was talking shit about me. Let me tell you guys where I stand toward Mike from PA. I don't like this guy. I just don't like him. Yeah, I don't like this guy. This rose, this is the rose of Rosicrucianism. It's a pagan satanic rose from alchemy. This is an evil symbol. I don't like Fabian socialism, right? This is Fabian socialism, okay? So whenever you see this rose, just know, do not trust that rose. Do not trust that rose, okay? Whenever you see this rose, okay? Anyway, let's see what he's got to say.
ML Tanky? Is there anybody who's actually supporting Russia's recognition of these breakaway republics?
Yes, I'm right here. Of course I am. Well, I'm 1000% supporting that. The fuck?
Are there any streamers that are like, this is good, go
Yes.
Putin?
Yeah, that's me. And also, what about who cares about streamers? What about the people fucking living there? You ever thought about the people living there? Maybe they think it's good. I think it's good because it's preventing a civil war. It's keeping the peace.
Infrared? Of course he is. But I don't really consider those people. I don't consider those people to be real.
Yeah, you know why he's saying this? And this is kind of overall with the post-left theme. He's basically saying like, oh, he doesn't count because he's not even considered part of our little leftist space anyway, which is true. I'm not considered part of their space, but that somehow delegitimizes me as a streamer in terms of relevance. Not because I'm not relevant. I am very relevant, but he doesn't have... See, leftists, they have this thing where they compete with each other, and then if you're outside of their little bubble, they don't see you as a threat because it's like you're not competing with them in the leftist hustle game, right? So like, oh, him, yeah, he's not even grifting off of leftism. So whatever. Like they don't have to like worry about me, you know? They don't have to worry about me. Nino, I can't believe you thought Zerko was coming to Detroit. I can't believe that. She DMs me and she's like, Zerka's coming to Detroit. I'm like, no, he's not. Bro, he just does that shit. He literally just does that shit. He's not serious. Alright, anyway. As I was saying. As I was saying. Yeah, that's also how, you know, you guys, the reason these streamers don't consider me that much of a threat sometimes is because it's like I'm not competing with them as a leftist. So they're only caring about the leftist shit. Like, oh, if you want to have pretense to our universal leftist morality, then you're going to be under fire. Oh, if you're infrared and you just don't give a shit about any of that in the first place, well, I don't care, whatever. I don't care, right? It's literally a grift. It's literally a grift. That's all it is a grift. Thank you, Captain E. Appreciate you. Appreciate you with a 5. It's a fucking grift, right? Put it this way, right? It's like a gossip girl friend circle, right? And all these girls are competing with each other to see who's the prettiest and who's whatever. And they're gossiping and you're part of their little circle. And then outside of the circle, there's just like the quiet girl who's actually way hotter than all of them. This is actually usually how it works. And they don't see her as a threat because she's not part of the circle, right? That's what's going on with Mike from PA here. Thank you, Jim Jones. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. But the problem is they're short-sighted because that quiet girl, like, she has a glow up or whatever, and she blows them all out of the water. It's literally like that one movie. What's that movie I'm thinking of? But the thing is, I'm not part of the gossip girl circle, right? So that's why they don't have to worry about me. Nino, am I having a girl over? Well, it depends which one.
I don't consider to be real human beings. ML Tanky? Is there
ML Tanky? Bro, I don't like this guy. I just don't like him. Okay? I do not like this dude. I would debate him anytime. Okay? I would love to. What I'm actually curious about, and what I'd love to know, is from his perspective, why is it a bad thing for Putin to recognize these two breakaway republics? I mean, what is it? Is it better for Putin to the Russian government? Because let's remember, this isn't Putin. This is the Russian government, including the largest opposition party that participates in the government, which is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. So this is the Russian government. Would it be better for the Russian government? Would it be better for the Russian government to just allow Ukraine to attack and slaughter basically the people of the Donbass? Would that be better? Yeah, I guess it would. I mean, like, does he not know that 15,000 people have died from that conflict? Does he not know about Ukraine's shelling of civilian infrastructure? Does he not know that 50,000 people had to be evacuated just in, like, the past few weeks because of the increasing ramp up of aggression on part of the Ukrainian government? Like, in what universe is it not a good thing for Putin to recognize those breakaway republics and prevent those people from being terrorized? I just want to know, like, in what universe is that a bad thing? Right? Anyway, I guess that's all that there is from that, right?
Is there anybody who's actually
Almost every party in Portugal condemned Russia. The only party that stood up were the communists. Good. I mean, you almost got me a little worried. I was like, wow, even the communists are going to... I mean, put it this way. Let me show you what a low bar it is, right? Even our Communist Party, the Communist Party of the USA, has told the story correctly. They're not... Even they're not condemning it, right? And our Communist Party is currently run by Democrats.
Omni_Jargo donated $10. Why does Mike look like Hillbilly David Spade #Free River?
Because these DSA people, they have these looks, like they adopt these aesthetics and these looks that are like ironic, whatever. I don't know. It's just this weird look they have. It's not like an authentic thing, though. That's the thing. It's not an authentic thing. But anyway, what I was saying is, even our Communist Party knew not to condemn Russia and to tell the story correctly, that this is about Nord Stream 2, this is about NATO and American aggression. Like, they told the story correctly, right? And again, our party is run by Democrats, so it's just such a low bar, right? Look at this shit. The U.S. warns of Ukraine of full-scale Russian invasion within 48 hours. Joe Biden's administration has informed Zelensky of intelligence that Russia is preparing to conduct a full-scale invasion of the neighboring country within the next 48 hours. U.S. intelligence officials revealed to Newsweek. So I actually want to do a bet on this, right? No, I don't like actually the PSL is worse than the CPUC. I'm going to tell you guys something. I actually want to place a bet on this, and I want some kind of skin in the game when it comes to this. I don't want to just let this slide. So let's actually create a timer. Can we create a timer? Let's do this right now. We're going to call it the 48. All right, 48 hours until full-scale Russian invasion according to U.S. intelligence. Let's put this timer up, right? So there's this, you can't see it, right? 48 hours until full-scale. Yeah, so we're going to put that up. And the reason we're going to put that up is because if it does not happen within 48 hours, I want everyone on Twitch to admit to me that the mainstream media are liars and that the U.S. intelligence is not reliable. I just want that concession. I want Destiny. I want those other orbiters. I want Vosh. I want Hassan. I want everyone to admit that the mainstream media lied about this whole fucking thing, and I want to hear no more of it. Because we've had so many of these in the past month where they said, oh, tomorrow they're going to invade. So this is our final straw. They keep saying, oh, it's happening tomorrow. It's happening next week. Right? They said it was going to happen 10 days ago, but to be fair, we didn't catch anyone, right? We didn't catch them in the act of lying. So we actually put up our timer right up there, 48 hours, right? And if it does not fucking happen, I want all of these shitlibs to admit that the U.S. is a liar, U.S. intelligence is a liar, and that they're completely full of shit about this entire narrative of Russia invading Ukraine. Now, like I said yesterday, and I want to reiterate this, there is actually a possibility. Okay, they have not invaded, but there's a possibility that Russia will take Kiev if Ukraine attacks the Donbass. And I said that yesterday, right? I entertain the possibility. If Ukraine attacks Donbass, right, and they send troops to Donbass, and Donbass republics ask Russia for help, yes, it is very possible that Russia will take Kiev and in order to like get rid of the threat, right, of continuing to terrorize and attack the republics of the Donbass. Okay, so I can very well entertain that possibility if Ukraine makes the first move. Like I said yesterday, and clip this part, guys. the ball is in Ukraine's court. I don't want people to say some shit like, Russia, I don't want people to say some shit like, after Ukraine attacks Donbass and Russia goes in, they're going to be like, Hans, you were wrong. No, I wasn't fucking wrong. Because what you're saying is they're just going to do it, right? They're preparing for a full-scale invasion. Well, as long as Ukraine does not attack the Donbass any longer, there will be nothing that's going to happen, right? No, no way they'll do Kiev. No, they may very well take Kiev temporarily, very quickly. Now, a long-term occupation, no, that's not going to happen. But if the Ukrainian government attacks the Donbass, yes, the Russian government may see fit to completely disarm and neutralize Ukraine. And I don't even know that's going to happen. I'm just saying that's something I could see potentially happening. It's kind of a stretch, but I could entertain that happening. But even that's kind of a stretch, right? What I am going to promise you is that Russia is not just going to randomly take Ukraine. I can promise you that Russia is not just going to randomly invade Ukraine. There's not going to be a full-scale invasion. There's not going to be any invasion whatsoever. Because guess what? Let's continue reading this. A source close to Zelensky's government also confirmed to Newsweek that such a warning was received, but noted this was the third time in a month Kiev was told to prepare for an imminent large-scale military action. So what is going on? The question is, this is the boy who cried wolf, right? Yeah, I know Ukraine has always been responsible for the first move. But what I need to understand is, what is the U.S.'s goal here? What are they doing? Sometimes they're just fucking with the Ukrainian government at this point. But why are they doing it? Why are they raising all this hysteria? And to really understand this, you have to understand the invisible world of the markets, the gas markets, and the stock markets, and the foreign exchange rate markets. Something's probably going on there, right? Look, as one of your favorite streamers, Destiny, will always tell you, our world is very complicated, right? Our world's complicated. So, because of that, right now, the U.S. has a supply chain crisis, and there's an inflation crisis. It's putting a lot of pressure on the current administration. So, it is possible that by some kind of alchemical combination, this is having some kind of economic effect on the gas markets or on the futures markets and the stock markets, and something going on, and the foreign exchange markets that's going to somehow in a really complicated way alleviate the inflation problem, right? I'm spitballing at this point, right? Because I'm just very curious about why. I mean, look, the U.S. intelligence know Russia is not going to invade. The question is, why are they trying to scare the Ukrainian government, and by extension scare the world, scare Europe, scare America, and scare the world into this idea that there's an imminent Russian invasion? Why are they doing it? It's not going to happen. It's the third time Kiev was told it's going to happen, right? Even Zelensky's government is coming out and saying, hey, this is the third time you've told us this. They're trying to provoke Ukraine to act in such a way that Russia seizes Kiev. But they're not stupid. They're not going to do that. Thank you, A&A's computer. So look, let me tell you why it's weird. I'm going to get some shit on my throat. Give me a second. Okay, what I need you guys to do is very patiently bear with me about the math of this whole fucking thing. Okay? Just the time scale. The U.S. is saying in 48 hours there's going to be an invasion. Okay, 48 hours passes and it doesn't happen. So what is the U.S.'s plan? Well, clearly they're gaining some short-term benefit from whipping up the hysteria within that 48-hour time period, because it's only lasting 48 hours. Whatever effect the U.S. is intending to have as far as whipping up this hysteria and frenzy about a Russian invasion is short-lived. So what we have to understand and what we have to keep our eyes on and keep paying attention to is what exactly is it in the short term the U.S. is trying to gain and reap, right, from whipping up this frenzy, this lie that Russia's about to invade. Because within this, it reminds me of like a heist. It's like a casino heist or a bank heist, right? It's like we have 48 hours to loot and then we're out, right? Because 48 hours are going to pass and then nothing will happen. So what does the U.S. gain until then? Like, I could understand if the U.S. is like, okay, in 1 year it's going to happen, because then you have a whole year. So yeah, they're clearly pulling off some kind of quick job. And what I'm trying to understand is this something relating to the gas market, the oil market? Is this something relating to oil prices? Again, the U.S. is being hit with a really big inflation problem. Now, let's see what fuel prices are in the U.S. Fuel prices, USA. They're very high. So gas prices in the U.S. right now are nearing $4, right? So it's pretty high, right? So maybe this is having some kind of effect on inflation. The question is, why are they trying to make it worse within 48 hours, right? It's just 48 hours, but why, right? Perpetual shock doctrine. I'm just trying to tell you guys, something weird is going on that isn't just geopolitical. It has to be economic too. It's not just geopolitical. Because geopolitically speaking, if you tell Ukraine Russia's going to invade in 2 days and it doesn't fucking happen, you gain nothing. You don't gain anything geopolitically from that. Especially when this is the third time you're being told it's going to happen. This is the third time. Guys, you're not even paying attention to what I'm saying. They sell guns and trap EU into arms deals. Within 48 hours? Just listen to what's going on. Guys, you're not focusing on what I'm fucking saying. Why are they telling Ukraine in 48 hours it's going to happen? What do they gain within 48 hours of anticipation that it's going to happen? That's how you have to think. Covers the failed COVID narrative. 3 disagree. I'm sorry, but I'm going to call you out. You're saying stupid shit. They're covering the failed COVID narrative in 2 days? Within a 2-day time span? This is a very fucking time-sensitive thing, okay? This isn't like a long-term thing. It's a very time-sensitive thing. They're telling the Ukrainian government that it's happening, and they're telling the press and the media and the whole world that within 48 hours it's going to happen. So what are they actually getting in that 48 hours by lying? Makes the public hate Russia but it's not going to happen. So what then? It's only going to last 48 hours of anticipation. It's 48 hours of anticipation. Panic spending. All right, chat. You know how I tell you guys to go on a march on Red Square sometimes?
Watching infrared
Thank you,
at
Drain
full
Grips.
brightness
I
on
want
max let
all
go.
the chat who's not a dumbass to spam 48-hour window. Please spam 48-hour window in my chat so these stupid dumb fucks can understand the question I'm actually fucking raising. Go ahead and spam 48-hour window in my chat, okay? 48-hour window! 48-hour window! Whatever they're gaining is within a 48-hour window. Okay? That's why I'm thinking it has to be economic. It's got to be some kind of economic quick job that's going on. All right? Something very mysterious and weird that's just behind the scenes we don't fucking know. Because I have no idea why the U.S. is repeatedly spreading this misinformation only to be proven wrong 2 days later. I mean, look, in 2 days, it doesn't happen. Huncho, you are a fucking dumbass. I'm sorry to inform you this, but you're a dumbass. You just said pipelines. Guys, in 2 days, nothing will happen. Yeah, I think it's got to be something like sanctions or insider trading. Some shit like that, okay? Insider trading is like way more realistic. The ruble dropped to its lowest since 2018. Russian aluminum producer Russo plunged 21%. MOEX plunged 8%. And dollar-based RTS dropped 10%. Yeah, these are the numbers we have to focus on. Because all of these things are very short-term things, okay? These are very short. This is like a quick job. Because they keep lying and spreading misinformation about an imminent Russian invasion. And what's actually really like ballsy to me is that they're putting a fucking time window on it. Like they're actually saying it's happening within 48 hours. Okay, and if it doesn't happen in 48 hours, does anyone get to look like a dumbass? Does anyone get exposed as a dumbass? Does anyone get to look like a dumbass? Does anyone pay for this lying? Does anything fucking happen if this... Does anything happen? If this doesn't happen, does anything happen? Does anyone... Guys, you gotta understand how betting works. If you say in 48 hours Russia's gonna invade and it doesn't happen, shouldn't someone pay the price for that? For lying? Shouldn't there be a price for that? Ukrainian militias are assaulting LPR and DPR on the entire front. We're going to get to that, okay? The Pentagon assessment includes Russian airstrikes. You know what would be even scarier is if this is actually what U.S. intelligence believed. Because that's scarier because it shows you that they're literally incompetent and fucking stupid. These are stupid people in our U.S. intelligence who don't understand anything, and this is what they actually think, and we live in idiocracy. So there's a number of possibilities. A, they're doing some kind of quick, short-term game where they're I feel like there's only two possibilities. A, it's a quick job where within a 48-hour time window, they're trying to get something, right? Whether insider trading or some kind of shit. Or two, we live in idiocracy, and the U.S. intelligence officials are like, no, we got some airplanes and something. Everything is gonna happen in 48 hours. Electrolytes. That's what we're fucking dealing with, right? So it's either one or two. And honestly, both are very persuasive to me. Believe it or not, both are pretty fucking persuasive, but I think it's number one. It's either one or two, right? The last time the ruble was this low, it was, wow. Okay, so we're getting to something here, right? The last time the ruble was this low, it was because of the 2016 US oil price crash. When did that oil price crash happen? I bet you it was in the run-up to that presidential election. Now, wasn't it? I bet it was before Trump got elected, wasn't it? Was it? 2016 US oil price crash. Let's check it out. 2016 US oil price crash. Let's check that out. Yeah, January 26. This is really weird, actually. I mean, guys, if you want to understand the actual laws that are determining and governing all this media cycle bullshit, pay attention to the price of oil. Pay attention to economic things like that, but especially oil, because I want you guys to understand that gas is everything. Oil is everything. It's literally fucking everything, okay? So let's actually look at this. So oil hit a 3-year low in January 2016. Look at that. And this was the year Donald Trump got elected as president. Look at this. Guys, you see the magic? This is when Obama gets elected, right? And then this is after he takes office. Look how much the price of oil crashes into 2009. Look at that. When is Obama inaugurated? 2009, right here, right? And then here we have another mini crash again, leading up to the another election cycle. Goes up, crashes again. So look at this, right? It's almost as if all of these crashes we're witnessing are historically relevant. Let's actually deep dive this even more. WTI spot price. Let's check this out over time. All right, let's do 10 years. Oh, you can't. I don't have access to that. 10 years. 5 years? All right, so this is at least our 5-year one. Wow, okay. So they're all historically significant things. Now, is the price of oil, are they trying to produce another crash in the price of oil, right? So here was April 2020. This is when coronavirus came, right? And it was short-lived and then came back. And maybe they're trying to provoke another crash in the price of oil. That may be what's going on. It's something worth investigating and looking at. The ruble to USD in 2014-2018 and the WTI in the same date. Yeah, follow the oil. That's how you're going to understand what's going on here. Definitely follow the oil, okay? It's possible Putin can't keep so much troops in the field for much longer. Pentagon's assessment includes Russian airstrikes, cruise missiles, and ground invasion. Invasion will not only include a push from the rebels in Donbass, where additional refugees turned peacekeepers by Moscow were sent Monday, but also a major thrust toward the capital Kiev from the northern border with Belarus, where Russian troops recently extended joint exercises with their ally. Wow, this all sounds really made up. This sounds really made up to me. But it seems like they are trying to produce a crash in the price of oil. That's really the only explanation I can think of, is they're trying to produce a crash in the price of oil. This is from today. 190,000 troops is only 4% of the Russian army. Yeah, they're out of touch. But listen, I don't know if that's true because Canada sent, and get this, 160 moose warriors to Europe. So Justin Trudeau, he sent 160 moose warriors to Europe. Okay? So that's quite a big deal. That's quite a big deal. Okay? Raytheon stock. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm getting a little pissed from this leftist narrative that this is about the military-industrial complex. Because it's not. It's such a stupid hippie narrative that I'm sick of. Oh, man, this is all about the arms industry, man. This is where they're doing all the wars, man, is so they can sell their guns. That's just such a lazy pothead explanation for why anything fucking happens. And I've never found it persuasive. I have never found that fucking persuasive, okay? For all the things, geopolitics, energy war, oil, all that kind of stuff, and people just are obsessed with like the most obvious thing, which is the fucking arms industry. It's like, no, I don't really fucking buy that. Yeah, Sanders talked about attacking authoritarian petrostates. The US and Saudis dropped the price of oil to weaken Venezuela. Yes. And this also happened recently. So there was an oil price war, right? Saudi-Russian oil war. So Wikipedia has an entry for this. In 2020, there was a Russia-Saudi Arabia oil price war where they could not agree on the price of oil, right? And Saudi Arabia initiated this. It was produced through a breakup in dialogue of oil production cuts amidst the COVID-19. Russia walked out, leading to a fall of the OPEC Plus alliance. Oil prices had already fallen 30%. Yeah, there was a global stock market crash because of this, okay? So, I think this is what's going on. Yeah, I think this is what's going on, okay? It seems to me that they're trying to produce an oil price crash. Oil price crash. Let's see if anyone else is on the money. But the oil price crash, the next oil price crash. So this is from Forbes. Based. And how do I get rid of this dumbass ad?
Infra8 Infra 8 Sungorilla.
Thank you, Pickle. With all the talk, can I ban the emote for TTS? How do I ban this emote for TTS? I'm sorry. Infra 8 Sungorilla EEORIILL. Infra 8 Sungorilla DEORILLAA. Infra 8 Sun. It's not fucking fun to hear that, okay? It's not fun. And it needs to be banned from TTS. I need to ban emotes from TTS, okay? Infra 8 TTORIILLL. Infra 8 TTORIILLL. Alright. With all the talk of $100 or $200 oil in the near future, it's important to remember that forecasts are never more than guesses. Price crashes are different. Now, is anyone anticipating a crash? So demand is very high right now. Yeah, something weird is going on with that. And that's actually really how I'm choosing to interpret the events of the U.S. whipping up hysteria. Brent crude's premium to oil futures hasn't been this big since the early days of the pandemic. The spread strengthened to nearly $5 a barrel on Wednesday as tensions between the West and Russia ratchet up over Ukraine. Traders say the likelihood of disruptions to any supplies to Europe has lent more support to Brent than West Texas Intermediate. While production growth and seasonal refinery maintenance have also kept the lid on gains for the U.S. oil. There's so many benefits from an oil price crash that the U.S. could get. I really think we should start looking at it in those terms. Let's just keep our eye on the fucking money here, okay? Pessimistic. Yeah, there's going to be a crash soon, and the U.S., I think, is trying to provoke one. He knows all about oil geopolitics. The second U.S. official said that the operation would begin with a cyber attack, followed by a ground invasion that would likely occur at night. Russia's plans could change based on daily developments. Another source confirmed that the White House was incredibly pessimistic about this being limited to the Russian-endorsed rebel republics, and that an invasion would likely occur in 24 to 48 hours. Okay, again, if it does not happen, we need to actually sit here and think about our lying scumbag government I mean, someone needs to pay. Someone needs to pay if it doesn't happen. If it doesn't fucking happen, someone's got to lose face. Okay? And I want to see one of these lib shit streamers actually admit the US is full of shit. I want them on record admitting the US is full of shit and they're in the wrong when it comes to this whole fucking thing. If it doesn't happen in 48 hours, they need to admit that. They need to admit they're completely fucking wrong. They've got this whole fucking thing wrong. And yeah, someone needs to pay. Okay? We shouldn't just let this slide. Someone's got to pay. Okay? Russia proved that. Okay. So So here's another thing, though. A lot of people don't understand. Russian military will only enter Ukraine's Donbass if separatists ask. What happens if they invade in 49 hours? If they randomly invade in 48 hours without a Ukrainian provocation in the Donbass, I will admit I was wrong. I will actually just come out and admit I was wrong. I didn't sufficiently understand what was going on. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. If I'm wrong, I will admit it. I will say, okay, if they just randomly took Kiev and they just randomly had a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, okay, I'll admit I was wrong. It's been weeks of this 48-hour thing. Yeah, well, if you want me to bet money, I'm just going to bet that it's not going to happen, okay? Russian military will only enter Ukraine's Donbass if separatists ask, okay? So you know what this means? It means the Russian military really isn't in Ukraine's Donbass in any significant capacity. The peacekeepers that are there are not like the actual deployment of a full-scale military whatever support. They saw 5 tanks, no insignias were available. So, told reporters that separatist forces in Donbass were not at the stage of trying to expand their territory and would prefer to resolve any border demarcation issues with Ukraine peacefully. Well, that's what's going on, according to the Russians, okay? So, let's actually see the peacekeeping presence in LPR and DPR. There isn't any Russian military on Donbass, only at the borders. Putin ordered his defense ministry to dispatch Russian forces to perform peacekeeping function in eastern Ukraine's 2 breakaway regions, according to a decree published Tuesday. Putin signed decrees recognizing the 2 breakaway republics. Okay, so this is clearly not the full story or the full picture. Look at this. Ukraine to enter a state of emergency as Zelensky urges citizens in Russia to leave immediately. So, he told citizens they have to leave as a 30-day national emergency is set to go into effect for all parts of Ukraine under government control starting Thursday. Well, maybe Ukraine is planning an attack on the Donbass. Maybe they are planning on throwing the first stone and provoking a war themselves, right? So that is actually a very real possibility. You know, we have to keep in mind. It's a very real possibility.
The ongoing crisis unfolding at the Russia-Ukraine border may be thousands of miles away, but right here at home, Americans are paying the price at the pump. The fear of a possible hot war breaking out, combined with global economic sanctions, are driving energy costs way up. RT's Trinity Chavez has the details.
Today, American consumers are on the economic front lines of the showdown in Ukraine. While the stock market is down, gas prices are up. Prices at the pump now averaging $3.54 nationally, up 20 cents over the last month and 91 cents over the last year.
I haven't driven a car in 3 years, but friends of mine call me that tell me they don't want to come into city no more because the gas is The gas prices are through the roof.
U.S. drivers now looking at the highest prices for gasoline at the pump since at least 2013, with prices for oil nearing $100 a barrel, a level that hasn't been reached in more than 7 years. While the strong economy and inflation sent prices surging last year, it's the showdown between Russia and the West that's helping drive prices now.
As we respond,
She was grilled yesterday during a press conference. She was asked to explain what peacekeepers and if it meant hard troop movement, and she said it was all little green men. So the peacekeepers are not hard troop movement. It's not really a Russian deployment of troops in eastern Ukraine. They're fucking lying.
the administration is using every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers from rising prices at the pump. As I said last week, defending freedom will have cost.
He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
For us as well, and here at home. We need to be honest about that.
As the world's third largest oil producer and second largest producer of natural gas, Russia has considerable weight in exercising its control over the international market, so the potential of a war, international sanctions, and counter-sanctions could reduce global supply is a big reason why Americans are paying more. In fact, on Monday, when Russian President Vladimir Putin officially recognized the breakaway Donbass area, followed by signed agreements with leaders of those two regions, Putin then asked the Russian Ministry of Defense to prepare to deploy peacekeeping troops to protect civilian lives. These chain of events then resulted in Brent crude oil spiking to an intraday high of nearly $100 a barrel on Tuesday. The soaring price of oil worldwide was a topic of discussion on a popular U.S. podcast with former President Donald Trump as its guest.
Russia's becoming very rich because the oil price is being driven up so much, and that's their primary source of income, so much that those army tanks you see going back and forth all over the place, that's peanuts compared to the amount of money they're making. $40 a barrel when I was there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all to make the bubble pop, though.
$1.86.
You were reading old news and getting angry over what old news, fucking dumbass? It was from February 23rd.
A gallon for gasoline. And now you have some places where it's over $7, and it's going up a lot higher.
Many states, primarily on the West Coast, now soaring past the national average. According to AAA, the nation's most populated state, California, tops the list of states where gas costs the most. On Tuesday, a gallon...
What old news?
Averaged a record-breaking $4.68 a gallon, which experts say will likely go up. Now on Capitol Hill, a group of...
As of 2 hours ago? And that's old?
Makers want to suspend the federal gas tax through this year. That would save Americans 18 cents a gallon until January 1st, 2023. For In Question, Trinity Chavez, RT.
All right, as President Biden took to the lectern yesterday, the Dow...
The Reuters article was not old news. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fell some 600 points in anticipation he might announce a war in Ukraine. Gas prices responded, taking up once again with...
There's an emergency UN security meeting going on right now. Let's check it out. So guys, the Dylan, so Vosh is not debating, but it's going to be Dylan and Destiny versus me and Jackson next Thursday. Supposedly.
Which brought us together as members of the United Nations.
Who is this fucking guy?
Efforts for diplomatic...
This is Zelensky? He gained weight. Is this Zelensky?
Of dialogue. There is no military solution.
It's not Zelensky.
Diplomacy and dialogue should be used as a way of diffusing
He aged.
tension.
He aged and gained a lot of weight.
Adherence to the peaceful settlement of international disputes, and it is only through this way that just and lasting solutions can be reached.
Who is this?
We call on all parties involved to resolve their differences through dialogue, with adherence to the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and in international law.
Is this Ukraine's ambassador?
Of states, refraining from the use of force and respect for...
Is this Ukraine's ambassador?
We add our voice to the call of the Secretary General to all of us to refrain from actions and attitudes that will lead to this dangerous situation spiraling out of control. We do not believe in a path of confrontation that will bring us back to the logic of the past and a world sharply divided between East and West. All of us should avoid the escalation of confrontations that will lead to breaches of international peace and security. We must actively cooperate in order to create a climate that is appropriate for international dialogue and help the parties undertake a constructive dialogue to find their way out of the situation. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank
Let's
the
have it follow him.
representative of Argentina, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cyprus.
Wait, that wasn't even the Ukraine. That was the representative of Argentina. What is this meeting about?
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation fully subscribes to the statement made by the European Union and would like to make the following additional remarks.
What is this? Cyprus?
has always insisted on the necessity of upholding the most
I love her hair.
of international
This
law
is from
that are
Cyprus?
enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, and as such, binding on all of us, must be applied universally.
I like
and
Cyprus.
consistently
I like how they look.
all member states. The prohibition of the threat or use of force, the respect for the independence, unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states, and the peaceful settlement of disputes in conformity with the principles of justice and international law. We condemn any violations of these fundamental principles and underline that no legal effects can be created by acts that are not in conformity with the UN Charter and international law. Such acts
Unfortunately,
include
she's
unilateral
liar.
declarations of independence, secession, annexation, and any support or recognition of
All right,
entities
you know what? Because
that
she
are
said this,
unlawful as a result of having been established by aggression. Cyprus reiterates its support to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in line with relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Any actions that undermine the territorial integrity of Ukraine violate international law and the Minsk agreements, which have been endorsed by the Security Council and which constitute the only way forward in order to resolve the crisis. We echo the many calls made here today to avoid further escalation and to
Yup.
refrain from
I'm
any
going
fait
there.
accompli. Drawing also from the paradigm of the ongoing attempted dismemberment
I'm going
of
there.
my own country by a foreign power, I cannot overstate the importance of the Secretary General's remarks that the principles of the UN Charter cannot be applied selectively, and to echo his urgent call for the re-establishment of the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cyprus, and I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Dominican
make it
Republic.
follow her. Make it follow. It's gonna track. It's following her.
Señor presidente.
Mr. President, as a founding state of the United Nations, the Dominican Republic is committed to the full respect of the standards of international law.
Are the Dominicans
particularly
U.S.
those
puppets? Yeah, they are.
established in the charter of this organization. Peaceful coexistence between peoples and the duty of solidarity between nations. This is a deep-rooted tradition of the foreign policy of my country, working with respect for rights, our own and those of others, and to follow an international legal order which guarantees rights, the respect for fundamental rights, peace, justice, and the social, economic, and political development of our countries. The crisis in Eastern Europe is a severe threat to regional and global peace. It also moves us to deep concern. We will therefore not remain silent in the current situation. Today,
He's gonna wear it like a badge.
Recognition of the independent republics of Donetsk and Luhansk, which are an integral
He's wearing it
part
like
of
a
the
badge now.
territory of the territory of Ukraine, which is a full member of the United Nations. And in doing so, Russia is violating three principles of international law: the territorial integrity of states, the commitment to resolve disputes in a peaceful fashion, and refraining from the threat or use of force, and respect for the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other states. This has created the conditions for an expansion of the current attacks in eastern Ukraine, with the potential for expanding to other countries which are members of our organization. The recourse to arms would affect the economy, the politics of the country, and it would generate chaos in global markets, including the electrical sector and the supply chains for food supplies. We should recall, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, that the United Nations was created to avoid armed conflicts. This is a basic principle of our charter. And through this, states have committed themselves to resolve their conflicts exclusively through peaceful means. We must rise to the circumstances and do our utmost to achieve the noble ends of the charter. We strongly call for the avoidance of any further conflict and to give pride of place to dialogue and diplomatic negotiation. We call for none of the parties involved to cross the contact line. And
Zelensky makes TV address in Russian, asks the people of the Russian Federation whether they want war, claims Putin did not reply to his request for talks.
any acts that exacerbate feelings and violence and call to violence.
He should have honored and implemented the Minsk agreements. If you wanted talks.
Be breached.
Russia doesn't have time for nonsense.
There would not.
No time for nonsense.
We would all lose, whether we are big or small states. We call for resumed diplomatic dialogue within the framework of the Minsk agreements, and we encourage the Normandy Quartet to make progress in this regard. To conclude, we call on the Security Council to proactively play its role as a defender of international peace and security, making the necessary efforts to guarantee the rights enshrined in our charter. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic. We will extend the meeting for another 5 minutes. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Samoa. You have the floor, sir.
Samoa, isn't that a U.S. colony?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished delegate.
Yeah, this is old news. There's a 1 second delay, so it's old news. It's a 1 second delay.
Amidst a global pandemic, which is already wreaking havoc on our people's livelihood and future prosperity, a battle that we are trying to grapple with, and which demand our primary focus and attention as UN member states. Samoa is greatly concerned by the decision of the Russian Federation to invade certain parts of Ukraine. This decision is in violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the clear principles laid out in Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. Samoa strongly advocates for peace and urge all relevant actors to focus their efforts on ensuring an immediate cessation of hostilities, protection of civilians and civilians' infrastructure, refraining from any action that may further escalate the dangerous situation in and around
Shut your bitch ass up.
and prioritizing diplomacy
We are a U.S. colony and we're pretending like it's our own opinion. Oh, our American masters, please don't be mad at us.
In the UN Charter, abide by the principle of international law, state sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to fully honor the Minsk Agreement as adopted by the Security Council in
This president has no backbone.
Mr. President,
He's like bowing, he's groveling before the U.S. Oh, the U.S., please. Oh, America, please. You are our leaders. Please, America, fuck my wife.
And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Fuck my wife, America, please. She's yours.
Mr. President, Thailand has been following developments in Ukraine with deep concern, especially the escalation of tensions threatening international peace and security. We support ongoing efforts to find a peaceful settlement.
You better not talk shit about Russia, because I'm ready to roast the shit out of you.
With the United Nations Charter and international law, upholding the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thailand further supports the Secretary General's call for a peaceful settlement in accordance with the Minsk agreements, as well as efforts by the United Nations and regional mechanisms, including the OSCE and the Normandy format, to de-escalate tensions and find a sustainable solution. Thailand is also concerned at the possible humanitarian consequences on the people in the area. We join the international community in calling on all parties to exercise utmost restraint, avoid further provocation, and refrain from the use of force, as well as to ensure the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item.
He heard me and got scared.
For their patience and hard work over time. We shall hear the remaining speakers on Monday, 28th of February, after the consideration of the item.
He was going to talk shit about Russia, then he heard me and he got scared. He left.
Will be announced in the journals. The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 67. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
What was this meeting about? What was this meeting even about? One goddamn second. McDonald's breakfast. everybody.
Hello, and
I just had a McDonald's egg McMuffin or egg biscuit, and my cholesterol is now through the roof, and I feel disgusting.
welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle.
Does Kanye actually recognize Donetsk? Kanye recognized Donetsk? What?
Russia's official...
Yeah, Jackson, next Thursday, we're debating Destiny and Dylan Burns on Ukraine. Next Thursday. This is like breaking news.
recognition of the Donetsk and Lugansk
Not this Thursday, the next one. And then I may go to Austin early. I don't know. I may go to Austin early. We'll see.
Republics as independent states firmly puts to an end what was known as the Minsk peace process. This recognition also creates...
Boss, yeah, he's not debating us.
...a new political fact on the ground. And there is nothing NATO can do about it. Cross-talking Ukraine, I'm joined by my guest, Anna Mateyeva in London. She's an analyst on Russian and Ukrainian affairs and author of Through Times of Trouble, Conflict in Southeastern Ukraine, Explained from Within. In Delmar, we have Scott Ritter. He is a former intelligence officer and a United Nations weapons inspector. And in Sydney, we cross to Joe Loria. He is the editor-in-chief of consortiumnews.com. All right, crosstalk rules in effect. That means you can jump in anytime you want, and I always appreciate it. Scott, let me go to you first here. I made mention in my introduction the Minsk peace process. That essentially was something that Russia, France, Germany were guarantors of, and it was certain things that Ukraine had to do to keep Lugansk and Donetsk inside the country. This is what Russia has been asking. Unfortunately, Ukraine never implemented it, and even though the Germans and the French always said that they stand by it, they never put any pressure on the government to implement it. Then we go to Putin's recognition, Russia's recognition of these two people's republics as independent states. So are you going to miss the Minsk peace process, Scott?
Of course I am. Had the Minsk peace process been implemented, we wouldn't be faced with what, regardless of where you stand.
There you go. Nobody talks about this aspect, by the way, of the Minsk agreements. It's like no one cares. Ukraine didn't want to honor the Minsk agreements they themselves were a signatory to.
No pro-Russian or...
Russia issues notice to airmen, close the airspace. Breaking news! Russia. Russia! This is not news? Wasn't this from 3 days ago? This is from CNN, fake news. Ukraine president says he tried to call Russian President Vladimir Putin. You're a traitor to America. Traitor, Donald Trump. You betrayed America to the Russians. And what is America without the Russians? Critical race theory? White House. Harris says U.S. remains vigilant as the threat of a full-scale attack on Ukraine remains. Shut the fuck up, Kamala. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Kamala, shut the fuck up. You're way out of your league. You better stop fucking with those Russians. You better stop fucking with those Russians. They're not playing games. Ukrainian government commercials hit with data wiping attack. Oh my god! Deployments of Russian close to the Ukrainian border. You mean there's some cars within the Russian border? Oh my god, look at all this. I totally know what this means. Whoa! This looks like the army of Sauron. Look at this. There's a few cars. Look at this. This has got to be more than 30 cars. This is like 0.1% of LA traffic. This is a huge, giant army. This is like 0.00001% of LA traffic at 4 a.m. This is a really big army here, guys. Look at this. Guys, so you have to understand what this picture is. You see this? All of this black spot right here? This is actually a bunch of troops huddled together. This is like 1.5 million troops huddled together right here. You just can't see them because it's like they're like ants. They're all like huddled close to each other. It's like a zombie horde ready to invade. Yeah, it's a sea of orcs. It's a sea of zombies. And these are just the big zombies that are poking out. It's the Witch King. The invasion's coming. Look at this! It's a swarm of Russians! Oh my god! No way! A convoy? On the Russian territory? Russians This is like those dumbasses who literally have to stop by the train in America and they see tanks on the train and they're like, oh, war is coming. And they take a video of it and they post it to fucking Instagram. They're like, looks like war is coming. And it's literally just the regular transport of fucking military vehicles through the train. It's the same shit, you know? It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god! Alright guys, I'm going to show you an imminent U.S. mobilization against Mexico is coming. I got footage of an imminent invasion of Mexico along the Texas border. Ready? Look at this. This is footage captured in Texas. Alright, this was captured in Texas. Footage captured of Texas of tanks lining up to invade Mexico. Okay? Oh, you're not convinced? You're not convinced, are you? Oh, you're not convinced. You're not convinced. Explain this. The U.S. Air Force is mobilizing against Mexico in Texas. This is from Austin, Texas. Okay? This is from Texas. Look at this menacing U.S. Oh, they're ready to invade Mexico right now. Okay? They're getting their artillery. It's, oh my god, it's World War III. They're doing the Alamo all over again. It's in Texas. They're planning on invading Mexico. Look at this. Unbelievable. All right. DPR Putin has issued a statement calling on all Ukrainian forces to leave the territory of the DPR. All airspace is closed. Airspace is now a no-fly zone. There you go. Ushilin. it again! Putin's at it all over again! Can I play Elden Ring tonight, or do I have to wait till tomorrow? Russia-backed separatist leader suggests Ukraine surrender new territory. You have reached your article limit. Fuck you. Literally fuck you. Alright. Let's continue. Oh my god. Russia can attack at any time. The US could attack Canada at any time. Are they going to? Unfortunately not. I don't know what this is. You know what? Libtards are actual demons. They're actual scum demons. They think that just because you can do something means you're gonna do it. Like, that's what the US does. You know, that's just, it's the whole American mentality, right? Like, you know what police do? They go the extra mile. When you get arrested by cops, you could, all right, you litter around the street, right? The cops tackle you, neutralize the target, neutralize, even though you're not even like, you're not like displaying any intention to do anything bad. But they're still going to do everything in their power to make it impossible for you to randomly John Wick them. Because that's just the American mentality. It's like, they don't have any common sense. If you can do something, you will do it. That's the American mentality. If you can do it, you will. Never mind the fact that America can literally nuke the whole world, right? If they wanted. If Russia has any power to do anything whatsoever, that means they are going to do it, right? It's so fucking stupid. Pushilin tried to contact Zelensky, and Ukraine refused to recognize him. So that's why Putin is ignoring Zelensky. Because he is not contacting the rightful leader of the DPR. They asked for help. Ukraine says, do you want war? You know, this little bully Ukrainian government, this little bully is getting really feisty. Fighting on our behalf. Okay, my fellow Americans. Let me actually address my fellow Americans, okay? Put on some good old American music. My fellow Americans, why are we letting this little shit government of Ukraine pick all of these fights on our behalf? We're letting this Ukrainian government go and pick all of these fights, and they're doing it on our behalf. It's like, you have that little shit friend in high school, right? And he's going and picking fights with dudes. He's throwing stones at them, and he's going to run behind us, and we got to fight? What's this got to do with us? Why do we have to go fight on behalf of this fucking Ukrainian government? Fuck them. This Ukrainian government is acting so bold because they're hiding behind our power. They're hiding behind us. Why are we tolerating this? We shouldn't be tolerating this. Tell them to kick rocks. I say we tell the Ukrainians to handle their own fucking business. That's not our business. That's not our fight. You pick your fight, then you fight your own fight, motherfucker. And the New York Times out here saying, oh, we have to send arms to our Ukrainian brothers. Send arm Ukraine now. Why? It's got nothing to do with us. Why? Why should we get involved? That's got nothing to do with us. We have to, shut the fuck up, New York Times. They're trying to fucking, why? Because the values of democracy. What are you talking about, values of democracy? They got fucking Nazi flags they're flying in Ukraine. That ain't our business. What business is that of ours? I don't see why that's our business. I don't. Right? Now, if anything, maybe we should help our Russian friends because, you know, Ukraine was involved in corruption within our government, right? Hunter Biden's laptop. So, I don't know. Convoy news. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. The first convoy has left in California. The American Freedom Convoy is here. Holy fuck! Lado with the 20. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Thank you, man. Yeah, if you didn't know this, the U.S. truckers have departed from, interestingly, they've departed from California. And I like this. It's called the People's Convoy. I'm pretty sure this is organized by, is the People's Party involved in this? Who started this? Organizers of the People's Convoy. That's interesting. The People's Convoy. Who organized it? Based. I really like that term, the People's Convoy. I love that term. It's even better than Freedom Convoy. Several hundred vehicles gathered. Based. Listen, I'm not against war. I'm not against war. I just think the war is at home. I think the war is against tyranny. And the war is against our ruling class here at home. I'm not against war. War is cool. But let's fight the right war, right? It's about fighting the right war. Listen, from California to DC, when the convoy passes through Michigan, I'll join. All right? That's when I'm going to be in Austin. So I'll be closer there than expected. Yeah, we're going to go. Yeah, we'll go to this. The one, me and Jackson are going to the one in DC after Austin, I think. That's the plan. We're going to DC after Austin. And I'm pretty sure who else is going? A lot of people are going. U.S. diplomats commute back and forth between Poland and Lviv. Will you drive a truck? I'll ride a horse.
In the middle is going to be a very, very difficult geopolitical struggle going forward. I think everybody's going to miss the Minsk process. I think Zelensky's going to wake up one morning and recognize that, man, I should have just done Minsk. The Germans and the French are going to wish they had pressured
Yeah, this is so true.
British are going to wish they had pressured Ukraine. The United States is going to wake up and realize they made a strategic error in not forcing. And I say force because the U.S. controls almost everything Ukraine does. So the U.S. could have forced this issue. And Russia's going to regret it because, while Russia has taken a principled stand, it's in for a hard ride right now. So I think everybody's going to wake up and realize, man, we made a mistake in not not going forward on Minsk.
I think we all have to agree that this is the beginning of something, not the end of something here. Anna, show us your book, okay? So show us your book, because you're going to be one of the only
we got to end stream.
People in the English-speaking media world that's actually going to tell us what the people in Donetsk and Lugansk, don't cover your face, dear. Okay, we got it. But I mean, how do the people in these two, now at least recognized by one country in the world, Russia, how do they feel about it? They never are given any agency whatsoever in Western media. So give them a little bit of agency right now, Anna, in London.
You guys remember when we fucking debated that guy? He pulled out that WMD. He's like, all right, let me grab my book here. And I was thinking, I was immediately nervous. I was like, okay, surely this book isn't going to have a fucking swastika. Come on. And he literally pulls out the WMD, and there's a fat fucking swastika, right? Of all the books you have to pull out the fucking swastika book cover. And I was so fucking mad about it. I was so mad.
Go ahead.
I was like, why did you have to bring out that book?
Some respect, yes, but it's not something which they wanted because they never been separatists like Western media quite often label them. I would say that if you would talk academically, they're more like irredentists. They wanted to join the state where they feel they belong.
Oh, okay. They're not, yeah, I agree with that. They're not separatists, technically. They're irredentists.
So they were either fighting to join Russia in 2014 when after Euromaidan.
Death management? That is the most disgusting thing I've ever read in a very long time. And I'm just thinking about, should I give you another... I mean, you're getting banned. No. Alright. You're either getting banned forever or you're getting banned for 10 days. Because you need at least more than a week to rethink your life, okay? So I'm really thinking about what to do with you.
Ukraine was turning into an unfriendly country to their values and interests, or they wanted to rejoin a different Ukraine where they will feel more comfortable, more welcoming. So in that sense, kind of making them kind of separatists who wanted to create this kind of republic.
Huncho, what the fuck are you talking about? Huncho, you came from Zerka's chat. You were exiled from Zerka's chat, so you come here to bitch about them now. Isn't that it? You were exiled from his chat, so now you come here to bitch about them. Why did we even take you in? Motherfucker. You should be exiled from here too.
Publics, it's not something which they aspired for. This is not something which they ultimately want, but in the current situation, it gives them better security guarantee.
There's nothing worse than the bitter, butthurt exiles of Zerka's chat. They are the most bitter fucking people ever. And they always bitch. And they get mad at the dumbest shit. They're either mad at Zerka or mad at Ahmad or mad at someone else. And it's like, bruh, it's Twitch. It's not that serious. And they have this entitled mentality where it's like, they get offended. Alright, give me a sec. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of feel like I want to play Elden Ring. Is that okay, guys? I want to play that game. I just want to play it. Can I just play a game? when it comes out. I kind of want to play that game. I really do want to play that game. Not gonna lie. All right, I won't lie to you. I want to play it. So what's gonna happen? When does it come out? Oh, it comes out tomorrow? I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna be training. I'm going to train tomorrow. Alright, I'll tell you guys what. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow early-ish. No, I'm not gonna be coming early. Fuck. Alright, Friday. Okay, you know what, guys? We're not doing the showdown this Friday. We're not. I didn't plan anything for it. Nothing was organized. No showdown this Friday. How about we just fucking play Elden Ring this Friday? Let's play Elden Ring Friday. Fuck it. No, let's just play Elden Ring. Fuck it. We'll take like a nice vacation.
And that's where the most...
If you think about it, it's a bad day to do the showdown when everyone's going to be playing Elden Ring. It's like the biggest game ever, right?
Important point of this process is now. What we are going to see after that, of course, it's everybody's guess. It might be that, yes, that would something which will stop the war, but it might be as...
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm so excited for Elden Ring. I don't care about Horizon and Forbidden West. Okay, can I tell you guys? I will never play a video game where I have to be a woman. And I can't even play video games where I have to be a man I didn't choose to be. I want to make my own guy, or else I'm not playing it. I'm not playing The Witcher. I'm not being that fucking long-haired, white-hair weirdo. I'm not playing any game where I can't choose my own guy, okay? But I especially would never play a game where I have to play as a fucking woman, okay? It's just annoying. Yeah, Death Stranding was the exception, because it's different, you know?
Of new escalation.
That's Joe. Where do we go from here? I mean, obviously, as we speak now,
there's so many weird people who are like, they're men and they play Skyrim and they play as women and they play as like they get these mods, so they have like very sexualized features, and they're wearing these scanty clothing, and I'm like, what does that mean? Are you still like a straight dude if you do, or what is going on, right? Because I never could relate to that. I'm like, why would you play as something that's not you? Why would you play as a woman? Like, no, man, you don't understand. It's super hot. What? What do you mean it's hot? You think it's hot to be a, like, what do you mean? I never fucking understood it. Right?
Sanctions are being thought.
What do you mean it's a Coomer thing? It's your character. So that's what you're playing as. They want something to pretty look at, but it's still an RPG where like that's you. It's not like it's your friend. Look, the fat nerds who want like a hot Skyrim wife, it's less confusing to me. It's like, okay, it's like an anime pillow. It's like, okay, you're the character, the man, and then that's your wife, and it's your follower. So it's like, okay, I somewhat understand that. It's still weird, but I somewhat understand that. Why would you play as a female character? That's what I don't understand.
And probably implemented. We've seen all of this before. We saw it after Crimea.
They don't see themselves in their own fantasy. Oh. But that just goes to show you should have, every man should fantasize to be better than they are, right? When I was that age, I was fantasizing about being King Leonidas, okay? I'm like an action hero. When I was fucking 5 years old, I was like an action hero, right? I'm like, action hero. I got fucking Nerf guns on both sides. Like, that's like my shit. And they never had that, apparently.
And the Russians go into this with really open eyes here. Also, we had Nord Stream 2's certification has been halted. That is an important issue here. But I fully expected that, and I think that certification will continue probably in a few months by the end of the year. It's just too important to Europe and to Germany. But the Russians have made it very clear that their security is very serious to them. I look at all of these meetings, all of this talk, all of this
I fantasize being like Jason on Ruhe with airsoft guns and freeing the natives. What the? All right, really? Did you actually do that? Did you actually do that?
Shuttle diplomacy going nowhere. Talk is cheap. Actions speak a lot, and we just got it with the recognition of these two breakaway republics. Joe.
I want to see what Jason's saying about this shit. So let's just... We keep talking about him. Talking about him a little too much, honestly. Oh, the UN still... Okay, they're gone. All right. We are talking about him a little too much, so let's just check up on what's going on with that. I think it's fair that we check up on what's going on, okay? It's another Fallout thing. Religion, Marxist, friend or foe?
Religion. One of my favorite subjects. Well, it's always a very difficult thing to deal with, and it would actually be one of the criticisms that I would have.
This dude looks like a religious priest.
Anarchism. This is no gods, no masters. Now, I think we can all agree that having a religious fundamentalist society or like a religious controlled government would be a nightmare. And I don't think anybody, Marxist or anarchist, wants that. Because there's, well, maybe Caleb Maupin and his Joel Osteen crowd would want that, but, not me. Not Marxists in general, and certainly not anarchists.
This dude looks like a sheikh.
They're not going to be putting up with that. But the problem, I think, with the anarchist position, and a lot of the Marxist position as well, this is not solely something done by anarchists. There's a lot of Marxists who do this too. I would say the majority of Marxists do this too. Is to simply throw...
It looks like Mullah Jason.
...the baby out with the bathwater. Now, I can understand why a lot of Marxists and anarchists
If he wore a turban and he wore the traditional dress clothing, you would 100% not be able to tell him apart from any other Iranian mullah.
Like religion. Okay, religion has done a lot of really effed up things, particularly in the West with the Protestant variant that is wealth, prosperity, gospel, and let's face it, some of the evangelical churches are straight up fascists.
All right. It's enough of that.
Yes, well, over the coming days, we'll see whether things calm down in Luhansk and Donetsk. That was the reason Russia did what they did. So if there's a resumption of shelling with Russian troops there, it'll be very interesting to see what happens. We have to hope that it's calm. But you're absolutely right. The overarching issue here has been European security, and this began back in December. In spring of last year, Russians also had a troop deployment very similar to the one we saw now, and the U.S. didn't start screaming invasion then. What changed? What changed was Russia put forward these draft proposals to NATO and the United States that they would not allow Ukraine or Georgia into NATO, that they would remove the missiles from Poland and Romania, and it would, most importantly, they would remove forward deployments from the former Warsaw Pact states that are now NATO members. What did the U.S. do? They responded to that. They responded not like...
Wait, what would they do? They would remove... let me get that back. Let me blow a nose. Give me a sec. This is weird.
from Poland and Romania, and it would, most importantly, they would remove forward deployments.
Remove forward deployments
from the former Warsaw Pact states.
What does that mean? Remove forward deployments. What does that mean? Remove forward deployments. What does that even mean?
That are now NATO members. What did the U.S. do? They responded to that. They responded not like a bully, as I always thought the U.S. was, but almost like a psycho now, because when a victim who's finally standing up for themselves after 20 years, and Americans don't get this because they've never been invaded before, where Russia, of course, faced the major power and the European power in the 19th.
Tomhole, you are not going to invade my Elden Ring, okay?
And 20th
you
century.
will be executed on the spot in the game. I will grab the... I'm going to get the sword in Elden Ring, and if you invade my fucking game, no.
And defeated both of them. This is...
How does that even work?
Deeply, obviously, in the Russian psyche, and the Americans don't understand this or don't want to understand this. So the idea of NATO expanding to the east was clearly seen as by Russia for 20 years, and first pointed out in 2007 by President Putin in Munich Security Conference, that this had to stop. And finally, when you stand up to a bully, most bullies will stand back. But the United States is doubling down. And when a victim says, please remove the NATO troops in Eastern Europe, what did the U.S. do? They put more troops in Eastern Europe. They said that was in response to the crisis in Ukraine, but that's now hundreds of kilometers away. It's not in the theater of expected war. Why did they put those troops there? Because the issue for the U.S. was also, we're not going to accept Russia standing up to us and the expansion of NATO. And that is a very troubling development there, that the U.S. will not even talk about this. They've doubled down and acting in a very strange way.
So you hear what he's saying? The U.S. didn't only act like a bully when Russia demanded to stop expanding NATO. They're acting like a psycho, and now they're doubling down. It's almost like you tell the bully, hey, can you stop? They just fucking grab two sticks and they're fucking throwing a fucking fit, whipping up all this fucking frenzy, saying that Russia's gonna fucking invade. The U.S. is acting in a psychotic way. They're acting like psychos.
And not wanting Russia to have their security. Now, what happened, of course, is the French and the Germans were at least listening and understanding, particularly Macron, that Russia has a point there, and that they've had to talk about a new security arrangement. Now, by recognizing the two republics, this has alienated the French and the Germans from Russia. But I think that the Russians finally decided that Minsk was dead, and the Germans and the French were hopelessly in the American camp.
Well, I mean, Anna, if I go back to you in London, I mean, again, you know, the Russian issue here primarily is NATO expansion. But, you know, the NATO countries said that they would not protect Ukraine. They would not defend it with their own troops. And then you have the major Western embassies evacuated. And and then Lugansk and Donetsk is finally gone. Crimea is gone forever. I mean, it's kind of a moot point. I mean, who in Ukraine actually believes that the West actually wants Ukraine in NATO? It's Ukraine that keeps losing every single step of the way. Anna, in London.
In some ways, yes, but I would say that the picture is more nuanced. Firstly, I don't think that Minsk agreements are dead. I think that...
Oh, shit. She says she doesn't think the Minsk agreements are dead.
A different government in Ukraine can actually revive them and take them as a guide to a resolution of the crisis. Because, to be fair, Elena and the...
Holy shit, a new government.
Are named in the Minsk agreements in the text of 2014 and 15. So it's not important. The recognition by Russia now, it does not mean that Minsk is actually dead. Yes, in current political climate, it is not something which is very viable. But if we take it as a big political commitment, yes, I think that they are still valid, and they have been endorsed by the UN Security Council resolution. So we
She's thinking in long term. She's thinking, okay, if we come to a point where we have a Ukrainian government that is not rabidly anti-Russian, And the Minsk agreements provide a good foundation for dealing with Russo-Ukrainian relations in the future. Or, sorry, Ukrainian Donbass relations in the future.
Not be giving up on them entirely. In terms of Ukraine, yes, I would say that the Ukrainian government felt that it can outsource its security problem in the East to the Western powers, that they would, that their tactics of resolving the conflict was to persuade the West to pressurize Russia, for Russia to do something, and also pressurize the republics into accepting some kind of a pre-2014 situation. That did not work. The hard work which was supposed to be happening on Ukrainian side as well as in Russia did not really materialize. The outsourcing to the West works on the rhetorical level, on sanctions level, but it has, of course, limitations. What we have seen recently is probably quite crazy overreaction, and that follows what happened in Afghanistan when this threat from the Taliban has been vastly underestimated. So the American intelligence did not pick the signals, which obviously were there, that the Taliban is just hours away from overtaking Kabul. So then we saw this really disastrous scenes on TV with the evacuation. And now they thought, all right, let us
Thank you,
be
Marxism,
prudent.
Leninism. Speaking in his official capacity.
That kind of scenario, because if it does materialize again after a few months of
but then it seems to me that ever since November, it's been the UK and the United States actually wanted a military conflict. They were, and Anthony Blinken at the United Nations, he's basically projecting, making all these accusations, but in fact, that's exactly what the U.S. does all the time, all around the world. I mean, I've never seen a Secretary of State debase him so much since Colin Powell, I must say. Okay, so it looks like this was much more smoke and mirrors than anything else, because nothing that the intelligence community has said about this makes any sense at all. I'm going to have to jump in here, everybody. We're going to go to a short break, and after that short break, we'll continue our discussion on Ukraine. Stay with our team. Welcome back to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. To remind you, we're discussing Ukraine. Okay, let's go back to Scott. Scott, more than anything else, this has been an information war. And this looks like the run-up to Iraq, but on steroids, okay? Everyone's speaking from the same hem sheet, too. I mean, looking at American cable stations, Scott, you hear the same mantra.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the Iraq War 2.0.
Wants to rebuild the Soviet Union without any scant evidence whatsoever is the case. As a matter of fact, I think as you've pointed out already on this program here, I mean, when you have your back against the wall, you're not building an empire. You're trying to maintain what you have. And that's exactly what we've seen going on with this new version of the crisis since November. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, one of the interesting things is that Vladimir Putin gave one of the most honest speeches a modern politician of global significance has given in some time. It matches, the only thing that matches.
Look at this. According to UN figures from you can't see. According to UN figures, I'll just read it to you. From 2018 to 2021, 81.4% of civilian casualties in the Donbass war came in rebel-held territory. Only 16% were in Ukrainian government territory. Wow. Look at that. In territory controlled by the republics. These are the civilian casualties. 128 versus 27. 85 versus 18. 61 versus 9. Total, 310 versus 62. Look at that. But you're going to tell me that Ukraine's the fucking victim here, right? Ukraine is the victim and not the rebel-held territories. Such fucking bullshit. What utter fucking bullshit.
It is his 2007 address at the Munich Security Conference. It was a speech, however, that requires a little bit of intellectual competence to understand. And unfortunately for President Putin, he was speaking over the heads of the American people, the American politicians, and the American media. Russian studies has been dead in America since the Cold War, and Russia has been put on the back burner as an insignificant language, an insignificant culture, insignificant nation. And the reemergence of Russia as a global player has America ill-equipped to deal with this reality. And so all we have left is propaganda that is not fact-based. It's designed to support a political narrative, not
Yankees rising
reality. And you say, you haven't seen this since Iraq. Let me make the following point. In Iraq, we were ginning up propaganda that could be backed up by military force, meaning that we were selling a war that we were prepared to fight, and we did fight it. We didn't do too well, but we did fight it. Here, we are. The United States is pushing forward a narrative that we're ill prepared to deal with. Our sanctions, I believe, are gonna fall flat. It's going to be a big political statement. You're going to see it unfold in the coming days and weeks, but it's going to go nowhere because Russia has had time to prepare for it. Russia didn't just sit back and say, "Hey, we're going to get ourselves in a tussle with the West. Oh my goodness, they're going to hit us with sanctions. We surrender." That's not going to happen. And the other thing is that Russia is, from a foreign policy standpoint, bases everything they do in a legalistic foundation. It's not simple propaganda. It's not, the artificial narrative. It's founded in legal fact and legal precedent, and that means that Russia isn't going to be pushed off of its position readily. So I think the United States is found that we have a lot of hot air floating around, but we have nothing of substance. Russia's the only one that's put something of substance out there, and in a storm, you find that it's the building made out of stone that continues to stand, not the flimsy, wooden structures that the West has been building.
Joe, just to kind of echo what Scott was saying right there, it's been pointed out here in December, I think it was December 17th, Russia sent documents to NATO and to the United States. And the reply always is, but it's not in line with our values. That's when you know they didn't read the document, and that's when you know they have no answer to what the demands that were being made. You always know that. They go back to values, whatever they may be here.
Values, just a bunch of fucking flimsy bullshit. Okay? So let's continue. Let's look at Jen Psaki's regular press briefing. Let's call out this fucking liar. Let's call out this fucking liar.
We announced our first tranche of sanctions in less than a day after the beginning of the invasion, with allies and partners from the European Union, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, and Australia. And what we want—
Oh my God, it's the international community
to provide to all of you today.
Europe, European colonies, and Japan
is an overview of what we're seeing as an impact on the Russian economy. Obviously, the bite of these sanctions has not taken—
What a disgusting, bloodthirsty woman. What an absolutely sickening, disgusting woman. Alright, our sanctions have done. They're making life worse for Russian people. Foreign investors are fleeing. The ruble is at its weakest. Yay! Russians are gonna suffer! Let's label her for what she is.
In place yet. So this is largely in anticipation So let me just go through a couple of these points. Borrowing costs for the Russian government has spiked to almost 11%, highest since 2015. Foreign investors are fleeing.
It's like a corporate report. Yeah, this is like a corporate report where they're like giving us report like, oh, look at our success. Please keep investing in us. Look at our long-term successes.
Russia, the ruble is trading at its weakest level.
You know what this is too? This is fucking cope. Because guess what, bitch? Russia's going crypto. Russia's going crypto. Fuck you. Russia's going crypto. Fuck you. Fuck your US dollar. Nobody needs it anymore. Russo-Chinese partnership is coming over, taking over. Gold, crypto, the dollar's going down, bitch.
Since November 2020, one of the weakest currencies in the world. In response to inflation risk, the Russians...
Nobody cares. Weakest compared to the US dollar. Guess what? The dollar ain't shit no more.
Central bank has
hiked... That's an investor shareholder meeting.
Rates 8 times in the past year to 9.5%. And Bloomberg reported, just going to cite Bloomberg there, that the fortunes of Russia's super rich have tumbled $32 billion this year, with the escalating conflict in Ukraine poised to make that wealth destruction much larger. So
That's nothing. That's literally nothing.
Started off saying this is before the bite even takes place, and this is just after the beginning. I mean, we've only had obviously a first tranche here, but this is a vicious feedback loop that will get more severe if Putin doesn't escalate. So as he's looking at the impact on his own economy, on his rich and wealthy oligarch friends, and on the people of Russia, these are the facts, regardless of...
She literally just admitted she wants to target the people of Russia. Yeah, these sanctions don't work because Russia has a strong economy, unlike Iraq.
What you're hearing from...
Yeah, this is literally a copium presentation. Actually, let me get the relevant data. I'm going to supplant the correct data over this, right? Because this is this whole thing. This is that whole thing. Okay? This is really what we're dealing with here, okay? So, this is what we're dealing with, okay? Right here. So, this is her little diagram right here. This is what it actually means. That's exactly what we're dealing with.
The Kremlin about the impact. Also just wanted to note, because I know that we put out these sanctions when a lot was happening yesterday, just wanted to give you a little bit more detail of them. Obviously, you hopefully have seen the announcement and the statement from the president about Nord Stream 2. We can come back to that, but that is an additional step today. And also on banks, in the announcement we made yesterday, what we did was we used our most powerful sanctions tool to target 2 major state-owned Russian banks for the first time. That is the significance. These banks can no longer, what it means is they can no longer make any transactions with the United States or Europe, and their assets in the financial system will be frozen. They are the glorified piggy banks, some of the glorified piggy banks.
Yeah, okay, if you don't know who this woman is, this is literally what I called an Amazon. This is the type of woman, she has kids, and she goes, you don't want to mess with the mama bear. Don't mess with the mama bear. I'm the mama bear. And she's an Amazon mama bear. That's what she is. She's an Amazon wholesome. Yeah, she's an Amazon mom. Amazon mom. Amazon mom. Amazon mom. Alexa raises her infant. Calls herself Mama Bear. White supremacist, racist woman.
Banks for the Kremlin, including one of them, which is a key financial institution where support military finances has been held. And this will have a significant impact on Russian leadership in the inner circle because they're state-owned banks controlled by them. We also were clear yesterday, but again, there's a lot going on, so I just wanted to touch on this lightly, that no financial institution is safe. And the authority that was announced yesterday means that we can expand this.
Yeah, did you hear that? Her whole inspiration was from The West Wing, the show The West Wing.
To other financial institutions in Russia, and we have every capability and capacity to do that. Second, we made an announcement about sovereign debt. And essentially this means, I know there's been some commentary out there, some from Russia, of course, that they have a rainy day fund. A rainy day fund is limited. A rainy day fund means you can only tap into it until the rainy day fund is done. The ability to purchase sovereign debt means that you can gain access to additional funding. And what we are essentially doing is cutting off their ability to tap into that from the United States and Europe. Finally,
a rainy day. Look at this. What are these? You know what's disgusting is like these ruthless, genocidal Karens who are like, oh, I love Disney. Oh, I'm the mama bear. And then like, when it comes to foreign policy, like, yeah, we'll slaughter them! We'll slaughter them and starve them all! Blood! Oh, and then when I go home, I'm so wholesome. And we do use pronouns in this household. And yes, we're going to do the right thing. We're vegans, and we don't eat meat, and we're compassionate, and we have my soccer mom, and I'm the mama bear. And then when she gets up, I'm gonna be, it's so cute, it's just like the West Wing. Starve them! Butcher them! Murder them! Blood! Blood! Yes! Blood of children! It's fucking twisted, you know? It's so sick. It's actually satanic. It's actually fucking satanic how twisted it is, you know? It's like a soccer mom war criminal. And we live in a fucking nightmare right now. These are bloodthirsty people, and they laugh about it. They think it's funny. It's like when Hillary was like, we came, we saw, he died. And she thought it's like this cute thing. But you're actually talking about murdering people. Yeah, I know that. The wives of SS officers on the Eastern Front were exactly the same. This is actually how the wives of the SS officers and of the wives of the Nazi Party officials, this is how they were. They were like so wholesome and stuff at home. They were vegans, whatever. But then when it comes to the war, they're just these bloodthirsty, just disgusting people, you know? It's actually sickening. It's actually sickening.
On elites, what is significant about this, and somebody asked me this question about what's different. So some of the people who were sanctioned yesterday...
Like, they're going to cancel Dave Chappelle for telling trans jokes. But it's okay to kill people and lead to excess mortality and harm children. That's all fine and dandy, I guess.
Are repeat people that we have sanctioned in the past. But the additional step we took was that we sanctioned family members, because what we've seen in terms of tactics that they've used in the past is they have moved, they're very sophisticated, some of these oligarchs, no surprise, they've moved money around to children, to family members, so they could still have access to it. And we wanted to reduce the likelihood of that, so that is an additional step we took. So just wanted to cover that. One other note, today also marks 100 days since the president signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. Time flies. It's also day 400 of the administration. In the past 100 days, we've hit the ground running, rolling out nearly $100 billion.
Oh, this is an Amazon woman. Amazon mama bear.
Worth of programs and funding to state and local governments. This funding will help rebuild crumbling roads and bridges, replace lead pipes, help provide high-speed internet to every family in America, and produce concrete results that change people's lives for the better. To continue this momentum, today the Department of Transportation announced nearly $450 million available to strengthen port infrastructure and supply chain resiliency, and obviously there is more to come. Chris, your first day in the AP seat. Welcome to the front of the room. No pressure.
So a few questions about Ukraine. First, talk about the impact of the economy on...
They're literally friends. This is like, wow, what a like tough question this guy's he's gonna ask a really tough question, isn't he? They're literally friends.
Russia. Ukraine is also feeling a lot of economic pain right now. What more is the White House prepared to do to shore up their economy, provide them with financial assistance?
Well, we have provided them an extensive amount of financial assistance, including recently announcing $1 billion in sovereign in loan guarantees, and that is something we are open to building upon, and we are going to continue to assess what the impact is on the Ukrainian economy, what is needed on the ground. That applies to both access to economic assistance as well as.
This is like you know those suburban liberals who love TikTok and they're just like suburban liberals. They're just like the liberals of rich suburbia, and they're like, oh yeah, I love Black Lives Matter. And, you know, it's like they combine a fake form of traditional family values with the woke agenda.
Humanitarian assistance, so I don't have anything to announce today.
And it's satanic. And you know the highest form of Satanism is not. Listen, guys, the highest form of Satanism is not when you're like blue hair and you've got spiky so you got like piercings all over, and you've got fucking spikes all over, and you've got fucking like tattoos all over your face, and that's not the highest form of Satanism. The highest form of Satanism is fucking mimicry. The highest form of Satanism is when you pretend to be traditional, right? It's about deception.
But we will continue to be a large provider and supporter of financial and economic assistance to Ukraine.
A new AP poll found that only 26% of Americans want the U.S. to play a major role in this crisis. Given that this could increase costs on Americans, gas prices, other economic ripples, has the White House done enough to prepare?
Okay, why does Twitch still keep the Hot Pocket global emote? Like, don't they know what it means? Why did Twitch keep that emote? Like, don't they realize what it, like, why would you keep it? Don't you realize what it means?
Americans for what the U.S. role could be and what impact it could be on their lives.
Well, this is very important to the president personally. It's why he gave remarks, delivered the remarks he did last week, and why he has spoken several times to provide updates to the American people over the last couple of days. Two pieces I would note that I think are very important as Americans are tuning in and learning more about this potential conflict, this conflict that's underway, I guess I should say, between Russia and Ukraine. One, the president has no intention of sending U.S. military or U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. It is hard to know, because I don't think it was in your poll, how people assess what major involvement means, but that has not changed in terms of the president's view and his approach.
What do you mean how people what? This is like an Amazon corporate board. How does the public interpret the meaning of these words? Well, according to the poll, what a fucking weirdo.
Second is he is going to do everything he can to reduce the impact on energy costs for the American people. And that means engaging closely with partners around the world. It means considering a range of options that are all on the table to reduce the impact on the oil markets. And that is what would impact energy costs. But the last thing I would say is that the president and the White House, we make national security decisions based on what's best for our country's national security,
not
on the latest polling. And if you step back, what
who I
hopefully the
miss?
American people.
You know what I miss? Who is that one woman who was Trump's, like, who would speak on behalf of Trump at first? What was her name? The first one. What was her name? Thank you, man dog. Who was her? Yeah, this is her 20. Of course, she's a mom of two small humans. Yeah, Amazon mom. No, not Kellyanne Conway. Or is that her? Let me see. Kellyanne. No, it was the Sanders one. Oh, her. No, it was the Sanders. Sarah Sanders. Sarah Sanders was who replaced her? Trump White House Speaker. Who replaced her? Trump what? Kayleigh McEnany. Oh, her. Yeah, Kayleigh McEnany was she was interesting. She was very interesting. She was very, very interesting as a White House speaker.
We'll see and have seen is that while Russia has sought to divide our allies and the American people, the president has sought to revitalize our partnerships and alliances and unite our country. He's standing up for our national security interests and bedrock democratic values against the aggression of a dictator threatening to further invade a sovereign country. That's why he's doing what he's doing. So we're less focused on the politics of Ukraine and more focused on preventing a war.
The other question I had was yesterday, the administration said the goal of the sanctions is to prevent and deter a wider invasion of Ukraine. If Russia does attack, as U.S. officials are warning that they're imminently prepared to do, does that mean that strategy has failed?
Well, I would say as we look at it, we're focused on accomplishing two things. One is implementing serious costs for the actions that have already been taken. So the actions in the Donbass, and we've taken steps beyond what we did in 2014, which obviously I just outlined at the beginning of the briefing. Second, yes, deterrence is part of our objective. If he goes further, we will go further. We have a range of tools at our disposal. I mentioned some of the potential financial steps we could take that could impact financial institutions. That is very significant and could have a very significant impact. But we have far more options beyond that, including export controls. And what export control steps would mean, Russia, as President Putin looks to the future of Russia, there is a lot of access to different industries, technologies that he needs and would rely on in order for the economy to grow and flourish in the future, whether it's AI, whether it's other technological sectors, biotech, semiconductors, a term we've used a lot in here, and what this would do would essentially cut off access to that. That would also be a significant step. So point is, we have more steps we can take, and we're going to continue to apply those if he escalates.
Thanks, Jen. Given the possibility that an attack seems particularly high today, can you walk us through how the president is spending his day, how his security team is spending the day, if they're doing anything in these what could be these final hours before an attack, if that's the case?
Well, I've seen the reporting on this, but let me be very clear. We have been saying for days that Russian military forces are in an attack position. That has not changed. They are capable of operationalizing at any point in time. We are in constant contact with the Ukrainians about their positioning, about their capacity and capabilities. We're not predicting a day, a moment, or an hour. That has been our assessment and what we've been communicating with the Ukrainians for some time now. Let me tell you, though, something else that we're also seeing or assessing right now. We believe, obviously we've laid out a game plan that we believe that President Putin has been implementing over the course of the last several weeks, if not longer. It's clear, and what our assessment is that President Putin did not expect the United States to have the level of information that we have, did not expect us to put out this amount of information that we have put out, did not expect the global community to be as unified, including in how unified the global community was in
shut the fuck up.
Putting out the sanctions yesterday. And what we're seeing now, our assessment is that he is...
Yeah, the global community, which is Europe, and you weren't expecting Europe and fucking France and Germany to be as enthusiastic. Wow, what a fucking accomplishment. So fucking stupid.
Revising, adapting, and we're having to respond and adapt his own actions to as we are responding to him. So we don't have a new assessment. I will tell you that what the president is doing is what he has been doing for several days now, which is continuing to meet and engage with his national security team. Obviously, he had a PDB this morning, and he will receive regular updates from his team. He will continue to engage closely with partners and allies. Something that he has been doing for several days now, but that is the continuation of what our engagement has been.
Given that we could be looking at an imminent attack, is there anything this White House, this president believes he can do to stop it?
Well, I think what's important to note here is we have been saying imminent for days now, and
yeah, you have. That's exactly it. You've been saying imminent for days.
What I'm conveying to you is that we're also seeing adjustments by President Putin or the...
She's saying because they've been saying it, Putin is adjusting it. That's... What? So she's saying that by coming out and saying it's going to happen, it's preventing Putin from doing it. That's her cope. So in 48 hours, when nothing happens, she's going to be like, well, Putin adjusted his strategy because we exposed his plot. We prevented Russia from invading Ukraine, guys. What the fuck, man?
the need to adapt in response
It's
to
idiocracy.
what our actions and what our response has
This
been.
is deterrence.
So what the president has been doing has been continuing to work with partners and allies to ensure we remain united, to leave the door open to diplomacy, but to make very clear to President Putin and to our partners around the world that there will be significant consequences beyond what we have done already should he.
Yeah, they're predicting the end times, and they keep saying it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And the more they say it happens, the more God decides to delay it, I guess.
Invade further.
Putin is scared of how much info we have on his troop movements and play. And that's a joke, right? You're joking, right? Or are you being serious? Are you being serious? Because you don't... Are you actually fucking stupid?
Go ahead,
Jen, what's the next trigger point for new sanctions? Obviously, yesterday's was the start.
Like, the Russians are about to invade. Oh shit, we didn't know that the U.S. can use reconnaissance drones. Holy shit, we never knew the U.S. had reconnaissance drones. We've never known that. We had, not the reconnaissance drones! What is this, a new technology? We never knew they used to, oh, forget it, pack it up. We never took into account the reconnaissance drones. We never took those into account, guys. Pack it all up. Pack everything up. No one's ever used this in the history of war, ever.
The invasion, what does Putin have to do next to see another wave?
I'm not going to give you a detailed, if he does this, we will do that. I would only just
This is actually the most fraudulent, lying spectacle I've ever seen in my fucking life. This is actually disgusting. They're literally just making shit up. What a disgusting, slimy, satanic fucking room this is.
Reiterate what I said a little bit earlier, which is that we have the specific authority based on the announcement made yesterday to take additional steps as it relates to financial institutions in Russia.
Who is Ben Burgess? Isn't he an asshole? Isn't Ben Burgess Sam Cedars' friend? He's Sam Cedars' friend, right? Fuck that guy. He's the Jacobin guy.
There's additional enormous financial institutions, the two largest banks, for example, which were not a part of the announcement we made yesterday. There's an additional steps we've expressed an openness to, including taking steps that relate.
What is give them an argument?
It's to export controls. So
what do you mean give them an argument, guy? What does that even mean?
These are assessments we will continue to make internally, and we have a range of tools that we
think she's hot as fuck. How is she hot as fuck?
We are prepared to steps we are prepared to take should he further escalate.
On Monday, when President Putin made clear that he was sending troops into those two breakaway regions, the White House initially said that does not constitute an invasion because Russia already has troops there.
He called himself a Menshevik. That's disgusting. That he called himself a Menshevik.
This is just more overt. The next day, President Biden came out and said, this is the start of invasion. What happened overnight? What changed to lead to that change in rhetoric?
Well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but what we looked at and what we assessed were a range of steps. I'm not obviously going to get into military assessments or movements today, just like I didn't yesterday, but we looked at a couple of steps, including President Putin taking steps as it relates to the Duma to ask for authority to take additional military action beyond that region. We looked at his recognition. We looked at the positioning of troops and military, and we looked at the range of steps over that period of time to assess and make that decision. I would also note that our Deputy National Security Advisor was on TV conveying that morning as well.
All right, and just lastly on this, the president of Russia, President Putin, said on Monday that he felt the West was going to impose sanctions basically regardless of what they did. Given that, you're obviously trying and effectively putting a lot of pain on the Russian economy. Do you think these sanctions will actually be a deterrent?
Well, I think that is a decision for President Putin to make. I mean, there are statements he has conveyed in terms of what he wants to achieve here, right? The division of NATO, the opposite is happening, right? He wanted to see Nord Stream 2 move forward, a key prize for him. That is.
Give them an argument book on stream. Okay, fine. I'll look it up very briefly. Give them an argument. Saudi Arabia is driving up gas prices to fuck over Ukraine. Really? Are they really? What the fuck is this? Facts don't care about your shh. This is the most soy thing I've ever seen. What is this? Is that David Hume? Who is that? Why does he have David Hume? Logic for the left. Give them an argument. Okay, let me read the description of this book. Give them an argument description. Unlike the neoliberal... oh my god, fucking Nathan Robinson gave it a roaring endorsement. By the way, what happened to this guy? Is he just gone now? Because he became based? Ever since he became a based union buster, he's gone forever now. Because he fired the poet at large and decided to grow a pair. The only base thing Nathan Robinson ever did in his life was union bust his fucking employees and fire them. Many serious leftists have learned to distrust the talk of logic and logical fallacies associated with right-wing logic bros. This is a serious mistake. Unlike the neoliberal technocrats who can point to social problems and tell people... is this really the Zero Books guy? That's the most soy shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. That's actually the definition of soy.
Is obviously not happening. He wants...
it's not the Zero Books guy? Then why did you say it's the Zero Books guy?
Wants to have a flourishing economy for the Russian people. Just even without the bite of our sanctions, that is clearly not happening. So this is an assessment he's going to...
Hey everybody, Zero Books. I want to talk about capitalist realism. Capitalist realism is...
have to make, and we expect he'll hear from people around him who are being impacted and other people in Russia about the impact of these sanctions. Go ahead.
Does the White House share the assessment of the Australian Prime Minister today that an attack is likely within 24 hours?
I'm not going to give an additional timeline to it. We have been saying it could happen at any time, and they are in attack position for some time now, but I'm not going to give you an additional...
what? So they're is this old? Are they... they're backtracking. I thought there was going to be 48 hours. Well, it could be at any time. You could fucking invade Mexico at any time, too. I mean, what are you saying? How is anyone listening to this shit? No one calls it out. If I walked in this room and I said, what the fuck are you talking about? You can invade Mexico at any time. Can you actually tell us where you're getting this attack stuff from? You know what would happen? I would be... they would all like shush. They wouldn't yell at me, but they would like hiss at me. They'd be like... and they'd like be shamed. Like, shame on you. Shame on you. Sexist. Misogynist. It's like, come on. Alright. It's like someone comes in, points out some common sense. Russia can invade anytime. Is there a reason why you think Russia's gonna invade? Shame on you. Sexist. Misogynist.
day, hour moment.
Just to follow up on that, you have been saying that it's imminent for some time. You guys stopped for a little bit, then you went back to it. Has there been a new warning to the Ukrainians in the last 24 hours or so? Because it seems that CNN and others are reporting that they have shared new intelligence about the threat of just how quickly an attack could happen.
We don't know what that's based on. We have been conveying, in close touch with the Ukrainians, we have been conveying that they are capable of operationalizing at any time. That has been the case. I'd also note that obviously our preference would be that President Putin doesn't further invade. And as I said a few minutes ago, what we're also assessing is that he has had to adjust, adapt to the strength of the unity of the global community, to what our reaction has been, and he has been forced to need to respond and adapt his own actions. We will see. We still very much anticipate and predict that he will invade further. But again, we're also seeing an impact on how he's behaving.
And on Nord Stream 2, last month the White House opposed an effort on Capitol Hill to put sanctions on this pipeline. Last year, of course, President Biden waived the sanctions on that, and now today he is imposing the sanctions on it, which is a pretty big shift. So can you just explain the changes and where you...
Well, we don't see it as a shift at all. We've never supported the pipeline. It was 90% built when the president took office. We've always spoken out against the pipeline. The question was, what was the most effective step in order to have the result that we have now over the last 24 hours?
What? What pipeline?
And there were calls by some in Congress to do preemptive sanctions on, or earlier sanctions.
She literally just admitted this was all to stop Nord Stream 2. Is that what I'm getting? That's all of this was literally to stop. She literally... Guys, play that back. It's not a conspiracy theory anymore. It's just fact. Play that back. Listen to this.
Supported the pipeline. It was 90% built when the president took office. We've always spoken out against the pipeline. The question was, what was the most effective step in order to have the result that we have now over the last 24 hours?
What the fuck? How do I clip this? How do I fucking clip this? How do I clip this part and put it on Twitter? How do you do that? But it's just no one caught that? How did no one catch this? How did no one catch this? Put it from day one. Right here. How did no one fucking catch that?
Of course, President Biden waived the sanctions on that, and now today he is imposing the sanctions on it, which is a pretty big shift. So can you just explain the changes and where you...
Well, we don't see it as a shift at all. We've never supported the pipeline. It was 90% built when the president took office. We've always spoken out against the pipeline. The question was, what was the most effective step in order to have the result that we have now over the last 24 hours?
Which was, this whole thing you did was to get that result. What the fuck? This is the biggest mask off moment in the history of the world. This is the biggest mask off moment in the history of the world. I've never seen it just this. She just admitted it that easily. She's like, we were against the Nord Stream 2, but we were figuring out how to get to the result we just got to now, where they canceled it. So all this shit was to stop the pipeline. That is, yeah, you guys clip this and circulate it. I've never seen such a mask-off moment in my fucking life.
And there were calls by some in Congress to do preemptive sanctions on, or earlier sanctions, or take earlier steps, I should say, on Nord Stream 2. We disagreed with that strategy. We worked through a diplomatic path with the Germans. You saw the German Chancellor make the announcement yesterday, and the announcement today was complementary to that.
So the change is just because you were waiting on the Germans to take the first step here?
Well, actually, it was that we felt a diplomatic approach would be the most effective approach, and we have succeeded in our efforts, and we didn't think the alternative approach was the right one.
My last question, a French official recently told the Wall Street Journal that during his last visit, the French president found Putin was more rigid.
The mama bear just fucking admitted the truth.
Isolated, and had basically gone into a sort of ideological and security-minded drift. The president recently spent about an hour on the phone with him. Obviously, he knows Putin pretty well. I wonder if he has seen a change in the Russian leader.
I don't have any personal observations by President Biden about President Putin to read out, but I think we all watched, including the president, the speech or read it from the other night, and
The Reddit?
saw a leader who was outlining a case for war to his public.
Blinken said U.S. will end before today ends. What do you mean the U.S. will end? The U.S. is being dissolved?
One that was based on revisionist history, and whether that's based on isolation or not, we'll leave that to others to assess.
I want to know what was revisionist about Putin's speech. Can you point out how it's revisionist? And okay, I'm starting to see what people are saying. But yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So you've said many times today that there is not a new assessment, but yesterday the president clearly chose his words carefully when he said the world was watching the start of an invasion, which is very different from the U.S. warning today that a full-scale Russian invasion is imminent. So are you saying that nothing has changed between...
Blinken said Russia's attacking before today ends. Can you link me that? Where does Blinken say that? Blinken says meeting with Lavrov is off. Where does he say that it's today? Well, then we're gonna see what happens ourselves. What time is it in Russia? Russia time. It's 3 a.m.
When we heard from the president yesterday and today.
I'm saying we have been saying for days that there has been that they are prepared to launch a full-scale invasion. We saw the beginning of that yesterday. So nothing has changed in that assessment.
What about the figure of 80% of Russian
Energy going up 50% in the UK.
troops are now in the forward attack position? Was that also the case yesterday?
I'm not going to be in a position.
Look how she backtracks. Okay, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a piss. Gotta take a piss.
position to give you troop assessments or movements, but as I said just a few minutes ago, they are in
I'm so fucking cold.
attack position. That remains the case.
And then to follow up on something I asked Dilip yesterday, he said that the administration would not give a time frame for when Americans might feel the impact of this conflict. Why not?
All right, guys, trust us. It's happening. It's definitely happening. It's definitely happening, but we just don't have a time frame. We just don't know what the time frame is. But please trust us. It's definitely happening. War is definitely going to happen. We don't have a time frame, but please keep trusting us. It's going to happen in 2 days. Are you sure it's happening in 2 days? Well, I mean, it can happen at any time. All right, and Putin, you know, he just keeps adjusting his plans around our announcements, okay? So we're deterring him.
The president has said we need to be honest about the cost of fighting for democracy. Can you share anything about a time frame, a range? Should people be saving money?
Well, I think there's been a little confusion about this because, one, the sanctions that we announced yesterday will not have an impact on the American people. They will have an impact on the Russian elite, on financial institutions, on individuals who are trying to use those institutions to engage with.
Let's replay that.
Be saving money.
Well, I think there's been a little confusion about this because, one, the sanctions that we announced yesterday will not have an impact on the American people.
I thought she said the Russian people. I was like, oh, okay, because she's lying. Yeah, it's not the American. It's just going to harm the Russian people.
Will have an impact on the Russian elite, on financial institutions, on individuals who are trying to use those institutions to engage with Western banks, including.
And also, you know, it's going to have an impact on like Russian people and their access to daily goods, and it's going to medicine and all that kind of stuff.
President Putin and his inner circle. What we're seeing in the markets is an anticipation of a further invasion by President Putin. And what we're trying to do and focus on is take every step we can, working around the world with our counterparts and partners to minimize the impact on the
Guys, we have something breaking that I was just shown. Look at this. The most progressive congresswoman in the history of the world, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Fuck you. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is indefensible. The U.S.'s right to impose targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs. We must also work with our allies to prepare for a refugee crisis on a massive scale. Finally, any military action must take place with congressional approval. Oh my god, it's AOC. She's such a noble woman. She looks like a psychopath. She looks like a psychopath. She looks like a mass murderer psychopath. This is actually psychotic and satanic. Psychotic and satanic. Alright. So there you go! This is what democracy looks like! Oh my god. Yet take place to prepare for refugee crisis on a massive scale. And hopefully we'll bring them here and they'll become Democrat voters. Let's prepare for AOC's like, ooh, refugees? You mean Democrats in the making. Woohoo! She's so excited over that. And on the actual fact, Russia's the one taking in refugees. They took on 50,000 people fleeing their homes. She's completely full of shit. Doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Completely full of shit. Doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Completely full of shit. Finally, any military... Oh, you're so generous. Putin and his oligarchs. And, the other, some... How much? The other 140 million Russian civilians who are also going to be targeted by these sanctions. But no, it's just Putin and his oligarchs. That's what we're dealing with. Right? That's what she's dealing with. This is so brave. Like she is so brave. Absolutely so brave. I mean, what else do you expect from someone? I mean, look how brave this is. Okay? You don't believe it's brave? I'll show you bravery. You don't know about AOC's bravery? Oh, I'll show you bravery. I'll show you bravery.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate. The world is going to end in...
Oh, God. I'll show you bravery, okay? Ready? Bravery.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest issue is... Your biggest issue is...
What is that? 12 years? Hold on. 12? What day is it today? It's 20... It's like 2020... What is it? It's 2022. Right? It's like 2022 or something. All right, we have 12 years until we're dead. 12 years. 12 years? Perfect. 12 years. All right, so that's 2034. In 2034, we are... Oh, it's 8 years. Actually, this was 3 years ago. All right, we have 8 years left until doomsday, guys. 8 years left until we all die. 8 years left until the world ends, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
How are we going to pay for it? And, like, this is the war. This is our World War II.
That is radical.
Do you call yourself a radical?
Yeah, you know, if that's what radical means, call me a radical.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be hopping on here, Senator Sanders' account, and we're here in Kansas City to rally for Brent Welder. We're going to flip this seat red in November.
Yeah, oh yeah, BX, we got any BX out here?
This would require, though, raising taxes.
Get to like the tippy tops. On your $10 millionth dollar, sometimes you see tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
What you are talking about, just big picture, is a radical agenda.
Guys, there are secret underground tunnels between all of these government buildings.
We need to invent technology that's never even been invented yet.
What?
Wait. What?
And if we work our butts off to make sure that we take back all 3 chambers of Congress.
Our current leadership was appointed.
Yep.
It was not elected.
Yep. There's a famous Robert Redford movie, I think it's called The Candidate, and after getting elected, he says, you know, now what do I do?
That we had 12 years left to address climate change. Or who have seen their living rooms being flooded in with the waves of rising sea level. So
What?
people talk about having a work uniform. You have certain outfits that you can go to, put on, so that you don't have to spend a lot of time thinking about it if you want to spend your mental energy elsewhere. What does not get talked about is having kind of a lounge uniform of sorts, so that you have something that you wear when you are working and you have a set thing that you wear when you are not working.
What?
That whole concept may seem kind of strange, but truly having work-life balance is very critical to mental health. And when you come home and when you are ready, you change into this thing, it's a signal for your brain.
What did you mean by that?
Oh,
Do you think you can expand on that?
yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just, I am not the expert on geopolitics on this issue. So until you do it, I'm the boss. How about that?
You heard it. I mean, it's bizarre, to say the least.
It will come.
Bizarre. To say the bizarre.
Yes, the Russians must suffer. Yes, the blood will flow. Yes. Yes, sanction Russia. Spread the progressive values. Yes, Putin. You will not win. The Antichrist will be victorious.
Budget increase, which they didn't even ask for. They're like, we don't want another fighter jet. Like, they're like, don't give us another nuclear bomb. You know?
Do you think that capitalism has failed to deliver for working class Americans, or is no longer the best vehicle for working class Americans?
Well, I think the numbers that you just talked about is part of the problem, right? Because we look at these figures and we say, oh, unemployment is low, everything is fine, right? Well, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs.
Okay, well, people are praising the Biden administration's low unemployment. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, would you say the same thing applies to the current administration's unemployment numbers? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs.
Stop it. Get some help.
So, for example, I sat down with a Nobel Prize economist last week. I can't believe I can say that. This is going to be the great society, the moonshot, the civil rights movement of our generation. That is the scale. That is the scale of the ambition that this movement is going to require.
And Bernie's like, this is so embarrassing. The reason it's cringy is because, like, this is like what nerds do in school. Mama Bear's back.
Global energy market. So that's what we're working on. We're working on to minimizing that.
I just want to date her, guys. That's why. It's just because I want to date her.
But there is not an impact from the sanctions we've announced on the American public. It really depends in part on what President Putin does in many regards.
And finally, is one of those options.
Thank you,
Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
Thank you, Mussolini. Oh my God! I just realized your name is Mussolini.
Looking
Your name is M-U-H Solini.
at releasing more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
That is
He subscribed. What can I say? Maybe his name. Maybe that's just his name. Maybe it has nothing to do with Mussolini, but that's just his name. You know.
on the table.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on Weech's question,
Yeah.
a lot
That's
of
your actual name.
focus on the economic pain in Russia potentially from these sanctions, but what about the economic pain here? The Russians are saying they think gas prices in Europe are going to double. How high could they get here?
Well, I think, again, Peter, and as I said to Ouija, I mean, some of this depends on what President Putin does. So as he's...
What? So you're going to blame Putin? Oh, yeah, gas is going up? We're going to just blame Putin.
Suggesting what the impact will be around the world, it's all based on what his actions are, just to be very clear about it. What
Okay, so when it happens, we're going to blame Putin.
the president
So
is...
when the gas prices go up, we know what to do. We're just going to blame Putin.
Hired of donated $10.
Why do all liberals just seem like the geeks that got shoved in lockers and now they have to cope via excessive virtue signaling to make up for their lame high school years?
Because this is their revenge. It's the revenge of the nerds. Now they can have their revenge against us. Nobody ever cared about the student government in high school. Nobody ever cared about all the planning and event organizing I did. And no one ever cared about all the effort I would do to perform the pep. These are the people who organized the school pep rally. And no one cared about them. Well, now, their revenge has come.
Focused on and is working on is taking every step we can.
Nobody came to the pep rally. I skipped every pep rally we had. I literally left. I left and I hung out with friends. And we smoked fucking pot and cigarettes. And we just, we went and got food and we went to Coney Island. You know what a Coney Island is? You guys don't have, you only understand that if you live in the Midwest. You live in Michigan. We used to go to Coney Islands instead of the pep rallies. We just go to the Coney Island and we, get high or whatever, and then,
to communicate with, coordinate with,
skipped every single one.
Engage with big global suppliers around the world. To
Every voluntary thing in school, I did not attend. Everything that was ever voluntary in high school, I never went to. And everything that didn't count toward grades, I did not go to. And then senior year, I used to just leave, even when I had class. I would just leave. And somehow I passed. I think they just wanted to pass me. They're like, okay, Haas, we don't want to hold you back, so you may as well graduate. But yeah, I would just leave. I would just randomly leave. I'd just be like, okay, I don't feel like being at school today.
To minimize the impact on the energy markets.
But even without all this going on, gas in California is almost $5 a gallon. Should people across the country expect to see that kind of a number when they go to gas up their car? $5, $6?
Well, again, I think as you heard the president say last week, standing up for our values is not without cost. What we're trying to do is minimize that cost. So I don't have a prediction of it right now because we're trying to minimize the impact on the global.
What did you do when you skipped class?
Hired have donated $5. Just get all the celebrities to sing together via Zoom call and Russia will stop.
Like a small bird in the ocean, making big waves into motion. This is our fight song. Take back our life song. Putin is wrong song. We're gonna stop you. Putin, better listen right now. I am the mama bear. You better stop it. We're gonna teach you not it. We have SNL here today. I am Rachel Maddow, gonna come get you an ass whooping, Mr. Putin. Oh, fuck. Why do liberal white women hate Putin so much? Fuck you, Putin! We hate you, Putin! I feel like Putin pumped and dumped every single liberal white woman celebrity in America. He pumped and dumped every single one of them. Putin! I hate you so much! And Putin's in his fucking convertible with sunglasses on. Ha, I'll catch you later, toots. Thanks for the breakfast. Putin did 5-minute doggy with every single liberal white woman in America. Every single one. He just pumped and dumped. Putin! You didn't even cuddle afterwards, Putin! I'll see you around, tuts. Why would he talk like that? He pumped and dumped every single one. Putin, you said you would call back! I hate you, Putin!
Global energy markets.
Okay, something that you said, two different things that you've said so far today. You said you think right now Putin is improvising and adapting, but you've also said that you very much...
I'm going to make that a tweet. I'm gonna make this a tweet. It's becoming obvious that President Putin has pumped and dumped every single liberal white woman in America. He said he would call back and never did. They are so angry at him. Making that tweet.
Anticipate and predict that he's going to invade further. So which is it? Is he adapting or is he still invading?
Think big here, Peter. He can still be preparing to invade, which we've said, and that continues to be the case. While making
He's gonna invade.
Adaptations on when, if, how, to what his strategy is. That's what we're seeing. Both are true.
But so if that's what you're seeing, he announced sanctions yesterday.
Yep.
Did any Russian military...
You defend Putin when he kills your Muslim brothers in Idlib, Syria. Hey, what were my Muslim brothers doing in Idlib, Syria, you fucking dumbass? They were chopping fucking Muslims' heads off. What a dumbass. What were Muslims doing in Idlib, Syria, except chopping off other Muslims' heads off? The fuck are you talking about, dumbass?
Units turn around and head back towards Russia.
Hey, and guess what? Why wouldn't Christians also be my... You think Syrian Christians aren't my brothers? You think Orthodox Christians from the Middle East aren't my brothers? What about them? Those are called, in the Quran, they're called people of the book. And they're supposed to be our brothers. You think... So if Muslims in Idlib are blowing up churches and beheading Christians, oh, that's fine, right? That's just assuming they weren't even killing any Muslims, right? You're a fucking dumbass. You're literally a dumbass.
I'm not going to get into assessments from here of movements.
2 million refugees ran away from Assad. Oh yeah, they ran away from Assad and not the jihadists. They ran away from Assad, right? It was Assad they ran away from. Shut the fuck up. They didn't run away from war in general, but just Assad, right?
Of any military, but also what we're trying to do is prevent a war, prevent devastation on the Ukrainian people. And we're already seeing the impact on the economy in Russia. We're going to continue to make clear.
In Iraq, they were fleeing from, they weren't fleeing from America, they were fleeing from Saddam, right? Even after America killed Saddam, the Iraqis were still fleeing Saddam, right? This is such cope. It's literally like how fucking liberal economists will be like, Eastern Europe is still reeling from the effects of communism 30 years later. The reason Ukraine is a shithole is because communism just destroyed its economy so badly.
That there are much...
Why did they run away every time Assad recaptured? The only people who would run away after Assad recaptured territory are people who are guilty of something, namely terrorism.
That is, if he continues to escalate, we will as well.
And as we wait to see if or how Russia might retaliate against the
Shut the fuck up, Victor, you fucking dumbass.
U.S., the FBI is reportedly warning businesses about cybersecurity.
Literally making shit up.
Risks. So why did you say there is no current threat as it relates to cyber here?
There is no current threat as it relates to cyber here. The FBI and all of the agencies in the government always provide regular updates on what businesses and entities should do to prepare for the potential for. There is still no immediate specific threat.
But on Friday, the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber came in here to say we don't have the level of cyber resilience that we wish. Why would somebody come to the White House briefing room and talk about that if there is no threat?
Because we anticipate that there could be continuing threats in the future, and what we need private sector companies to do is harden their cybersecurity capabilities now. Now is the time to do it.
Okay, and then finally, the State Department spokesman today said you guys are doing everything you reasonably can to prevent human rights abuses, atrocities, and potential war crimes in Ukraine. How can you say that if all that you're announcing is financial punishment?
That isn't all we're announcing. We have provided a range of assistance to Ukraine, humanitarian assistance, security assistance, the most of any year in history. We will continue to build on all of this assistance. We are plussing up support for our partners and allies in the region to ensure they know we have their backs, and we are abiding by our NATO obligations. And we continue to also provide, I think what he was referring to, is a range of public information as well to make clear what the intentions are of the Russians, to call them out for the type of actions we could see them taking in the future. Go ahead.
Jen, if I can ask you about Nord Stream 2
Sure.
for a little better understanding of this
Yeah.
right now. Can you say, we've seen the sanctions, can you say...
This is our fight song. Take back our life song.
declaratively that
Putin is wrong song.
this pipeline will never be operational? This is effectively dead.
And it's literally, by the way, what does a pipeline have to do with a Ukraine aggression? Isn't it separate things? Why are you talking about the fucking pipeline? He's literally talking on behalf of the oil lobby. This isn't even for the American people. It's literally the oil lobby press conference. So you're just to be clear, the pipeline is not going to happen ever. It's just completely dead, right? You got rid of that pipeline? Completely done. Not going to ever be operational, right?
Well, we not only did the Chancellor of Germany announce it's not moving forward, we also announced additional sanctions to...
Look how open they are about it. They're like so fucking upfront and open about the fact that, yeah, the main meat and potatoes W they got from this was shutting down the pipeline.
And it is not moving forward right now, no.
So would you say, but just for clarity, you say it's not moving forward right now, but there has been some concern among some critics that though he did announce the suspension, that at a later date that Chancellor Scholz could say, yes, we are going to begin the process again. So when you say right now, that means right now. That doesn't mean for perpetuity?
It's currently dead at the bottom of the sea, Peter. I'm not going to get it.
It's dead. It's at the bottom of the sea. And by the way, I'm starting to understand what you guys are saying. But it's dead. It's at the bottom of the sea, okay?
Ahead of where we are in the process. It is not happening. It's not moving forward. It hasn't been operational for some time. So that is where it stands.
Why are you defending Putin when he bombed hospitals in Idlib and Aleppo? You're not an actual man. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Fucking fake news, dumbass.
And this is all the result of diplomatic engagement and leadership by the president and his engagement with Chancellor Scholz.
Let me ask you about some other security issues as best
Yeah, Putin was flying a bomber. He had sunglasses on. Okay, it is time to bomb the hospitals. Woo! And this is literally the fucking cartoon dumbass. You're such an idiot, dude.
We're able to detail.
Yeah.
There's some things you can't discuss. So without detailing specifics that you can't discuss, what role is the U.S. playing in securing President Zelensky's safety? And does the U.S. bear some responsibility in making sure that he is safe?
I'm not going to detail our conversations or engagements about security with the president of Ukraine, who remains in Kyiv and is continuing to lead the country.
Do we bear some responsibility, though, for making sure, without detailing what you're doing, do we bear some responsibility for making sure that he is safe?
We are going to continue to engage with him privately. I'm not going to detail or speak to it further from here.
Just a last quick question.
Sure.
Is there any circumstance, obviously we're focusing so much on Ukraine as evidenced by these questions, is there any circumstance in which the president would hold his announcement of his Supreme Court pick after February?
No.
Declaratively it'll happen before that. Has he made a
Yes.
decision yet?
I don't have any updates on that. Go ahead.
So this has been asked a few different times, but just to clarify, you...
They're a Vosh user. Assad was an Assad is such a man. I hate Assad so much. And Putin in Syria. Long live the Kurdish resistance.
You and other officials have said that the purpose of withholding additional and harsher sanctions is so that they have a deterrent effect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're...
Look, I'm not against Kurds, but Western leftists use Kurds as like an ideological projection. Like, I support the Kurds because they're democratic and they're feminist.
saying that a broader invasion is likely. So how are both of those true if the idea is that they would have a deterrent effect?
Well, we're trying to prevent that from happening, and we are making very clear how impactful and serious what we're considering in terms of additional sanctions could be.
And
can't argue like a real. All right. Why don't you get in my VC? How about you get in my VC and let's argue like real men?
Is inflation playing
You want to talk about real men? Okay, get in my VC then.
a role at all in deciding, what gets sanctioned, how you're thinking about the sanctions package?
Inflation in the United States, I assume you're referring to? Look, I think we look at a range of factors, and I'll use the energy markets as an example because I know that was a question that was asked yesterday. It's a good one. As we look at what sectors we're going to sanction, one of the factors we look at is what can have the biggest impact, of course, on Russian leadership, people around President Putin, on the Russian economy. What we're trying to minimize is what impact there's going to be on the United States and global markets in a lot of ways. And if you look at energy, energy sector...
He has to acquit himself against his own viewers that he condemns Putin. Putin is good. Putin is good. He's a peacekeeper. He prevented a civil war. He's good for the people of his country. He's good. He's just good in general, okay? Putin is good. In general. It's as simple as that. He's good.
Sector as an example.
I won't dishonor my manhood. What a cope. What a fucking cope. I'm too scared to get in VC, but it's because I'm protecting my manhood. But I won't dishonor my manhood by talking to you, but I'll talk to you through my keyboard. I just won't use my voice. I'll use my keyboard, and that's not dishonoring my manhood. Shut the fuck up. Putin's killing Syrian children, but ISIS is not. ISIS is literally enslaved. I'm not even going to list the crimes of ISIS in Syria. I'm not even going to list the crimes of al-Nusra and the fucking jihadists in Syria. And the crazy wild shit that they've been fucking doing. I mean, they literally beheaded children. These are people who beheaded children. They beheaded children because of their religious affiliation. Unfucking believable.
Sanctioning them further could also mean that President Putin and people around him get richer. So we look at a range of factors, and certainly the impact on the global economy is a factor as we consider options. Go ahead.
If Russia does launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, should we expect to hear from the president as we have in the last few days?
I would expect you would, yes.
He would address the nation in some televised fashion.
I would expect you would hear from the president as you have.
And then can you explain a little bit more for people who are...
I'm with the Syrian civilians who got bombed. No, you're not. You're in my fucking chat. Bitching and whining about Putin, dumbass. It was a war. Okay? It was a war that Russia got involved with at the request of the Syrian government because Putin was not going to stand and let the Syrian government experience the same fate as Libya.
Are trying to follow.
And here's the important thing, is that terrorists from Chechnya went to Syria to fight. So Putin and Assad teamed up to fight this common enemy.
This continuing situation with Russia and Ukraine, why would the U.S. not directly sanction Putin at this time?
It remains an option on the table. What I would say to people who are trying to understand why is that sanctions are designed to, we've always designed them to increase, be escalatory. That would be an escalatory step, as would be sanctioning the largest banks, the very largest banks, and additional components of the financial sector, as would taking export control steps be. So there's a range of escalatory.
All they're doing is undermining the US dollar as the world currency by doing this.
Steps we have as options. Go ahead.
You mentioned the sanctions on oligarchs at the top, and the president was a little unclear in his wording yesterday. He said that sanctions on Russian elites wouldn't start until today. That was crossed out in the transcript to yesterday. The reason I'm asking is, as part of this sort of first tranche.
Yeah. All of these people are on TikTok.
Sanctions. Are we going to see more elites sanctioned, or would that only happen if Russia takes additional escalatory steps?
I can check if there are additional ones. I'm not tracking additional ones that we're holding for a rollout. I will note on your first part of your question that for the elite individuals, if they were to have used their bank card, I guess, to make a financial transaction, it wouldn't have been working yesterday.
There was a cyber attack on Ukrainian government websites today. I know the NSC has already said that it was sort of similar to the one that we saw on Ukrainian banks earlier and would be in keeping with what you expect from Russia, but I'm wondering if at this point you've made a definitive determination that Russia was responsible, and if so, if you have any sort of retaliation or response to
we have not attributed today's activity yet. That would be very fast, even fast for us, as fast as last week was. We do consider it, as I think some of my NSC colleagues said, to be consistent with the type of activity Russia would carry out in a bid to destabilize Ukraine. It's consistent with what we saw last week, where we attributed similar incidents to the Russian government, and we
talk about AstroTurf propaganda. Look at this fucking AstroTurf CIA bullshit. Why the fuck did this get 50,000 likes? Greetings from a Finnish leftist. The international situation has apparently left many people in the English-speaking countries confused. I write this thread in hopes of sharing a perspective I believe is widely, if not unilaterally, shared in Finland, most leftists included. What we see in Ukraine right now is, to put it bluntly, Russian imperialism. If no other evidence convinces you, I beseech you to read the translation of Putin's speech yesterday. Alright, I'm gonna say something. I love Finland, okay? I love Finland. I love Finnish people and music. And I don't even know if that was a correct accent. I'm pretty sure I did an Italian accent, okay? But we'll stop. All right? Anyway, this is how do you do, fellow leftists? Greetings from a Finnish leftist. This is Russian imperialism. Yeah, I know about this theory. I know about this, like, way of... This is Vosh's theory. You're gonna get Vosh's theory here, right? It's not about NATO. It's about reinstating the Russian Empire. He talked bad about Lenin and the Soviet republics. So this is the crux of the leftist theory. So I'm gonna explain to you why it is that some leftists are supporting Ukrainian fascism. Is because they're and granted, many of them might be very confused, right? They have this idea that it comes from social democracy, right? Which is like, so basically, with social democracy, before Lenin's time, you had the ancien regime. Most of Europe was ruled by like these monarchies, right? And then you had democracies like Britain, France, and America. So social democrats fought for democratic reforms, which they thought was the necessary foundation with which to eventually build socialism and the proletarian dictatorship, okay? So that's basically like the leftist theory of current geopolitics. Like, China's bad, Putin's bad, and North Korea's bad, because what these people are saying is like, these are still capitalist countries, they just don't have the democratic freedoms that allow us to fight for the class struggle, right? That theory, I'm very familiar with it, is because, and this is really embarrassing to say, there was a time, let's say 9 years ago, where I actually subscribed to this theory, believe it or not. What year is it? It's 2022. Yeah, around 2014. This actually was my view as well. No, it wasn't from a Chomsky perspective. It was from a Zizek perspective, actually. I myself subscribe to this view, right? A lot of people think I'm like, oh, Haz, you're just this naive tanky that likes everyone who waves red flags. No. I know what I'm talking about. when I say this. I understand this position. I know the ins and outs of this position, right? Now, the reason it's wrong is because it has a mistaken conception of the significance of democracy. So we have a recent reinvention of democracy that happens around the 70s and 80s, right? Well, actually, it happens during the Cold War specifically. So during the Cold War, the meaning of democracy was reinvented. Democracy no longer came to mean this kind of a state that is like infused with the popular character of the masses and the peasants. Because you have to understand, the Social Democrats didn't have an institutional conception of democracy. They had a populist conception of democracy, where the state reflected the character of the broad majority of the peasant masses, specifically through things like land reform and things like that, right? So first, it's a mistaken conception of democracy. So there's a few things. The democratic revolutions he's talking about are not democratic revolutions in the strict Marxist sense. They are NGO color revolutions who have as their vanguard the rentier monopoly classes, right? Like these neo-feudal classes, pretty much, who gain all of their revenues from rent, from intellectual property, and from professional managerial occupations, salaried people, monopoly capitalists, and yes, oligarchs, people like Soros who are speculators. These are the only thing democratic about these revolutions is the absence of a singular popular will. And they call that democratic. So democratic has come to acquire this meaning of just multiplicity for multiplicity's own sake. Pure multiplicity. Pure diversity. Pure open society, as Soros would put it, right? That's what they mean by democracy. But this is actually not... It's not actually ruled by the people, like the actual people. It's not building a state that has a popular character. It's building a state that is devoid of any singular popular will to begin with, right? And this is a state that is able to be fully controlled and beholden to the interests of the globalist and neo-feudal ruling class. So we have a very paradoxical situation. The countries that resemble the ancient regime the most today, which have monarchs like Xi Jinping or Putin, who just have these strongman figures, those are actually the democracies today. So it's like, today, monarchy, right? Just in quotations, is democratic. Whereas democracy is tyrannical and oligarchic and despotic, right? So people need to keep that in mind. This is a wrong way of framing it, right? I mean, Ukraine has a democracy, which is what? It's the rule of the NGOs, and it's the rule of billionaires, and it's the rule of these institutions, right? But it doesn't actually have a state that has like any real popular character imbued in it, as manifested in some kind of singular will. Yeah, exactly. The French Revolution was not the rule of MSNBC, okay? The French Revolution was the rule of... It was a populist event. It was popular. It was rugged. It was the masses, the people with the capital P, right? It was authoritarian. People don't fucking understand this, right? So this thing about democracy, we are living in socialism. Hate to break it to you. Just skipping a lot of bullshit. We're living in some kind of socialism, right? So I've explained this before, right? Our mode of production has changed. We don't live in classical bourgeois capitalism anymore. So today, the real successors of bourgeois democracy are states like Russia and China. Authoritarian states have actually succeeded bourgeois democracy, because bourgeois democracy has evolved in such a way that it's no longer this like purely neutral, negative freedoms. It actually takes an active role in the economy. It's like, for example, FDR was considered this authoritarian tyrant, right? Why? Because FDR had to go beyond the limits of bourgeois democracy. Well, the same is true for people like Putin, right? Putin nationalized the Russian gas industry. Was that democratic? Yes. Nationalizing the Russian gas industry was democratic because it subordinated the most important sector of the economy to the interests of the majority of the people. So it's democratic. Demos meaning people, right? People have a really twisted view of democracy in the historical sense. I'm talking about what communists used to say when they said democracy. They didn't mean the neoliberal democracy of George Soros and the Open Society Foundation and the NGOs and CNN and MSNBC. That's a fake veneer of democracy. It's not democracy. It's the veneer of a democracy, right? It's the rule of pure negativity, pure negation, the absence of any singular will, the absence of any singular determinate will, just the reign of pure multiplicity. Can I ask you guys a question? Is pure diversity of will democracy? Can you have a pure multiplicity of political will and have that be democratic? No, because the people are actually not the sum total of individuals. So what we're dealing with is a conflicting view of society here. In the West, the people are just the sum total of individuals. So since every individual has a different opinion, then what democracy means is that one opinion is never given too much sway. But from an Eastern perspective, a society is not made up of the sum total of individuals. Individuals are part of a bigger collective, right? And if that's true, then democracy must necessarily imply a state that exercises the singular will of the people. And I actually don't want to muddy the waters too much and confuse you guys too much here about what this means, because believe it or not, our founding fathers had a collectivistic view of democracy too. They did believe in a singular will. They did believe in a strong man, executive, almost monarchical presidential leader, right? They did their best they could to empower the executive branch, right? I mean, the executive of the United States had more power than the British Crown. They didn't like Parliament and the parliamentary model. They wanted a strong leader that represented the singular will of the people, right? We had a revolution against... No, we didn't! Because your history has been fucking lied to you. Read the book, The Royalist Revolution. The founding fathers initially wanted to restore the power of the British monarch because they hated Parliament. They thought Parliament was the problem. And to learn from that mistake, what they did was create a very powerful executive branch so that there would never be any kind of equivalent to Parliament that would have the power it happened. Yeah, parliamentary monarchy is not a real monarchy. It's an oligarchic usurpation of monarchy. Hey, Victor, you're a fucking pussy because you won't get in my fucking VC. You fucking pussy. You want to talk about who's a pussy? Get in my fucking VC. Yeah, the founding fathers wanted a one-party state. This is all a history that's been completely erased from us, right? By the way, I want you guys to understand something. It's very well and fine to be like a Marxist who's like, oh yeah, the democratic revolution. This is the current Communist Party of the USA's line. That's why I'm surprised Taryn hasn't steered it in the direction of anti-Russian imperialism. Yet, she plans on doing that. She definitely does plan on doing that. But we don't live in modernity. So modernity was just where you had these shocking, revolutions, and it's the modern world, and it's electricity, and we're overthrowing the old world, right? The 21st century is the era of the morning after. We know what that means? It means, okay, you can have your democratic revolution, but then what? Right? Well, Russia had its democratic revolution, and then what? Well, then you have to go back, you have to attend to the actual realities of your country having a specific character, your people having specific determinate needs. And that was Putin, right? It's now what? And that's why authoritarian states are more advanced than democratic states. Authoritarian states are not pre-democratic, they're post-democratic. I want you guys to just drill that in your head. Putin doesn't fear a democratic revolution. He's a post-democratic figure, right? This is after the era of democracy. And we're maturing now. It's a post-democratic era where you've preserved the essence of democracy, but you're no longer limited or bounded by its form, right? I mean, Putin is not a dictator, okay? He's not. And the truth is, and I'm willing to, again, bet my balls on this, Putin doesn't fear a Maidan or a democratic revolution. What he does fear is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. And the only reason Putin was knocking on the Soviet leaders wasn't because he wants to restore the Russian Empire. It was because he's trying to suppress the popularity of the Communist Party, which is the largest opposition party in Russia, fully legal and integrated into the government. And that's who Putin's scared of right now, is the Communist Party. So if Putin is knocking on Lenin or the Soviet republics, it's because he's dealing with an internal factional conflict within the Popular Front democracy that is the Russian state with the Communist Party. So Russia is governed by a popular front. It's a democracy that's governed by a popular front. The Communist Party is also part of this popular front. It's the second largest power within that popular front. And Putin doesn't control them. He competes with them, right? And they're gaining more power than before. And he was trying to knock on them, right? So that's why. He's not really afraid of NATO. This would be true if it wasn't for the fact that every single political faction within Russia is united behind Putin. Like, if there was some huge democratic movement in Russia that was like, yeah, Putin, you're our enemy, you'd be right. But the truth is that this is uniting the whole country, right? Regardless of you're pro-Putin or anti-Putin. I need you guys to understand, we don't live in a democracy in America. We don't. We have a deep state that is not elected. Our mainstream media is not elected. Our corporations that rule us are not elected. We don't live in a fucking democracy, okay? There's no such thing as a democracy as this guy's putting it. I mean, America's democratic and Russia's not? Why? Because the people who actually rule our country are, as Putin said, men in dark suits who are completely unaccountable to the public. At least Putin is accountable to the public. At least Putin's accountable to the public. Our deep state is not. You don't even know who these fucking people are. And look at this. Democratic, successful countries bordering European Russia are a menace to him personally. Are you talking about the neo-Nazi, fascist, extremely racist, xenophobic states? I mean, let's look at a map of Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe map. I just want to show you the absurdity of what this fucking guy is saying. So let's look at a map of Eastern Europe. So here's Russia. So I presume the democratic states he's talking about are these ones. So these states have literal Nazi veterans of the Wehrmacht and Nazi collaborators parade on the street regularly. They're extremely racist and repressive against civilians. And Russia's beef with them has nothing to do with the fact that they're democratic. It has everything to do with the fact that they're rabidly anti-Russian racists, right? Who else could you be referring? Finland? Russia doesn't give a fuck about Finland, okay? They don't give a fuck about Finland. Okay, the only significance of Finland has always been neutral, right? They don't give a shit about Finland. If what you're saying is true, this would have held for Soviet times as well. I want you guys to understand the democratic Fabian socialist theory of modern geopolitics. Can you bear with me and shut the fuck up and listen right now? Listen. What democratic socialists say is that Russia and China and all these other states are capitalist hellholes like any other state, right? But they lack democracy, and that's bad because democracy is a necessary part of socialism. So what they're saying is America is closer to socialism because at least we have democracy. Except that's not how politics work in China or in Russia. In Russia, the interests of the workers are not being repressed by Putin. Putin actually, his government, his Popular Front government, gives them a greater platform. Because in a neoliberal economy, you don't even have the ability to intervene in the economy in ways that would benefit workers, right? In Belarus, who's defending all the unions in Belarus and all the workers' interest in Belarus? It's not the democratic NGO forces who are extremely elitist and hostile to the people. It's Lukashenko. Lukashenko, the dictator, right? He defends them. So you need to understand that democracy, this dog whistle word democracy, is not beneficial to workers. It's a way to repress workers. Democracy does not benefit workers. It represses them. This is brain rot. Then fucking debate me, dumbass. I'll give you direct examples. Whenever these people are going around talking about democracy, they're talking about privatizing they're not talking about turning the economy into a bunch of workers' co-ops. They're talking about privatizing the company, giving Western financial capitalists free reign to do whatever the fuck they want, and effectively establishing a neo-feudal economy. Now, when you have the rule of tyrannical private corporations and Silicon Valley big tech platforms, is that democratic? Did we elect Mark Zuckerberg? Did we elect Jeff Bezos? Yet these people have a tremendous amount of power over our fucking lives. So in a democratic society, it's not that you have more freedom, you're more controlled there's less popular accountability than ever before, right? You need to get rid of this fucking idea that this is a conflict between democracy and authoritarianism. America is just as authoritarian as China or Russia is. The only difference is that it's not accountable. We don't know the authorities who control us. We don't elect them. They don't answer to us. They don't give speeches to us. We don't see their faces. That's the only fucking difference. People have a really skewed view of this, and this is what the left specifically, they're peddling this really stupid view, right? It's also peddling this view of, look, the modern world throws us into this fundamental uncertainty about the legitimacy of anything, right? Is a government legitimate? Is our gender norms legitimate? Is our sexuality legitimate? Is the way we eat food legitimate? We call everything about our humanity into question because we're thrown into this radical doubt about who we are, right? And any attempt people make to actually take a firm position and says, this is what we are, right? That is called authoritarian, right? The reason Russia is called authoritarian isn't because it's tyrannical. It's because Russians are insisting on the fact that they know who they are. They don't have this modern positivism or empiricism, where they're just like, we have no clue who we are, so we need to follow these formal institutional procedures to externally verify our identity and our being, right? But I want you guys to know something. So you know about the Open Society Foundation, right? So I'm going to just give you a brief education about this because it's actually important. So the Open Society Foundation is from George Soros. Now, where did he get the name Open Society? It's right here. It's inspired by Karl Popper's The Open Society and Its Enemies. So Karl Popper was a philosopher of science, and he promoted this view called falsification and falsifiability, right? So Popper took empiricism and he took positivism to its absolute limit, right? And he became this fanatical positivist and empiricist, according to whom we cannot know anything about the world without externally verifying it by some kind of institutional consensus or some kind of like neutral, formal medium, right? So that's Popper's view. And according to Popper, Marxism was unscientific because it was unfalsifiable. It didn't give us the breathing room with which to enable the possibility for it to be possibly proven wrong. So we couldn't know if it's right or wrong, right? So for Popper, we can't know anything about the world unless we subject it to some kind of formal procedure that verifies it, right? And this is what Popper contributed to the history of modernity. So in the modern world, we have Descartes' doubt. I think, therefore I am. The only thing I can know about my being, the only thing I can have that proves I even exist is that I'm thinking right now, right? So from there, we get modern science and we get modernity as a whole and all that kind of stuff, right? So Popper specifically applies this politically, and he says, every state that pretends to know what it is and speak on behalf of the people and on behalf of some kind of identity is totalitarian and wrong, and that the only real true state is a liberal democracy that verifies its claims through electoral procedures and so on, these external methods, right? So the way someone like Heidegger would respond to Popper is by saying that even before we have the ability to be certain about the world, we have a definite character and a definite being. And our knowledge of that doesn't take the form of formal certainty, but a more fundamental type of knowledge, right? A more intuitive, phenomenal type of knowledge that is reflected in the form of our practices and reflected in the form of the way we actually reproduce ourselves, right? Does any of this actually matter? Of course it fucking matters. Of course it fucking matters. Why do people like Roderick Day hate Heidegger so much? Because Roderick Day is, in so many words, also a Karl Popper fan. Popper assumes that the only kind of knowledge we can have is the formal, certain knowledge, right? But there's some forms of knowledge that are unconscious. There's some forms of knowledge that you cannot be certain of, but which we nonetheless take for granted and somehow make meaningful and rely upon, right? So this is why we have such a skewed view of democracy today. So I'm going to, we have to bring out the Microsoft Paint, right? So this is what we're dealing with. So democracy, right? We have democracy. So on the one hand, we have democracy as the pure multiplicity of diversities and differences, and it's just all different. Difference. It's all diversity and difference. And that's the Soros view of democracy, right? Soros view is just multiplicity, right? Then you have Marxist view, historic view. You had the historic view of what democracy was, right? Which was more like, how should I represent it? It was more like, you had this view, and then you had a more historical view, right? Which is more like, how should I put it? How do I make a fist? It was more like a singular... What's that fucking thing of like... Can I insert an image in this? Can I insert some kind of image? No, I can't. Fuck. It's like you have a fist... Fuck. Okay, I'll just draw it. It's like that fist you have... that's growing out of many, right? Many people... So you have, yeah, a multiplicity, right, of people. And then they're all raising their fists, and he's raising his fist, and he's raising his fist, he's raising his fist, he's raising his fist, right? So that's the historical view of democracy, right? And this is the Soros view, which is pure conflict and pure multiplicity, right? So you have to understand the sources of this view, this idea that Russia is not democratic. Yeah, out of many, one. That's exactly it. Historical view of democracy is out of many, one. The George Soros view of democracy is many. Many. That's it, right? And that's their view of democracy. This is the reason why Putin is... I want you guys to think about this. What if Bernie Sanders became president? If Bernie became president, wouldn't he... and he actually did shit, wouldn't he be considered like an authoritarian dictator like Hugo Chavez? He would have to he would have to be this Caesarian strongman, because Congress will try to fuck him over, right? Because when you have a singular will, you're going to be authoritarian. The only thing that prevents authoritarianism, as in the way that leftists describe it at least, is just by having difference for difference's own sake. I mean, Nancy Pelosi said that this country needs a strong Republican Party, right? I mean, it's straight out of the horse's mouth. This country needs a strong Republican Party. Caesar was not democratic. He was. That's the thing, is that Julius Caesar was democratic. He actually did represent the Roman people. And the patricians, who were talking about the sanctity of the republic, they were anti-democratic. They didn't want the people to have political representation. They wanted the pure forms and procedures to remain intact, which actually disenfranchised the majority of the Romans. I mean, Caesar, he extended rights to ethnic and religious minorities. Of course, he was more democratic, right? Fun fact, Russia does not exist. It is a fake puppet government named and recognized as a sex state by the USSR, the United States, including the idea that the US would recognize true socialism. Lol. Okay, what a stupid thing to say. It's just like a frankly stupid thing to say. Yeah, the only difference... Okay, you either are going to have authoritarianism or oligarchy. Choose one. It wasn't named. What are you fucking talking about? It was also recognized by Saddam's Iraq. What does that mean? Saddam's Iraq had to recognize it too. But yeah, it is true, and this is something communists in Russia also acknowledge. The USSR was dissolved illegally. And that's true. The USSR was dissolved illegally. It was an illegal dissolution of the USSR. That doesn't change anything. I don't see what that's supposed to change. Your mom was dissolved illegally. Get in my VC and talk shit to my face if you want to get unbanned. Let's continue. The reason why Putin is doing his best to undermine the European Union. This is astroturfed. I cannot believe 13,000 people like this, right? He cynically supports the European and American far right, up to support from clandestine intelligence services. This is fucked. I used to believe this shit. I literally used to believe this shit. Back in 2014, I believed this. It's actually embarrassing looking at this. It's embarrassing for me because I'm like, I really need to combat this misinformation because I used to be there in 2014. I used to have this theory, right? Before Trump got elected, in 2014, I had this theory, right? Because yes, it did seem like Russia was aligning itself with the far right in Europe, right? But the thing is, it's not true. And upon deeper investigation, Russia aligned itself with all populist forces, regardless of where they lied on the political spectrum. So this is wrong. Falling Europe would be a boon for Putin, and a divided world is a weak Europe. Putin also controls formidable propaganda, okay? NATO has not... What if... Okay, this guy's just lying. Do you really think that people like the Baltics are evil warmongers? Yes, they are. Judged by how they treat Russians within, yes. Okay, this is the most soy gyno shit I've ever seen. Holy fuck. This got 50,000 likes. You want to know what this is? This is the Fabian socialism I was talking about. This is literally the exact Fabian socialism I was talking about. And I was warning you guys about yesterday. It's the International. Look at this. This is fascism, guys. This is the fascism I was telling you about.
Workers' Patriot donated $3. Undemocratic forces were at work during the dissolution of the Soviet Union, having infiltrated the CPSU. Almost 80% of Soviet citizens voted to keep the Union. They denied them of their democratic rights.
Thank you, Workers' Patriot. I mean, Zizek used to say this shit too, by the way. I think he shifted away from that, I think. But this is not new. I might have to write a Substack about this. Oh man, you guys are missing the theory. I feel guilty because it's like I spent years debunking this, right? And it's like now I can see that like no one even knows that this theory that exists. I wrote a book about the theory of statehood, and that book like almost catalogs my shift in perspective, where I came to realize there is objectively an aspect of statehood that precedes any type of formal democratic legitimation. Fuck. Russia is far more democratic than Ukraine. These leftist Fabian socialists are trying to convince us that the rule of NGOs and rentier financial neo-feudal parasite institutions is somehow democratic. No, that's the veneer of democracy, not actual democracy. It's that fucking simple. He's calling Putin an autocrat when this is an issue which there is no division within Russia about whatsoever. This is a struggle between democracy and autocracy. No, it's not. Putin is not an autocrat. And Ukraine is not a democracy. This is an outdated view of politics. Both democracy and autocracy have been sublated in the 21st century. It's about oligarchic, financial, neo-feudal capitalism versus popular industrial economics. Feudalism versus popular republicanism. Sorry. Popular I like that one. Okay, let me just put it this way. Let me actually make a new tweet, because I have to do this. I have to make a new tweet, okay? We're going to make a new tweet. Okay? The democratic socialist theory of international politics is this. Democracy is necessary for socialism, therefore, non-democratic states are less socialist than America and Europe. Except this also has a grain of social democratic roots. from before, from the Second International theory. Of the relationship between the proletarian class struggle and the democratic struggle against the vestiges of the ancient regime, where fighting for democratic rights was a prerequisite to wage the political class struggle. The problem with this idiotic view is that it fails to take into account this applied to a stage of capitalism that has long transformed into entirely different one. Beginning with the marked by Lenin's, this applied only to the pre-imperialist stage of capitalism, and moreover, a stage which we have now even surpassed in the 21st century. Two historical, making it come from two historical epochs ago. With the rise of imperialism, democracies, formal democracies, are subsumed by rentier monopoly capitalists, a military imperialist machinery, a deep state, intelligence apparatuses, mainstream media, etc., that are entirely, and a host of institutions that are entirely outside formal democracy. Democracy died. The battle is thus no longer between new bourgeois progress and ancient regime, but between proletarian-led democratic struggle, a determinate and already proletarian-led democratic struggle, and imperialist and imperialism. Whether under the veneer of democracy or otherwise is entirely immaterial. During the Cold War, the way the corrupt greed of the bourgeoisie coped about this death of the democracy was redefining it as a state of pure multiplicity without any determinate character. Singular, definite, determinate character, which was called totalitarian. This is via Karl Popper. So this newfound state of affairs, where institutions, a deep state, corporations ruled outside bourgeois democracy, were seen as the guardians of democracy, protecting it, the open society, from totalitarian takeover. This is Popper was Soros's personal mentor, and his NGO, the Open Society Foundation, was named after Popper's shitty book. Popper attacked Marxism as unscientific since it was unfalsifiable. It left no room. It was too determinate and thus authoritarian and totalitarian, rather than open, pure multiplicity for its own sake. Pure difference for its own sake, pure diversity for its own sake, and any stamp of particularity, determinate universality, etc., is denounced as Aryan. Plato is declared the enemy of the open society, and Aristotelian oligarchic philosophy prevails. So, to recap, the communists already inherited democracy and sublated it via Popular Front, etc. Popper claimed they were not truly democratic since they still had the determinate character of being led by one class, one ideology, and one political theory, etc. One party, etc. So the definition and meaning of democracy actually changed after the Cold War. So the view that the view that Russia and China, etc., represent the ancient regime is complete opportunist revisionism of history led by open society, financial neo-feudal rentier parasite class. The democratic socialists and other progressives are even directly under the pay of Soros Foundation. That all money goes back to Soros, all these institutions and progressive politics ultimately goes back to him, and then by extension Popper. Okay, this is a long thread I had to do. Okay, let's recap, right? The democratic socialist theory of international politics is this: democracy is necessary for socialism, therefore non-democratic states are less socialist than America and Europe. This has a grain of social democratic roots from the Second International theory of the relationship between the proletarian class and the democratic struggle against the vestiges of the ancient regime, where fighting for democratic rights was a prerequisite to wage the political class struggle. The problem with this idiotic view is that it fails to take into account this only applied to the pre-imperialist stage of capitalism, a stage which we now have surpassed even in the 21st century, making it come from 2 historical epochs ago. The rise of imperialism, formal democracies are subsumed by rentier monopoly capitalists, a military imperialist machinery, a deep state, intelligence apparatuses, mainstream media, and a host of institutions that are entirely outside formal democracy. Democracy died. The battle is thus no longer between new bourgeois progress and the ancient regime, but between a determinate and already proletarian-led democratic struggle and imperialism, which under the veneer of democracy or otherwise is entirely immaterial. During the Cold War, the way the corrupt of the bourgeoisie coped about the death of democracy was redefining it as a state of pure multiplicity without any singular determinate character, which was called totalitarian. This is via Popper. So this newfound state of affairs, where institutions, a deep state, ruled outside bourgeois democracy were seen as the guardians of democracy, protecting the open society from totalitarian takeover. Popper was Soros' personal mentor, and his NGO, the Open Society Foundation, was named after Popper's shitty, retarded book. Popper attacked Marxism as unscientific, since it was unfalsifiable, it was too determinate and thus authoritarian and totalitarian, rather than open, pure multiplicity for its own sake, pure difference for its own sake, pure diversity for its own sake, and any stamp of particularity, determinate universality, is denounced as totalitarian. Plato is declared the enemy of the open society, and Aristotelian oligarchic philosophy prevails. So to recap, the communists already inherited democracy and sublated it via the Popular Front. Popper claimed that they were not truly democratic, since they had the determinate character of being led by one class, one ideology, one party, etc. So the definition of meaning of democracy changed after the Cold War. So the view that Russia and China represent the ancient regime is complete opportunist revisionism of history, led by open society, financial, neo-feudal, rentier, parasite class. The democratic socialists and other progressives are directly under the pay of the Soros Foundation. All money goes back to Soros, all these institutions of progressive politics ultimately goes back to him, and by extension, Popper. Okay, that was a really long tirade, honestly, but I'm surprised, I'm surprised you guys had the patience for that, because wow. Yeah. It's literally this simple, by the way. It's this simple. And also, this, I don't want to talk too much about this, but why do you guys think there's this new trend where everyone's becoming pagan and monotheism is being denounced as really bad? You guys ever notice that? How, like, Christianity is being denounced, Islam is denounced, Judaism is denounced, but, like, you know, this Nordic paganism and is coming Viking paganism, it's all coming back in style. Because, again, it's the same democratic, pure multiplicity. Right? I have whether it be World War III, it's like their theosophy. Yeah, it's the rise of paganism. And why do you think it happened in the 70s? Again, because it was the Cold War. The Cold War was between the free market versus totalitarian communism. The Cold War was about democracy versus political dictatorship and tyranny. So the communist states were one thing. We were communists, and that's what we are, right? Communists. And the West was like, well, we're more open. You know, we have a lot of diversity of ideologies, and we have a so it's like, you know, that also translated into religion. Oh, Christianity? Why Christianity? Let's have paganism, right? Because paganism is, woo, multiple, right? And then it applied even to sexuality, right? Oh, one partner? Why not swing around? Let's be swingers, right? Same fucking thing. It's all the same thing. It's literally all the same thing. All right, are we gonna finish this? You know, there's something about this. I just like watching it. Okay.
incidents to be consistent with the type of activity we've seen Russia take over the course of time. We are in conversation with Ukraine regarding this cyber-related
I'm starting to understand what chat was talking about, okay?
needs, including as recently as today, and we're going to move with urgency to assess the nature and extent of this, what steps need to be taken, and therefore our response.
And then the president's got a virtual meeting with the G7 tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think
I just feel like I could fix Jen. I just feel like I could fix her, right?
It's going to be Ukraine, but
I could turn her tanky, you know?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could put any meat on the bone in terms of what the president's trying to, what his objective is in that meeting and what he's looking to accomplish.
Well, one of the steps
I feel like Jen would change for me.
The president has been focused on is ensuring that we are coordinated with key allies and partners around the world, and certainly the G7.
I never said that about Amy Teresa, okay? That was just a fucking meme, okay?
Is an important entity to remain very closely engaged with. The G7 is 50% of the world's economy and joined us.
43? If she 43, I'm 43. I'm 43, motherfucker.
All of them in this first tranche of sanctions announced yesterday. The president is a believer that this level of coordination happens by accident. It happens through a lot of work and in close engagement. We're obviously at a pivotal point in this.
I don't know, guys. There's something about the red hair, okay? It's just something about the red hair. I'm sorry. What do you want? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
In this process, and so he felt tomorrow was a time to discuss with them what we're seeing, what it looks like, what's next, and engage in this format.
But
and of course, it's not just the red hair.
a couple questions on this first
But that plays a factor.
tranche of sanctions. Have what's going to be announced in that first batch been announced, or will we see more things today?
The first tranche has been announced, and obviously the Nord Stream 2 announcement today is an additional part of that. I can certainly check if there's anything additional coming at this point beyond for the first tranche, not that I am aware of, but I will check and make sure that's correct.
And then when you all talk about this first tranche of sanctions, can you give us a sense of like how many tranches, if that's the right word, are in this toolbox that you have to apply?
Invasion's happening. This better be breaking news. Let's check for the invasion that's happening. Russia. Invasion happening. It doesn't look like anything's happened. I don't know why you're saying an invasion's happened. What's happened? What happened? It's supposed to be happening now, right? Isn't it supposed to be happening now? Or shouldn't we be checking the UN, right? No, that's not here. Yeah, invasion hasn't happened. Two Ukrainian tactical groups. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this news? Checkpoint in Crimea has been taken? Where are you getting this news? Where are you getting this news? Just don't link. Okay, ASB Military on Twitter. ASB Military News. Okay, where are you getting that Crimea has been taken? Two Ukrainian tactical groups of 70 people crossed into Seversky Donets River, which is the front line on boats. The main task, according to the LPR, was to take control of two dominant heights on which the strongholds of the LPR forces are located. They managed to do it. Well, okay, there may be a war. There may be a war if they, yeah. Two dominant heights. Okay, yeah, the Ukrainians are moving in. Yeah, Ukrainians are moving in now. Okay. So, I guess this is what the US meant. They're like, yeah, all right, we're in contact with the Ukrainian government, and they're going to attack. 9 Ukrainian soldiers are dead. Crimea. Now, where did you get the idea that Crimea is... Ukraine says plant in Crimea has been evacuated. You're not getting a lot of news on the fucking news about this shit. US says Russian invasion is ready to go. That's bullshit. Unless the Ukrainians are planning something. Unless the Ukrainians are planning something. Pokemon's giving away a car? I don't want the car. I don't want the car. I don't want it. I don't want the car. I just want... I want Pokemon's friendship. I don't want the car. You can keep the car, Pokemon. I'm not even... You know what? I'm gonna... Okay. I'm gonna... retweet plus follow. See, Pokemon, I don't follow you right now. And... I just want to be friends from a distance, okay? We'll just be friends from a distance. Anyway, what the fuck? Thank you a little bit. A little bit of Batman on my mind. A little bit of that man on my mind. A little bit of man on the brain. A little bit of biddies on the brain. A little bit of biddies on the side. A little bit of man on the
8-month gang,
mind.
let's
A
go
little
in for
bit
8.
of don't
Go
know out
re-LLA.
of there. A little bit of Jan here and there. A little bit of Chulo on the side. A little bit of Android on the ride. A little bit of Exonerate on the tide. A little bit of Tengus on the time. A little bit of Elpris here and there. A little bit of Void Burn in the air. A little bit of Tendy coming through. A little bit of Tipso on the shoe. A little bit of Thermal going there. A little bit of Go-Go here and there. A little bit of Liquid on my time. Little bit of Playboy on the dime. A little bit of Lachmere, we're in there. A little bit of Wenger on the bear. A little bit of... I'm too tired. Sorry. Okay. Based. Thank you, Jenner. Fuck, I did just notice that. What Janar just did. 2036. They haven't invaded, you fucking dumbass. How have they invaded? Go ahead and explain to me how they've invaded. Go ahead and explain that to me. Why don't you actually just defend that idea? Go ahead and sit here and defend the fucking idea that an invasion has happened. You look stupid as fuck. The UN Council? It's scheduled at 9:30, so we're right here, and yeah, we're gonna watch it. A little bit of UN here and there. We're gonna watch the UN up in there. We're gonna watch the man on the rain. Because I'm counter-signaling Hassan. Check whispers. The narrative seems to be emerging of an attack. Okay, I'll check my whispers. By the way, I'll check my whispers in the same way, no more and no less, in the same way that I whisper in your girl's ear. And I tell her, where's the chapstick? All right. Kalvajak outpost is under attack. Ukrainian civilians are running away. What? This doesn't prove anything. It's just some people running. I could literally make these photos right outside. I can make this exact photo outside. This doesn't prove anything. Okay? I could say this. I'll make this photo outside and I'll say the Canadians have attacked. And it'll just be a photo of me randomly running behind a building like this. This doesn't prove anything. Okay? This is just lazy. I'm gonna need more than that. Based. Thank you, Johnny the Commie. The year is 2037.
Hello, I'm Soycat, and welcome back to my second channel, Geopolitical News Videos.
We're going to begin tonight with much of the world on high alert, waiting and dreading that Vladimir Putin and his Russian forces are ready to conduct a full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Oh my God!
Up to 190,000.
Oh my God!
Russian troops are assembled around Ukraine's border, and almost all of them are in attack positions. Ukraine has declared a state of emergency and called up military reservists. The Kremlin...
They're about to invade Ukraine, and they're invading Ukraine right now. It's happening. Please believe us. We're not lying. It's 100% true. We would never lie about this. We've never lied before, and it is completely happening. In 48 hours, it's happening. Elden Ring is coming out in 48 hours. Coincidence? I think not.
Today said rebel leaders in eastern Ukraine have asked Russia for military assistance to fend off Ukrainian aggression. And the fear is that Russia will use this as a pretext for direct military involvement in eastern Ukraine. There's also new satellite images today that
Oh my God! Oh my God!
show heavily
Oh
armed
my God!
Russian
Thank you,
troops
Vlogs.
on the move.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Than 10 miles from the Ukrainian border. The tension sending stocks into another nosedive today with the Dow at its lowest level of the year. We'll have CBS.
Oh my God! They're about to invade Ukraine. Am I an emotional terrorist? I just see the vibe. Like I know what kind of thing she's trying to do. Like with her voice. Like, I can tell, like, I'm an artist. I know what she's trying to, like, this really dour mood. Russia is about to invade Ukraine, and this is a really dour moment, a really serious moment, and we must all pray for the people of Ukraine. We must all pray for the people of Ukraine that this does not lead to... Like, I could tell the fucking tone, you know? I can just tell what vibe... Yeah, I'm immune to propaganda. I literally am. Because I'm an artist. I'm immune to propaganda because I'm a propagandist. Picture of a Russian operative captured in Ukraine. There's a picture of a Russian operative in Michigan.
CBS's Holly Williams from the front lines in a moment. But first, let's go to CBS's Charlie Daggett in...
And it's me! I'm just kidding.
Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening, Nora. Once again, there have been a number of cyber attacks here tonight targeting banks and the foreign ministry.
I actually need to like ask Caleb or someone about this. So if war breaks out, where does that leave me? I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to... I have to... Yeah, what do I do if war breaks out between America... Can someone tell me like the law? Like, if America goes to war with Russia, what am I supposed to do? I'll get in trouble, won't I? Won't I be, if I, like, say Putin is based and I like the Russians, I'll probably get sent to jail, right? And I'll definitely get banned. I'm getting banned and everything. The minute there's a US-Russia war, I'm getting banned from everything. And, yeah, sedition laws will come into play, and, like, I'm fucked, aren't I might leave the country. I don't know. Alien Sedition Acts, yeah. The Sedition Act. So what do I do? I might just go to Lebanon. I'm a dual citizen of Lebanon. So wait, can I ask a legal question? Let's say for the duration of this whole thing, I move to Lebanon and stream from Lebanon. Can I wait till the war blows over and then I come back? And I don't get affected by the sedition laws? Or will they still apply to me? Because I'm a dual citizen in Lebanon too. So, can I do that? Or will Twitch remove me? What will Twitch's policy be? Will Twitch enforce the Sedition Act? Oh, fuck, they would. Yeah, and we would do streams with Sultan. Lebanon has no electricity. You'd be a supporter of state-sponsored terror. Fuck. And I wouldn't be able to come back. Fuck. Well, I guess I'll just stay put and just not stream. Or I'll just stream Elden Ring. Right? I just won't do politics. That's fucking bullshit. So let me get this straight. All those people, Vosh and all those streamers, they get to cheerlead the war, but I can't cheerlead Russia. They can cheerlead fuck that bullshit, man. What a bunch of fucking scumbags. They're gonna be able to cheerlead America with all their jingoism and chauvinism, and I'm gonna have to play Elden Ring and not be able to do anything, right? Yeah, I'll just focus on philosophy. That's another thing. I'll focus on philosophy. Oh yeah, and I'll satirically praise. Yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna satirically praise U.S. foreign policy. The first thing I'll do, I swear to God, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a wig of like blue hair. I'm gonna get rainbow hair. I'm gonna dress up like a clown, or I don't know. I'll dress up like a SJW type, and I'm like, breaking news! We are making headways, and the Russians are in retreat. Woo woo! Yay, America! Na 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 na. And I'll have all. I will not be victim to the Sedition Act because I'm gonna do the most brutal parody. I'm gonna do the most brutal parody. It's gonna be the most. It's gonna be a ugly. It's gonna be a very ugly parody, like an extremely, extremely fucking brutal parody. That will get you in the most trouble. Why? I'll just say I was serious the whole time. I'll just say it was a parody the whole time. Say you're anti-war. No, I'll be like a parody of a leftist who's pro-war. I'm gonna say it was post-irony, and that you have to understand Baudrillard, and you have to understand Lyotard, and those French thinkers. And I'm gonna argue with I'll argue with if the FBI comes to my house, I'm gonna argue with them about theory. And I'm gonna be like one of those French academics where I talk really slow and I'm extremely incomprehensible. And I'm like, but the problem is we must analyze the meaning. They're like, have you said things in support of Russia? The problem is we must analyze. I'll be like Derrida, like a deconstructionist. I'll be like, we must understand the meaning of support. You see, support can be understood in the sense of the Foucauldian power relations, and support may also. I'm gonna bore the shit out of them, right? What do you mean by support? I have not supported anyone in the capacity of supporting the unsupportable.
I also welcome to this meeting the United Nations Secretary
It will
General,
cuff you and
Antonio
transport
Guterres.
you. I'm not gonna break the law, okay?
And
there's nothing there indicating it being illegal to advocate for the enemy. You're allowed to advocate against the US as long as it doesn't materially support enemy combatants. Oh, okay.
The Security Council will now begin its consideration of
Because am I allowed to say that if war broke out between America and Russia, the patriotic thing for Americans would be to hope Russia wins? Am I allowed to say that or no? Hypothetically, in a video game.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, I want to reaffirm what I expressed this morning in the meeting of the General Assembly. But of course, it wouldn't make any sense to bother you reading again the same text that I'm sure you are all aware of. In between, during the day, a number of events took place, and with your permission, Mr. President, I would like to ask Ms. Rosemary Di Carlo to be able to brief you on those events. But simultaneously, the day was full of rumors and indications that an offensive against Ukraine was imminent. In the recent past, there were several situations with similar indications, similar rumors. And I never believed in them, convinced that nothing serious would happen. I was wrong. And I would like not to be wrong again today.
Hold on.
So, if indeed an operation is being prepared, I have only one thing to say from the bottom of my heart. President Putin, stop your troops from attacking the Ukraine. Give peace a chance. Too many people have already died. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary General for his introductory remarks. And I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, the so-called authorities of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics requested military assistance from the Russian Federation. Also today, the Ukrainian authorities declared a nationwide state of emergency and announced other related defense and security measures, including the mobilization of reservists. Throughout the day, we've seen disturbing reports of continued heavy shelling across the contact line and civilian and military casualties. There are also reports of the repeated targeting of civilian infrastructure. This evening, different media are carrying reports of an ongoing large-scale military buildup and on military columns moving towards Ukraine. The Russian Federation has also reportedly shut airspace to civilian aircraft near the border with Ukraine. The United Nations cannot verify any of these reports, but if these developments were confirmed, they would greatly aggravate an already dangerous situation. The Ukrainian authorities are also reporting a new large-scale cyber attack targeting several state and financial institutions.
Shut the fuck up!
Mr. President, President Zelensky earlier this evening called for continued diplomacy. Separately, President Putin also spoke about his continued readiness to engage in dialogue. We encourage such efforts, even at this late hour. UN staff remain on the ground to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine. We are committed to staying and delivering. All parties must ensure their safety and security. Respect for international humanitarian law and international human rights law is also paramount. We cannot predict exactly what will happen in the coming hours and days in Ukraine. What is clear is the unacceptably high cost in human suffering and destruction of an escalation. The people of Ukraine want peace, and I'm certain the people of Russia want peace. We must do everything in our power to ensure that peace prevails. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor first to the representative of Albania.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this is the fourth time the Council is meeting in Ukraine in a matter of weeks. Every time we meet, reality on the ground confirms bit by bit what some of us have been anticipating. Russia has been saying one thing and doing its contrary. We were told troops were retreating when they only have increased. We were told to stop hysteria since troops were in Russian territory. No longer. They are invading a neighbor unprovoked with false pretexts, false narratives, and fabricated news.
Needs more IMF loans.
Every development unfolding in the last 40 years.
Traitor to Enver Hoxha.
To us.
Traitor to Enver Hoxha.
That Russian.
Enver Hoxha is coming back.
To do it with its security. That its anxieties are not linked to NATO enlargement. That this issue is not a confrontation between Russia and the West. This is a confrontation between Russia and international law, the UN Charter that it deliberately has chosen to ignore, a confrontation between a hegemonistic vision and the rules-based world order. Dear colleagues, it's not about Russia's concern, it's about Russia's appetite. The Ukrainians are facing another aggression just because they dare to exist, because they have chosen to be independent, because they have opted for democracy. Dear colleagues, This is a dark hour not only for Ukraine, but for the entire international community as we witness with trepidation the progression of a pure act of aggression carefully planned and cold-bloodedly being executed. We called and hoped for a back down of the Russian Federation from the senseless, destructive and self-destructive action. We repeat the same call for Russia to stop, to reflect, to reverse its illegal decisions, to withdraw from this senseless madness, to de-escalate, not to push to its precipice. Several mechanisms are in place and various proposals have been made, including by President Zelensky's whose calls remain unanswered. Diplomacy is like hope, it dies last. But for it to work, it must be seized, not ignored, as the Secretary General just called for here. We call on the fellow members of the Security Council to rally in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia has been warned repeatedly that they will be alone in this foolishness, that they will be responsible for the innocent lives lost, including Russians maybe, and for the destruction of the heart of Europe in the 21st century. If they choose to continue to execute their plans, as everything indicates, they will bear not only the consequences of the war, but also the historical blame and shame of invading a neighboring country when its responsibility as a big country, as a permanent member of the Security Council, calls for it to work and help preserve peace and security, not to torpedo it. We reiterate our support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders and territorial waters. In concluding, I welcome the presence of the permanent representative of Ukraine to this meeting. I would like to convey to him, to the Ukrainian government and people, that at this most critical moment in their history, they are not alone, and we stand firm in full solidarity with them for their rights to be free and choose who they want to be. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for your strong stance and your powerful remarks today at the General Assembly and for your remarks tonight. Colleagues, a few moments ago, I spoke to President Biden, who asked me to convey in the strongest possible terms his and our steadfast support for Ukraine and support for the urgent meeting this Council has convened tonight. Furthermore, he asked me to share that the United States and our allies and partners will continue to respond to Russia's actions with unity, with clarity, and with conviction. We are here tonight because we believe, along with Ukraine, that a full-scale further invasion into Ukraine by Russia is imminent. Tonight, we're seeing the Russians close airspace, move troops into Donbass, and move forces into combat-ready positions. This is a perilous moment, and we're here for one reason and one reason: to ask Russia to stop. Return to your borders. Send your troops and your tanks and your planes back to their barracks and hangars. And send your diplomats to the negotiating table. Back away from the brink before it is too late. Last week, the United States informed this Council and the world about what we expected to see unfold. We said that Russia would manufacture a pretext for an attack. We have since seen numerous false flag events staged along the lines of contact in Donbass. We said Russia would theatrically convene emergency meetings at the highest levels of the Russian government.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
We all saw
Shut
this
up.
on Monday.
Shut up.
With the state
Shut up.
televised Security
Shut up.
Council meeting called by President Putin an orchestrated moment in which the Russian government decided to recognize as, and I quote, independent states, unquote,
You better not invite me to the
sovereign
UN,
territories
because this is what I'm doing the whole time.
controlled by Russian proxies since 2014.
Shut the fuck up.
Literally
Shut the fuck up.
violated
Shut the
Ukraine's
fuck up.
sovereignty
Shut
and
the fuck up.
territorial integrity
Shut the fuck up.
on live
Shut the fuck up.
television
Shut the fuck
before
up.
the world.
Shut the fuck up.
He
Shut the
said
fuck up.
that false
Shut the fuck up.
proclamations would come.
Yeah, you're wrong. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. It's not true. That's 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 not true. Shut the fuck up. That's not true. Shut the fuck up. That's not true. 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 You're wrong. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. 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 False. 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 False.
To be jammed, cyber attacks.
Oh, cyber attacks, and everybody does that to everybody in the modern age. Shut the fuck up. You want to air their dirty laundry? Let's air our dirty laundry. That's what everyone does in the modern age.
Ukrainian banks, and we
Shut fuck the Ukrainian banks.
This morning, targeting government sites as well.
Shut
and
the
in the
fuck
last
up.
few hours, we have received very concerning reports.
Oh yeah. Blow it out your ass. You didn't receive shit. You didn't receive anything. You didn't receive a damn thing.
On at least
you didn't receive a damn thing.
After that,
you didn't receive a damn
thing. The soldiers and the tanks.
You didn't receive a damn
Already soldiers
thing.
have been deployed
You didn't receive
to
anything.
the occupied
No, you
region
didn't.
of Ukraine.
No, you didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
No, you
here
didn't.
tonight because we believe the rest is imminent.
Oh yeah?
Now, over the past
Oh, yeah?
few weeks, Russia has called
Oh, yeah?
our predictions hysterical.
Which they are, because they never happened.
Russia said we were lying.
Which you are.
Russia said we were supplying the world with misinformation.
Which is true.
Russia's diplomats even laughed in the face of the human suffering.
Shut the fuck up.
We're sounding the alarm about. But what we said would happen has come to pass.
Oh, what came to
all
pass?
The world to see.
No, it didn't. There's
So
no
let us be
invasion.
Clear.
Still no invasion.
All parties are not culpable here.
Still no invasion.
There's no middle ground.
Still no invasion.
Calling for both sides to de-escalate only gives Russia a pass.
Blow it out your ass.
Russia is the aggressor.
Oh, really? How? How?
Russia's
How?
attack on Ukraine is tantamount to an attack on the UN and every member state.
Who attacked
in the
Ukraine?
chamber
All they did was
tonight.
recognize republics. Ukraine
Security
attacked the
Council
republics.
is charged
Oh, Ukraine can attack those republics? Ukraine can attack those republics? I don't think so.
Russia
What about
is
the Minsk
bypassing
agreements? I don't think so.
entirely. Russia is bypassing it entirely and taking matters into its own hands.
What about the Minsk agreements?
And that undermines the institution. It undermines everyone who participates in it.
Ah,
The
the fuck
United
up.
States, Ukraine, its allies and partners.
Putin's giving a
across
speech?
Europe, UN officials.
Putin's
every
giving a
other
speech?
member of the Security Council.
Let's watch
We
Putin's
have
speech
all
instead of these fucking
repeatedly
losers.
Implored Russia to engage at the diplomatic
He's
table.
not giving a speech.
Those calls were not heard. Instead,
Only in
tonight,
Russian?
Russia has brought its people, the Ukrainian people, and the world to the brink of a conflict that will produce
No, you
an
didn't.
untold amount of human suffering.
No, he didn't declare war.
I said it in the General
What is this
Assembly morning,
misinformation?
and I'll say it again tonight.
What is this misinformation?
Everyday Russians should be asking themselves right now, how many Russian lives Putin will sacrifice for his cynical ambitions.
Check what?
Responsible members of
What
the
am I
Security
supposed to
Council will
catch?
stand together, and we will stand with Ukraine, and we will do so despite.
What am
a
I supposed to
reckless,
see on Twitter? You're
irresponsible
fucking spreading
permanent member of the
misinformation.
Security
There's
Council
nothing on
of
Twitter.
Using its powers to attack its neighbor and subvert the UN and our
How did
international
Putin just
system.
declare war? Let's see. Let's
This
see.
morning in the General Assembly,
Let's see. Breaking
we
news.
saw
Putin
dozens
apparently
of
declared war.
leaders from
Okay, let's
across the
see.
globe
I doubt it. I
stand up
doubt
to
it.
defend the UN Charter and Ukraine against Russia's
Okay.
brazen attacks.
So here's the
We're
plans.
proud to stand
It's just
with
a matter of time before a
Today I have
clash.
the opportunity-
Hey, shut up, bitch. It's just a matter of time before a clash with Ukrainian neo-Nazis and Russian forces. Putin, Russia's plans do not include an occupation of Ukraine. Okay, there you go. It's just a matter of time before a clash with Ukrainian neo-Nazis and Russian forces. Okay? That's fine. That's going to happen in Donbass. There is no plan to occupy Ukraine, which is what I told you guys yesterday. I literally told you guys this. There's no plan to occupy Ukraine. There's a special military operation in Donbass. Yeah, nothing's been declared. There's been no war declared. Okay, stop lying. Stop lying.
Consequences together with our government and our people, unquote. He is right. History tells us that. And we must confront this threat head on in this council.
We can't
in
confirm
the
it. All we
UN,
have are these
and
photos.
in our capitals.
Look, yeah,
people
our
of
sources
Ukraine
said they did not
are
hear
counting
anything.
on
This is hysteria, guys.
Let's not
Don't
let
fall
them
for the
down.
fucking hysteria.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, I thank the
Ah,
Secretary
my
General and
God.
the Secretary General for their remarks.
Boo!
We are here tonight
Boo!
to call on Russia to avert war. For months, Russia has been holding a gun to Ukraine's head. Now, President Putin's finger is on the trigger. A full-scale conflict in a country of 44 million people will bring immense suffering,
Oh my fucking
casualties
god.
on both sides, and devastating humanitarian consequences. The members of this council, the General Assembly, and the Secretary General have all called this week.
Shut the fuck
for
up.
respect
Oh my god.
For the principle
Boo!
of the Charter.
Boo!
The world is calling for peace, but Russia is not listening. Mr. President, make no mistake, the UK will not compromise. We will not compromise our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, our support for peace, prosperity, and the democratic freedom of the people of Ukraine. We will not compromise our commitment to the purpose and principles of the UN Charter. Above all, the founding principle of this United Nations, that we live together in peace with one another as good neighbours.
Boo!
Russia's actions are an assault on the Charter.
Boo!
And we will not compromise.
Nobody gives
our
a fuck.
commitment
Shut the
to
fuck up.
Search for peace.
Stay on your fucking island. Free Northern
We're here
Ireland.
for the second time this week in the Council. My Prime Minister and Foreign and Defence Secretaries have been unsparing in their diplomatic efforts. But we have also announced a significant further sanction step against Russia with our allies, a package targeted against some of the Russian oligarchs, banks, and politicians
Shut the fuck
supporting
up.
President Putin.
The oligarchs.
And we will ratchet up economic consequences should Russia continue its aggression. There is still time for restraint, reason, and de-escalation. But that time is now. Thank you.
Boo!
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
President, I thank the Secretary General for his engagement and for his
Oh my
call,
God, who gives a
which
fuck?
France fully supports. As we speak, Russia is on the verge of provoking chaos in Ukraine and striking an unjustifiable blow to peace and security in the heart of Europe. For several months, the President of the Russian Federation has patiently prepared the means for a major offensive against Ukraine. He has massed soldiers and gathered weapons at an unprecedented level since the end of the Second World War. He has incited violence through lies and disinformation.
Shut the fuck up.
He has denied even the legitimacy of the Ukrainian state. He has attacked sovereignty and the integrity of Ukraine by recognizing the independence of portions of Ukrainian territory. Faced with this strategy of threats and destabilization, Ukraine has demonstrated admirable restraint. It did not resort to violence despite...
Because they can't, because they'll get their shit. Ukraine stands no chance.
Ukraine, as President Macron reminded his Ukrainian counterpart a few hours ago. Faced with this strategy of disorder and confrontation, the leaders of Europe and the United States showed their unity and redoubled their efforts to propose a diplomatic outcome. President Macron, together with Chancellor Scholz and many partners, have all done their part. They have demonstrated their availability to build with Russia a renewed security architecture for Europe.
All right, but he also...
France strongly condemns the strategy of provocation.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. He also said that he doesn't plan on invading, okay? He doesn't plan on occupying Ukraine. He does not plan on occupying it, okay? And good. Demilitarize Ukraine. Why do they have such a big military anyway? For what?
Mirroring the family and personal relationships which bind to so many Russians and Ukrainians. The international community...
The operation's limited to the LPR and DPR. And that's it. They're not going to occupy Ukraine.
At the General Assembly. It is that of respect of the Charter of the United Nations, the peaceful settlement of disputes, that of diplomacy. It echoes the clear...
It's not a joke. I'm counter-signaling Hassan. Putin is good.
And we call on the Russian Federation to follow this path, to draw back on its decision to recognize separatist entities of Eastern Ukraine and to call its soldiers back. We call each of the members of this council to act responsibly and to resolutely support all initiatives to prevent and put an end to violations of the Charter of the United Nations. If Russia confirms that its choice is war, it will have to take all of the responsibility and pay the price. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the Secretary-General and Under-Secretary-General De Carlo for their very sobering remarks at the beginning of our meeting. Mr. President, tonight as we gather at this table, we are staring into the abyss of a major conflict in Europe, a conflict that would have major global implications. Tonight, the core principles of this United Nations, in which we believe, are under attack. In Ireland, we know the importance of the rules-based international order.
Shut the fuck up.
We know the importance of respecting the voice and integrity of all countries, big or small. Most fundamentally, we know the value of peace.
Really?
We believe that one state threatening and using lethal force against another to get its way or to expand its territory is no solution. Ireland has a deep understanding informed by our history that dialogue and respect resolve disputes. Tonight, this drives our solidarity with Ukraine. It is our collective responsibility, indeed our obligation here at this table, to maintain international peace and security, nothing less. That means we stand up for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United Nations. Let's be clear. The internationally recognized borders of Ukraine have not changed.
Yes, they have.
The decision by Russia
Yes, they have.
to recognize as
I'm the international community. Infrared recognizes the LPR, the DPR, and therefore it is international, and therefore, yes.
They did not
Yes,
change
I
in
recognize
2014,
them. The borders
and they
have
not
changed.
changed this week. We urge the
Yeah, the
Russian
rules-based order of the Irish potato famine based on Britain.
We urge the Russian Federation to refrain from further escalatory unilateral actions which can only serve to further deepen this crisis. Tonight, the path for diplomacy, the path for dialogue that we have called on for so long is perilously narrow. The principles of the UN Charter we hold dear have already been breached. These principles now risk being further violated. This is the time to show courage, the courage and the time now to pull back from the
I was born on a Dublin street
where
the Lyle drums did beat. Their loving English feet they walked all over us. And every single night when me da would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come on, Chippelag and Tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show you white how you won with us down in Flanders.
Born of a belief that military might make
Back our Teddy's head, her face and tail are all her own, but her brains are foreign lead. On the outskirts of Europe, in a Atlantic so dear, there's a country called Ireland that looks like a teddy bear. It's an island that's split in two with a border in our head. Her face and tail are all her own, but her brains are foreign lead. So it's here's up the rebels, get back our teddy's head. Her face and tail are all her own, but her brains are foreign lead. Her face is o'er in Donegal, her brains are in Belfast. Her arms outstretching Galway for a friend that do go past. Her hair is on the north coast in Derry.
Alright, maybe she's saying something important. Let's
President,
listen.
It is never too late to make the right choice. Thank you.
And never mind. I'm sure this head would be better off.
Representative of Ireland for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Alright. India will not be bad.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by thanking Secretary General for his briefing on the evolving situation in the eastern regions of Ukraine. The Security Council had met 2 days ago and discussed the situation. We had called for urgent de-escalation of tensions and emphasized on sustained and focused diplomacy to address all issues concerning the situation. However, we note with regret that the calls of the international community to give time to the recent initiatives undertaken by parties to diffuse tensions were not heeded to. The situation is in danger of spiraling into a major crisis. We express our deep concern over the developments which, if not handled carefully, may well undermine the peace and security of the region. We call for immediate de-escalation and for refraining from any further action that could contribute to a worsening of the situation. We call on all parties to exert greater efforts to bridge divergent interests. I would like to underline that the legitimate security interests of all parties should be fully taken into account. India has consistently advocated at the United Nations the need for peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law and with agreements entered into by parties concerned. I underline once again that
Russia's not gonna fucking occupy Ukraine.
Students are located in different parts of Ukraine, including in its border areas. we are facilitating the return of all Indian nationals, including students, as may be required. We believe that the solution lies in sustained diplomatic dialogue between the concerned parties. In the meantime, we strongly emphasize the vital need for all sides to maintain international peace and security by exercising the utmost restraint. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
This guy's not going to be bad either on
أود
this.
بداية أن أشكر الأمين العام ووكيلة الأمين العام على مداخلاتهما.
I've been wrong on every move Russia made up to this point. How, fucking dumbass? Why? How? What move has Russia made? Why? By recognizing the LPR and DPR after Ukraine tried to use them as a fucking chess pawn? And attacking and terrorizing them and shelling civilian infrastructure to provoke Russia? Shut the fuck up. Violating the Minsk agreement they fucking signed?
The recent and alarming tensions, my country has taken a firm position calling for de-escalation and efforts to find a peaceful solution to the crisis between the concerned parties. In this context, we would like to point out the following. First, we affirm the importance of engaging in dialogue in good faith while intensifying diplomatic efforts at all levels to support the opportunities of peace on the basis of international law. We reiterate the Minsk agreements still constitute a good basis for reaching a peaceful solution to the crisis and maintaining regional and international security and stability. Second,
No, Russia has not formally invaded.
To the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, particularly in settling international disputes through peaceful means and respecting the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity of states. Adherence to these principles and compliance with the Charter of the United Nations
Explosions occurring in Kiev? What the fuck are you talking about?
Peaceful solution to the current crisis.
Explosions in Kiev?
Third,
what?
We reiterate that the crisis in eastern Ukraine could
I just looked up Kiev on Google and there is no reports of any fucking news of explosions. What the fuck are you talking about?
Humanitarian assistance to some of those in need. Even before
explosions in your mama's ass.
In the areas near the contact line in eastern
There's shots being fired in
any further escalation.
Where? In Kiev?
The humanitarian situation.
This sounds like disinformation.
Civilians. We therefore emphasize the
Okay, what's that fucking news?
And
Multiple reports of explosions in Kiev?
In this regard, we urge all parties not to obstruct the access to humanitarian aid or the movement of civilians in conflict areas in accordance with their obligations under international law. Finally, Mr. President, the UAE reiterates the importance of de-escalation, constructive dialogue.
CNN correspondent from Kiev reports that he heard explosions.
Peaceful solutions consistent with international law and the Charter.
Oh my god, guys, nuclear war has just broken out. The missiles are coming.
United Arab Emirates, and I now give the floor.
I'm pretty sure the CNN correspondent was at a Taco Bell in Kiev and he heard some explosive movement in the bathroom. And he's just exaggerating.
I thank the Secretary General and USG Rosemary DiCarlo for their important statement. We are facing the dire prospect of a major war in Europe. Norway strongly condemns the decision.
Shut the fuck up, Norway. No one gives a shit.
To send Russian troops into Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and the latest announcements of special military operation. These decisions are unjustified, unprovoked, and irresponsible. We call on Russia to reverse these decisions and to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces from the territory of Ukraine and in the vicinity of its internationally recognized borders. Our thoughts are with those who have already suffered too much due to this conflict, and with all those who are afraid that tomorrow will be a lot worse. We call upon all parties to strictly respect
Austin Red Guards have just invaded Crimea.
Humanitarian law, which calls on the protection of civilians including humanitarian personnel and civilian infrastructure, and to facilitate safe, rapid, and
Comrade number 3 was spotted in Donbass.
in Ukraine.
Comrade number 3 was spotted in Lviv. It's happening.
The decision of the Russian Federation to recognize the so-called independent of Donetsk and Luhansk regions are violation of
Someone has reported Jason Unruhe has been dropped into Ukraine. There's some difficulties with the parachute, but he's parachuted into Ukraine.
Let me recall the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, which are now under threat. The Charter applies to all nations, including Russia. Today in the General Assembly, member states from all over the world strongly urge the parties to pursue negotiation towards a peaceful resolution of the conflict, with respect for international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Norway urges Russia, as a party to the Minsk Agreement and to the conflict, to fulfill its commitments, to abide by international law, and to return to the path of diplomacy. Russia has taken on a clear commitment to seek a peaceful settlement to this conflict and must honor it. We commend Ukraine's posture of restraint in the face of continued provocation and destabilization efforts. President, let me conclude by again reiterating Norway's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
How has Putin declared war?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the situation in Ukraine is at a critical juncture.
How has Putin declared war? Why is CNN saying that?
Attention to the situation.
Why is CNN saying they declared war?
All parties concerned should exercise restraint and avoid the further escalation of tensions.
They're saying they declared war? Why?
The door to a peaceful solution to the Ukraine issue is not fully shut, nor should it be. China has pointed out on many occasions that there is a complex historical context on the Ukraine issue. I don't know whether our viewers or whether you...
Yeah, he declared special operations to protect Donbass. It's not a formal declaration of war.
On safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the states has been consistent. The purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld. We hope that all parties concerned will stay cool-headed and rational, and commit themselves to enhance dialogue and consultation.
Kiev is being bombed?
To resolve relevant issues properly through negotiations and address each other's legitimate security concerns in line with the principles of the UN
Are you
Charter.
sure? I don't know what to believe, guys.
It is important at the moment to avoid fueling tensions. China will continue to promote peace talks in its own
Why are
way.
people saying there's explosions in Kiev?
All efforts aimed at a diplomatic solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Why are they saying there's explosions in Kiev?
Statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Artillery explosions on Kiev.
Mr. President.
Turn on RT Live.
Thank the Secretary General and the Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo.
I'm not getting any reports though. RT Live. On Twitter, people are saying some people are hearing explosions.
Mr. President, the reports received.
Yeah, in Odessa and Kharkiv as well. Artillery explosions.
Of Donetsk and Luhansk in Ukraine.
And as I said, it's coming to our borders.
But the operations are limited to Donbass.
Use of force against the territorial integrity, sovereignty.
All right, Brazil, you can chill for a second, okay?
To speak with us with such insolence. Why don't they care about our interests and legitimate requests and demands? The answer is very simple. The Soviet Union first weakened in the late 80s and then it actually broke up. And it's a great history lesson for us. A paralysis of power and will as the first stage to degradation and oblivion. Once you lose confidence, and that's it, you're lost. The equilibrium of power in the world was undermined, and the previous arrangements were no longer effective. And the requests, the begging, don't really help. The powers that be can call anything outdated. Hegemons can call...
Why are people saying there's explosions in Kiev?
And whatever they want is pushed and poised and touted as the ultimate truth. And if you disagree, then you're going to be cracked down, broken over a knee. Well, what I was saying just now concerns not just Russia. It actually is true for the entire system of international relations, and very often it does apply to US allies. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union...
Hold on! There's an explosion! Hold on! I'm hearing an explosion! One sec! One sec! I'm hearing an explosion! Give me a sec.
Adopted following World War II and certified the outcomes of World War II stood in the way of those who call themselves the winners in the Cold War. In our practical life, in international relations, well, we could have also
false alarm.
Account of the
false
changes
alarm.
in the world and the
false
new
alarm.
balance, but we had to do it in a patient
Hold on.
way.
There's an explosion near. There's an explosion near your house. Hold on, it's coming.
And you also have to be aware of your
Did y'all
responsibility.
hear it?
However, that did not happen.
Did y'all hear the explosion?
Of your ultimate superiority. That's a kind of a contemporary absolutism. And given the overall low cultural level, and they, pushed and pressurized for promoting their own decisions. And so we saw a different scenario playing out. There are a lot of examples. First, they held a bloody military operation against Belgrade without any UN authorizations. They used missiles and air force right in the heart of Europe. Several weeks they bombed cities, civilian infrastructure, essential infrastructure. I'd just like to remind our Western counterparts of these facts. They don't want to be reminded. And when we bring it up, they prefer not to rely on...
So he's not going to occupy Ukraine. There you go.
Try to cite the circumstances that they could interpret in the way they like. Then came Iraq, Libya, Syria, illegitimate use of power against Libya,
share me the footage in DMs.
The UN Security Council decisions led to the complete collapse of the state, and there's a hotbed of international terrorism there. The country is now plunged into a humanitarian catastrophe, and the multi-year civil war is still ongoing. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people are now in a dangerous situation, and we saw massive migration flows from North Africa. Same scenario was prepared for Syria. Military action by the US-led coalition without the authorization of the UN Security Council resolution and the consent of Syrian authorities is an aggression, basically. And the invasion of Iraq, is a standalone case. Again,
let's see what Ghana's saying. It's really important.
And related security concerns.
Oh my God!
We have, however, read in reports this morning the statement attributed to the President of the Russian Federation that his country was always open to diplomacy.
All right, pack it up, Putin.
He urged that avowed commitment to diplomacy that the Russian Federation has alluded to should be backed by present actions that de-escalate the situation on the ground and permit an atmosphere for dialogue. We note with concern the risk that an escalation of the situation in Ukraine holds for global peace and security.
Oh God! All right, pack it up, Putin.
top state level, from the top pedestal from the top rostrum in the UN. And then that led to an outbreak of terrorism. I have an impression that whenever and wherever you have the West coming in, you just have those tragedies and hotbeds of terrorism and extremism. And what I mentioned are the most glaring examples, but not the only ones, when international law is undermined. And again, they promised not to move NATO, not an inch to the east, and they just cheated on us. They just framed us. They let us down. You often hear that politics is a dirty business. Well, but not to such an extent.
This is supposedly live from Kharkiv right now. Let's check it out. Supposedly live in Kharkiv right now. You know, these, we don't know which side these are coming from. I mean, are these coming from the Ukrainian side? What is going on? This could be coming from the Ukrainian side, too. That's anti-aircraft fire, yeah. That's what I was thinking. It seems like those are missiles positioned there, not bombs. Like, don't be stupid. They're not getting bombed, they're sending missiles, right?
And they copy.
Yeah, Ukraine is firing anti-aircraft missiles.
Borrow the rules that are imposed on them. So you can safely say that the entire Western bloc, shaped by the US.
Demilitarization means taking Ukraine, replacing government, leaving. I don't know about that.
The empire of lies.
Yeah, I did entertain that possibility yesterday, but they're not going to occupy it.
Given the unprecedented openness of contemporary Russia and its readiness to work with the US and other Western partners and unilateral disarmament, they tried to destroy us, to give us the headshot. That was happened in the 1990s and in the early noughties, when the so-called collective West was very active in supporting, nurturing terrorism and gangs of violent extremists in Russia, in the south of Russia. And we had to go through a lot of turbulent events before we broke down the backbone of international terrorism in the Caucasus. We will never forget about it. There have been attempts to use Russia in their own interest, to destroy our traditional values and to impose their own pseudo-values, which would destroy our...
My title is still true. Ukraine is not being invaded. It's not being invaded. Simple as that. No invasion's happening.
Nature.
There's some explosions going on in Kharkiv and Kiev for whatever fucking reason.
It happen. No one.
What's going on in the UN? Kenya
and Luhansk as independent states by the Russian Federation and the continued military escalation. We are concerned that there is a serious risk that a conflict enveloping the whole...
What if it's a drill? Yeah, it's very possible it's a drill. Okay, I don't buy that Russia's bombing Kiev and Kharkiv. I just don't. I don't buy it. I don't.
Loss of life.
I don't buy it. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't buy that Russia's bombing Kiev. Actually, I can't wait to just be proven right and all these fucking people fucking lying.
For calm by all parties and their commitment...
Now, there'd be a lot more videos. If Russia wanted to bomb Kiev, it would look a lot worse than it does. I'm pretty sure the Ukrainian government's either conducting drills or some other kind of shit. Gaga, how is Russia invading? How are they invading? What have they invaded? You guys need to stop being hysterical.
The required diplomatic steps should...
What are they invading?
...short term for a de-escalation of the situation.
They're limiting operations to the republics whose sovereignty they already fucking acknowledged before. They're not invading Ukrainian territory or occupying Ukrainian territory.
Relations between NATO and
nothing new happened
in the middle and long term. Such a commitment will need the vision to design a viable security architecture for Europe that protects the sovereignty.
Yeah, artillery shells are being heard in Kiev. Russia is not bombing Kiev. There's a war if they're using anti-aircraft missiles. We don't know why they're doing that. It could be a drill. It could be a false flag. Like, it could be to scare people and scare reporters. We have no fucking idea why anti-aircraft missiles or artillery shells are being shot from Kiev. We don't know why.
We have confidence that the United Nations Charter...
There's no reason to fucking freak out right now. Absolutely none.
All countries...
This is so exaggerated.
...military means, but also...
Shut up, Kenya. No one cares. Everyone, literally listen to what Putin's saying. We're not occupying Ukraine.
The threats against...
He's still telling the Ukrainian government he wants to cooperate to end escalation, right? And it's all being confined to the Donbass, to the republics whose sovereignty Russia has already recognized and acknowledged. Okay? Yeah, Russia's not bombing anyone. It's such a fucking lie. It's crazy. Everyone on Twitch is lying to you right now. They're all lying.
Countries around the world, and it has certain advantages in terms of some new innovative weapons. In this regard, no one should have any doubts that any direct attack against Russia would lead to any dangerous circumstances for any potential aggressor and to their defeat. Military technology is evolving very fast.
Oh, fuck! Why am I calling him a liar? No!
If we allow any deployment of military...
Alright, Putin, I'm so sorry. I literally... that was meant for Kenya.
Systems will stay there for decades, and they will create an absolutely unacceptable threat. As NATO is moving to the east, the security for Russia is getting more and more dangerous. And NATO has been saying that they need to bring its infrastructure to Russia as fast.
Bosch is like, the speech by Kenya was spellbinding. Let's see what's so spellbinding.
Creating a lasting European security architecture that lowers perceptions of threat and promotes cooperation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kenya for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Okay, I don't care. Tell me when Ukraine or Russia talk. I don't care about these random countries talking about this.
The US.
You guys are hysterical. This always happens. Every time this shit happens, you guys get hysterical.
We have
and stop being. Look, we're we come from apes as humans. So every time something happens, go. Okay, chill. Okay, they're doing special operations in Donbass. They've already recognized Donbass's sovereignty. They're not planning on invading Ukraine or occupying Ukraine. Yes, we've heard anti-aircraft missiles come from Kharkiv and Kiev. We don't know why that is, though. We still have no information. So I need you guys to calm down a little. And look, that's not good for my viewership. If I wanted to lie to you, I'd be like, I'd get a lot of views, right? I'm telling you the truth right now is that it's being overblown. It's not as exciting, but yeah. Guys,
they've crossed
the sad thing is we secretly want there to be a war because it's exciting and shit, right? It's not happening, okay? I mean, I'm not saying a war is not going to happen. I'm saying the thing that people are saying is happening is not happening so far, okay?
Do you see any peaceful resolution?
Biden's statement out. What's Biden's statement?
Yes, long 8 years we've done everything to address the situation through peaceful political forces. It's all been in vain. As I said in my previous address, is that we cannot just sit idly by and watch the tragedy unfolding. We cannot just...
Oh my God, Russia's bombing! Look at the bombs! Look at the bombs all over Kiev and Kharkiv. And look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. Look, there's even some cars just driving around. Okay, you guys are so fucking hysterical. Oh my God, there's just civilian cars just driving around. Holy shit. Oh my God, let's lose our minds. Everyone, go crazy. Lose your minds. This is so sad. It's Baghdad all over again. Guys, give me a fucking break. Come on. Holy fuck, grow up.
In Ukraine will never forgive Crimeans for their free choice, and they will push for Crimea, and just like they did in the
Yo, what up,
Donbass,
Jackson?
they will push.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
RT's live, but are you watching that right now?
I'm watching Putin's speech, yeah.
He said a special military operation just in the Donbass, and then moments after that, we see random explosions in Ukraine.
It looks like it's artillery fire, and it's coming from the Ukrainian side. So it could be a drill. It's some maybe anti-aircraft missiles. We don't know, but Russia's not bombing. They're not bombing Kiev or Kharkiv or whatever the fuck these people are saying. It's so weird.
It's like Odessa, Kharkiv, and Kiev.
Odessa
like
too.
that.
Yeah, it's super weird.
Well, you know what was even weirder was CNN was reporting live from Kiev right when this was taking place.
Yeah, and they said they heard the explosion.
Yes.
So I think they're trying to provoke. Because I'm looking at camera feed of Kiev. It's not like anything's getting bombed. It's like I think this is for us. This is for the public to freak out about.
Well, if you look up online right now about this, everything that comes up is Putin announces war, and then we see bombings in Ukraine, and they're trying to link it.
Yeah, because
he didn't declare war.
He didn't. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's doing limited operations in republics whose sovereignty he's already recognized yesterday, and he's pledged that he has no intention to occupy Ukraine. He's still willing to cooperate with the Ukrainian government. Clearly, has no intention to overthrow the Ukrainian government by force of arms. So it's like, you know, something weird's going on.
From Syria.
Something weird is definitely going on.
Yeah, this is manufactured panic. 100%.
It's happening right now.
So I went live like literally 2 minutes before this happened, so I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, no, I definitely
to use the
this just smells like a false flag, or like they're trying to set up.
Are you watching Putin's speech right now?
No, I'm gonna go. Let's watch it. I'll watch it on my thing.
Yeah, I have it open right now.
Distance from
Russia. You watch it. I'll watch it. Yeah. All right.
In this regard, in line with Article 51.7 of the UN Charter, with the authorization of the
XQC is being educated by destiny,
and in exercising the Treaty on Friendship and Mutual Assistance with the Donetsk People's Republics and Lugansk People's Republics, I've taken the decision.
Should I join it?
Conduct a special military operation. Its purpose is to protect people who have been subject to abuse and
no, I can't. I'm not going to do that.
Kiev regime for 8 years. And to do this, we will strive to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. And also,
Destiny doesn't know shit about Russia.
Who have committed numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including citizens of the Russian Federation. We don't have any plans to occupy Ukrainian territories. We don't want to force anything on anyone, but we've heard claims in the West that the documents signed by the Soviet totalitarian regime about the outcomes of World War II should not be actually implemented. Well, what can I say to that?
Hey, guess what? I'm not changing my title because nothing new happened as far as an invasion is concerned. I mean, didn't they already invade when they had peacekeeping troops in the fucking Donbass? So what changed?
That doesn't run counter.
It's not like they're making movement into the Ukrainian interior. It's not like they're fucking crossing that border.
We have. Again, every nation has a right to self-determination, like in its outline.
Russia took the airport in Kiev?
People who
Kiev airport. What?
lived in Ukraine have never been asked of how they want to set up their country, to live in their country, and we have the right to shape our own future and the right of for our posterity, and we want to have the same rights for every person who lives in modern Ukraine.
Guys, Vosh literally made a tweet an hour ago telling all his viewers to watch Dylan. LMAO!
People of Crimea and
I was wondering why he has so much views. And then I pull up Twitter, it's the first thing I see. Look at this.
wanted to stay with their
So this is why.
homeland.
I was so
Russia.
curious
We
why he's got all these
that.
views,
We
and now I know
couldn't have
why.
done otherwise. What we're seeing today
LMAO!
is
This was like 40 minutes ago.
to undermine the interests of Ukrainians. We want to protect Russia against those who've taken Ukraine hostage and tried to use it as a proxy against Russia and our nation.
Hey, Russia's rising now. Don't fuck with Russia anymore. You ain't gonna do shit. The Russian era is here. Russo-Chinese friendship, the era of Russia. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with Russia no more. It's not the 1990s no more, bitch. It's not the 1990s no more, bitch. Russia's back in this motherfucker. You better put some respect on that name, bitch.
Together, not to allow anyone to intervene in our relations and to work together in a way so that would be...
I'm an American patriot, and Russians are my brothers. I'm an American patriot, and we're going to build that land bridge with Russia like Lincoln and Henry Carey wanted to, and we're going to have a big old American-Russian handshake. And that's what my vision for the future.
Forces of Ukraine, comrades.
We Americans should respect Russia in our blood. We have a big-ass country. They got a big-ass country, so let's team up. Because we're sick of these small countries bossing us around like Ukraine and the UK. Fuck Ukraine and the UK.
Pledged their oath of allegiance to the Ukrainian nation and not to the junta, the illegitimate junta. Don't follow its criminal orders. Please lay down your weapons and go home. I call on you to do that. All the Ukrainian soldiers that will do that will be able to leave the military zones and go back to their families.
Oh my God, explosions heard near Michigan, guys.
Responsibility on the bloodshed will lay entirely on the conscience of
I'm reporting right from Michigan, and something's going on.
Now, a few important, very important words.
What the fuck? I'm reporting from Michigan. I just heard an explosion oh my God. Russia's invading!
Immediate, and it will lead you to such consequences that you've never faced before in your history. We are prepared for any development. All the necessary decisions have been taken.
Oh my God! There's an explosion brewing in my stomach! And as soon as I go to the bathroom, I'm gonna need a plumber!
Well-being, existence of nations, their success and viability always rely in culture and values.
Russia has just took the Eiffel Tower, reports in. Russia has took, someone Photoshop an image of Putin on top of the Eiffel Tower or something, and I'm going to use it as evidence.
The ability to adapt, to consolidate, to mobilize the forces to move forward.
No plans to occupy Ukrainian territories. See?
But
I'm the only one telling the truth. I'm the only one reporting the truth. The only one.
As I said, the US is an empire of lies, and they have a very direct, blunt force.
Lies.
We often say,
Empire of lies is right.
Yes, you have the force, but you don't have the brain. Well, we need to rely on justice and truth that is on our side.
The Russian Federation is talking.
Ukraine itself, who for many years was sabotaging its obligations under the Minsk package of measures.
There you go.
Last week even, there was a hope that Kiev would rethink and nevertheless implement what it signed up to do in 2015. For this, first and foremost, they needed direct dialogue with Donetsk and Lugansk. However, further confirmation that Ukraine is not ready for this type of dialogue and steps to grant Donbass special status as set forth in the Minsk agreements, while with the support of this position from Western backers, finally convinced us that we simply cannot force those living in the Donbass to suffer more. Inasmuch as I already said, the Ukrainian provocation against those in Donbass not only has not stopped, but has intensified, the leaders of the LPR and the DPR turned to us with a request to provide military support in line with bilateral cooperation agreements as agreed at the same time as they were recognition. This is a logical step, which is a consequence of the actions of the Ukrainian regime. During this meeting, the president of Russia
stop spreading disinfo
and said that he made a decision for a special military operation in the Donbass. We don't know all the details today, but briefly, I would like to
stop fucking spreading disinfo.
Statement.
Yeah, Destiny has streams open of Kiev and nothing's happening, so you could see it for yourself.
Operation is to protect the people who, for over 8 years, have been suffering.
Okay, this is what's fucked up. He said the United States is observing pre-assault shelling. So what the Ukrainians are doing is they're getting these artillery and they're firing artillery from their own land and they're saying, "Oh my God, the Russians are shelling us," and nothing's happening. It's just you. It's a fucking complete false flag. Complete false flag. Complete false flag. Complete false flag. Fire of lies, as Putin said. Complete false flag. Complete false flag based on an empire of lies. Complete false flag.
We're receiving a lot of information and we will analyse this and we will keep you up to speed with this. Now I resume my function as President of the Council and I give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Complete false flag. False flag. False flag.
Well, distinguished members of the Security Council, Secretary General, Undersecretary, before I try to deliver parts of the statement that I came here with tonight.
So shelling is underway in the Donbass, where everything is going down, not in Kiev, not in Kharkiv, not in Odessa.
I would like to cite Article 4 of the UN Charter, and it says, membership in the United Nations is open to all other peace-loving states which accept the obligations contained in the present Charter and in the judgment of the organization are able and willing to carry out these obligations. Russia is not able to carry out any of the obligations. The ambassador of the Russian Federation 3 minutes ago confirmed that his president declared a war.
No, he did not.
So before I read parts of my statement, I would like to avail of the presence of the Secretary General and request the Secretary General to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly the legal memos by the Legal Council of the United Nations dated December 1991, and in particular the legal memo dated 19th of December 1991. The one that we've been trying to get out of the Secretariat for a very long time, and we were denied to get it. The Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Charter reads, the admission of any such state to membership in the United Nations will be affected by a decision of the General Assembly upon the recommendation of the Security Council. Mr. Secretary General, please instruct the Secretary...
The strikes in Kharkiv are against military targets. What strikes in Kharkiv? I have yet to be presented with any evidence of strikes in Kharkiv.
Security Council dated December 1991 that recommends that the
ASB, let's see.
Can be a member of
ASB.
as well as a decision by the General Assembly dated December 1991, where General Assembly welcomes the Russian Federation.
Yes, here you go. ASB
This
News.
organization.
ASB News, okay? Right here.
It would be a miracle if the Secretariat is able to produce such decisions.
ASB News. I'll show you right here, okay?
Nothing in the Charter of the United Nations.
Okay? What you are seeing is still only the DPR, LPR. Russians aren't really involved yet. This is not even 5%. Daylight sky explosions in the middle of the night, that's Russia. This is small time. Yeah.
I was intending to ask the Russian.
These are not, this is fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. This is fake news. Whoever's showing you this map is giving you fake news.
8 minutes ago.
This is fake news.
48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine. Now I would
Yeah, this is the LPR DPR. Okay? LPR DPR.
At this very moment.
92. Okay, this is the then we have it here. 92nd Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine explodes after being hit in Kharkiv. What? Warehouses. Oh, the warehouses have been hit. Okay. So it looks like they're targeting some. I don't know who's doing this. We don't know anything. Warehouses are being targeted in Kharkiv. That's what's going on.
You are not in a position.
They're getting spammed.
Give an affirmative answer.
We're getting footage with rockets. Beware, most of the footage is from Syria or 2014. We don't even know what's real or fake, okay? We don't know what's real or fake. This is the fog of war. Yeah, it could be a false flag by Ukraine. Could be the separatists targeting those. Could be Russia targeting those. We don't know. We need more info.
And I ask the members of Security Council
Chill and wait.
To convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? Ambassador, shall I do that right now, or you can confirm it?
This guy's soaring out.
Do not interrupt me, please. Thank you.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking. Proceed with your statement.
Anyway, you declared the war. It's
Chad, Russia, put him in his place.
To stop the war.
Chad, Russia, just put him in his place.
So I call on every one of you to do everything possible to stop the war. Or should I play the video with your president declaring the war? Thank you very much.
Опять я вынужден сказать.
Stalinism donated $3. All I know is I stand with Putin.
And the questions, I wasn't planning to answer them because I've already said all I know at this point. Waking up Minister Lavrov at this time is not something I plan to do. You said the information that we have will be something we provide. And this isn't called a war, this is called a special military operation in the Donbass. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Mr. President, we meet at the very moment of a military escalation we have not experienced in Europe for over a generation.
She's not calling it. Thank you, Viceroy. Thank you, Viceroy. Thank you, Viceroy.
We condemn this in the strongest.
Even she's not calling it a war.
And we call upon all members of the Security Council and the United Nations to now stand up.
He said he's not waking up his ambassador for this shit.
National law. 2 days ago, Russia's decision to recognize the self-proclaimed so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk was harshly rejected in this council. It had already dealt a devastating blow to the principles and the international order that the United Nations stand for. Russia has not listened, and it turns out it was not prepared to listen. It has continued its massive military buildup, and we observed and observe cyber attacks directed against Ukraine, and now Russian military is moving into Ukrainian territory. By the actions
Hold on.
and this
Something weird's going on.
military
Okay.
operation, Russia is violating the core
Hold on.
principles of the UN Charter.
Look at this. Breaking
We
news.
condemn the use of
Hold on,
force
hold on.
against
Breaking news. Breaking news. Series of explosions heard in Belgorod province of Russia. So there's explosions in Russia now going on too, apparently. People are hearing them in Kiev. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. The Ukrainian Navy's, what? Yeah, something's up. Something's fucking up. Something's fucking up. Weird. Let's watch Kiev live feed. Kiev. What's going on? Nothing. Who's getting attacked? Look, it's just normal traffic. This is Kiev. Why are you guys telling me I'm lying? I'm telling you the truth. Nothing's fucking happening.
That we did Russia's.
No, this is Ukrainian false flag attacks. She's saying Russia just did false flag attacks.
But one piece had not come to pass. Unfortunately, while we've been meeting in the Security Council tonight, it appears that President Putin has ordered that last step.
Shut the fuck up. Empire of lies, as Putin said. Empire of lies.
Putin delivered a message of war in total disdain for the responsibility.
Putin said he doesn't want war. Okay, Putin said he doesn't want war. He told the Ukrainians, back off. We're going to go to Donbass. We're going to conduct our military operations to protect and secure the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics. And it's as simple as that. Russia has already recognized their sovereignty yesterday. So Ukraine, back off of the DPR, back off the LPR, and nothing will fucking happen. There's no intention to occupy Ukraine. All of this is very fucking clear.
The world will hold Russia accountable. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom, who asked to make a further statement.
Thank you. As we sat in this chamber urging Russia to step back, President Putin announced special military operations on Ukrainian territory. This is unprovoked and unjustified.
It's not Ukrainian territory.
Day for Ukraine, and
it's not Ukrainian territory
of the United Nations.
It's not Ukrainian territory.
We and our partners have been clear that there will be consequences for Russia's actions. We fully support the United States' call for a UN Security Council resolution.
Breaking news.
This council must do all it can.
We have breaking
to stop
news.
The war.
We have breaking news. We have breaking news. Russia attacked Paris.
United Kingdom.
Paris under attack.
To the representative
Paris is under attack.
Also wish to make a further
Thank you, Genuine. Appreciate
Critical
you.
support the Ukrainian regime as extremely dangerous to our democracy, keeping up the fight.
That what we had feared and anticipated since days is happening. Explosions are reported in Kiev and in several other cities in Ukraine. Mosques are finally down and tanks are in. As we speak, Russia is implementing
Putin has announced a military operation in Donbass during an address to the nation, which we heard around about 30 minutes ago. The president said there would be no occupation of Ukrainian territory, and he also called for Ukrainian troops to put down their arms. He says Russia's goal is to bring to justice those who committed numerous crimes against civilians, including Russian citizens, and it comes after the People's Republics of Donbass turned to Russia for military assistance. Meanwhile, reports just in artillery can be heard in the Donbass republics and in Ukraine. Locals say that sounds of explosions in the area of Borisopol airport near Kiev have been noticed as well. Now, for more on this, we can cross live now to our senior correspondent, Murad Gazdiev. Murad, what can you tell us about what's happening on the ground?
They're talking about sanctions. SWIFT and sanctions.
Well, literally just a minute ago, there were several loud explosions here in the city of Lugansk as we looked out onto the city, an entire neighborhood.
So I'll explain to you. Something could have happened, right? This could have been retaliation for Ukrainian attacks on Lugansk and Donetsk. They could have responded in turn by striking decisive warehouses and targets in Kharkiv, Kiev, and Odessa. So that's possible.
North of us, which is where Ukrainian troops are in their trenches, and just hundreds of meters from them are local militias and local fighters. About 5:30, 5:40 a.m. here, that is when we've started to hear this building artillery exchange between the two sides. Most of the explosions we heard up until now had come from the outskirts, but these several loud explosions coming from the northeastern part of the city. Again, we saw the lights go out in an entire area simultaneously. We're also hearing reports of fighting, bitter and vicious fighting, further along the front lines here in Lugansk region. People are, of course, judging by lights in windows at 6 a.m. People were awoken by this. We were, in fact, awoken by the sound of explosions and artillery off in the distance, a rumble that just doesn't stop. It's honestly nothing like we had heard yesterday or the day before. Again, people aren't out in the streets. People are sitting inside, waiting this out. Many of them well remember the war in 2015, 2014, when the best thing you could do is find a bomb shelter and stay there. Plus, there's also a curfew which is about to be lifted at 7 a.m. So certainly things are developing very, very rapidly here.
Thank you very much for that report from the ground, Murad Gazdiev, RT's senior correspondent. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you throughout the day as this situation unfolds. Thank you. And now again, for a recap of the latest breaking news here in Russia, Vladimir Putin has announced a military operation in Donbass during an address to the nation just moments ago. The president said there would be no occupation of Ukrainian territory, and he's also called for Ukrainian troops to lay down their arms. He says Russia's goal is to bring to justice those who committed numerous crimes against civilians, including Russian citizens. This comes after the People's Republics of Donbass turned to Russia for military assistance. Meanwhile, reports just in artillery can be heard in the Donbass republics and in Ukraine.
So it could have been carried out not by Russia, but by the LPR and DPR. Ministry of Foreign Affairs says full invasion right now.
Ukraine to make a further statement.
Which who? Whose Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Russian?
Relinquish your duties as a chair.
Oh, Ukraine's. Well, fuck them. They're lying.
And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn.
This is a false flag. I'm calling false flag on this shit.
There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to.
Huncho, are you talking to me, motherfucker? You better not be talking to me, motherfucker.
I wanted to say in conclusion that we aren't being aggressive against the Ukrainian people, but against the junta that is in power in Kiev. There are no more speakers on the list. This meeting is adjourned.
Odessa has fallen. Let's see. Let's see. Odessa has fallen. Odessa live stream. Odessa has fallen! Okay? What do you mean it's fallen? This is Odessa right now. There's so much hysteria going on. I don't know what's fucking going on. I'm gonna be real. I'm just skeptical, right? Okay. Breaking airborne troops landing reported in Odessa. Yeah, that's weird. Breaking, very unconformed, but Russian media says Odessa has fallen. Not official Russian media, but the online, whatever that means. What is the online intelligence community? What the fuck? We don't know what's going on. I don't know what's fucking going on. I don't even know what to believe. Presumably Russian air defense system engaging targets. Looks like a drone. So this is the Russian air defense system that's taking out targets in the sky. There's a drone in the sky. So that's a drone. Presumably this is by Russian air defense. This is fucking weird, man. Yeah, it looks like a false flag to me. This looks like a fucking false flag. It looks like there might be like some false flags and some real stuff, and we don't know, right? Yeah, Mariupol is getting hammered by Grad rockets. There's so much disinformation coming out of this.
Seppuku themselves, if they did that at this point, considering the dependency.
FSB reporting paratroopers landed in Odessa.
$3. All Russia is doing is securing states that wish to separate from Ukraine.
Chris, can you link me that? Can you link me that they're landing in Odessa?
All they want to do is cry, fight, and lie.
So we might be witnessing a disarmament of Ukraine, a very quick disarmament of Ukraine. I don't know. It's a full scale. I don't know. I don't know. Fact checking. Let's go into it. Fact checking right here. No, show me where the FSB says it. I've already seen what the ASB military said. I don't know if I can trust them as reliable. That's ASB military, okay? Is this right now? This is after confirmed reports came in that Crimean grouping where is the source? What's the source? Wow. What's the source? Yeah, Ukrainian warehouses are being targeted, it seems. in what is this fucking, I don't know how to pronounce this. I can pronounce it, but it's hard. It'd be hard to pronounce it. There's some explosions going on. I don't know what the fuck is. This is the fog of war, ladies and gentlemen. It's called the fog of war. This is called the fog of war. This is the fog of war we're witnessing.
This moment, do you think they're also dead in the water now?
Well, I think that's
and
probably
return to the discussions
why
within the Normandy format and the trilateral contact group. It has a clear responsibility under international law to work to find a peaceful settlement of the conflict. We strongly urge Russia to respect the principles of the UN Charter, to refrain from any further escalatory actions.
How am I fucking embarrassing myself?
Diplomacy.
How?
We reiterate the unwavering support.
What invasion are you talking about? What the fuck is the invasion? We've here reporting of paratroopers in Odessa. I'm getting so much information, nothing's clear.
In solidarity with Ukraine.
Yeah, a full-scale invasion means outside Donbass. As I fucking reiterated.
Good evening. The Secretary General will make some remarks and then we'll take a few questions. Thank you, sir. This is...
Yeah, when we're getting live footage of what's going on in Odessa and all these cities, it appears to contradict what's being said. Your stance is logical right now, not assuming any visual. Yeah, we don't have any clear evidence. We still have no clear evidence. Yeah, if we see Russian paratroopers in Odessa and they're taking Odessa, you're right. That's evidence of an invasion. I will say on record that I was wrong. Okay? I will say I was wrong.
Peace a chance because too many people have already died. During the meeting, President Putin announced a special military operation in the Donbass and required the Ukrainian troops to lay down their
Even if it's wrong. Oh, I've made it very clear in today's stream that if Russia invades Ukraine and if Russia occupied all of Ukraine and annexed all of Ukraine, I have no problem with that. I don't have an issue with it.
Troops back to Russia.
I just don't think Russia's going to occupy Ukraine. I just don't think they are. But I have entertained the possibility that they might just disarm Ukraine immediately.
First war since the beginning.
I'm a little surprised if Russia is attacking Kiev and Kharkiv. That would surprise me. I will admit I was wrong, and it surprises me. But I'm pretty sure they're just doing it to disarm them. I just didn't think they would do it this fast.
Impact.
Yeah, I gave the possibility of invasion if Ukraine attacks the DPR, the LPR. They did? When did they? I don't know. Did they?
Emerging from the COVID, and so many developing countries absolutely need to have space for the recovery, which would be very, very difficult with the high prices of oil, with the end of exports of wheat from the Ukraine, and with rising interest rates caused by the instability in international markets. This conflict must stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Let's see the Russian government's official
You've
statement.
just talked about consequences. I wonder if you could spell out some more what you think the consequences will be for Russia and for Ukraine and its people.
Well, it's clear that military action will be it will be happening in the territory of the Ukraine.
Sumy region.
And obviously, if they lead to a generalized war, it is difficult to forecast how dramatic it will be in the number of people who will die, in the number of people who will be displaced, in the number of people who will lose hope in relation to the future. It is also clear that the consequences for the Russian Federation will be very meaningful. It's not for me to comment on sanctions.
Odessa, let's see. ASB would have reported on it. So if we have hard info on Odessa, yeah, I'll be prepared to admit I was wrong if that's the case. The naval forces of Ukraine have been destroyed. Landing in key bases of Ukrainian Navy confirmed. The ASB, I don't know how reliable they are, because they're saying a lot of shit. They're saying, like, all this shit, and they don't back it up with any evidence, okay? ASB does not back anything up with evidence. So I don't know how reliable they are. Do you have any sources beyond ASB? Do you have, like, sources we can confirm? They don't provide proof.
CBS News
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they go to the source.
do to get Russia back to the bargaining?
I'm sorry, I'm not just going to trust the tweet, okay?
In my case,
they've always been reliable.
The Council is the body that has the powers given by the Charter.
Yeah, they lean into hysteria. I think that's too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at some live streams. Okay, this is some evidence we have, supposedly.
And you heard in the Security Council chamber.
Odessa. We have some reports from Odessa, okay? Supposedly this is some stuff from Odessa we have. So let's see. This is reportedly, keep everything with a grain of salt, because we really can't confirm anything. So this is apparently Russian ground forces in Odessa. Or no, there's not Russian ground forces, there's explosions.
Odessa.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's very possible that they're striking military targets across Ukraine. And it's also very possible that there's a false flag going on. I really don't know what to think.
Caleb, there's just been the UN Security Council meeting initiated by Ukraine. What can you tell us about what happened there?
It's Caleb.
Sure. Well, Russia is acting as the rotating president of the UN Security Council, so it was Russian Ambassador Nebenzia who convened the meeting. And we heard from various countries. Now, the United States used very accusatory language, some of which was kind of echoing the statement that was recently made by Joe Biden, blaming Russia for the entire situation.
This was,
saying all the suffering that's taking place and any result from this is all the fault of Russia. We heard heard from the United Kingdom that was similarly accusatory, other allies of the United States. Now, when the Russian ambassador took the floor and began speaking not in his role as president of the Security Council, but rather in his role as the ambassador of the Russian Federation, he pointed out that for the past 7 years since the Minsk agreement was signed and not implemented, people have been dying in Donbass. He talked about the shelling. He talked.
All right, here's what I'm prepared to take the L on. Okay. When I first heard of Russian attacks on these Odessa, Kharkiv, and Kiev, I was extremely skeptical and I denied them. Right. But as far as what I said about Russia not invading, all of that's still true. I did entertain the possibility both today and yesterday that if Ukraine attacks the LPR and DPR after Russia's recognition, they may very well go in and fucking neutralize the military threat of the Ukrainian government. But again, there's no Russian occupation of Ukraine. There's no invasion of Ukraine. All of that's very clear, right? And if there is an invasion, it's a very quick one. It's not an occupation. They're not looking to annex Ukraine. All of that is very much confirmed. We have the clips to confirm it. The only thing I could have gotten wrong was my initial denial of that it was all a false flag. We don't know, but I still don't know. That's the thing.
Make these remarks, and then the meeting ended rather abruptly. A lot of accusations were hurled at Russia. Russia had an opportunity to refute those accusations and talk about the actual situation in the regions in question, and then the meeting was brought to an end. It has concluded, and this late-night emergency meeting of the UN Security Council is no longer in session.
RT's Caleb Maupin from New York, thank you very much for that update. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you throughout the day as this situation unfolds. Thank you. Now we're continuing with our rolling news here on RT International.
I misread the situation? No, I didn't. I just don't know. I went from denying to now saying I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if I misread the situation. That's the thing. Maybe I was right.
Bring to justice those who committed numerous crimes against civilians, including Russian citizens.
This is where I started to rethink it, because they said we're trying to bring to justice those who have committed crimes, and those people are in, Odessa and Kiev and Kharkiv. So, I mean, yeah.
And in Ukraine itself, locals say that sounds of explosions can be heard near Borisopol airport, which is near Kiev. Ukrainian military command posts in Kiev and Kharkov also reportedly appear to have been attacked by rockets. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has pleaded for peace amid the alleged growing Russian threat. He made an emotional plea to the populations of both countries and said that he tried to call the Russian President Vladimir Putin but got no response. He did also say, however, that if Ukraine comes under attack, Ukrainians will fight back. The assistance was asked for on the basis of treaties they signed with Moscow this week and comes after reports of an escalation in the region. This video from Lugansk was shared exclusively with RT and appears to show the aftermath of a bombardment. Local officials say 2 civilians were killed when a car was...
What naked aggression, you stupid fuck! They went in as peacekeeping troops to the LPR and the DPR, and guess what? The Ukrainian military decided to fucking cross the fucking Donetsk River and attack! You fucking idiot! So who's the fucking aggressor? Who fucking forced Ukraine to attack the fucking DPR and the LPR? Who forced Ukraine to attack the Donbass after Russia put a clear red line, recognized those fucking republics, and said, Ukraine, the ball's in your fucking court, don't you goddamn it, don't do a goddamn thing. Don't start some shit. You start some shit like a little bully, we're gonna go in, grab you by the fucking ear, bring you to your parents, say, take care of your kid or we will, right? So Russia warned them. They recognized the LPR. They recognized the DPR. They gave Ukraine a chance to back the fuck off. What did Ukraine decide to do? They decided to go and poke the fucking bear. That's what fucking happened. Don't fucking act like Russia's the aggressor here, because they're not. Don't fucking sit here and act like Russia is the aggressor when they're not. They gave Ukraine a chance to back the fuck off, and they decided to go and poke the fucking bear, right? So now they're getting what they asked for. It's that fucking simple.
Who is on the ground in Donetsk?
Yesterday when we were...
This is like a little bully who goes and attacks a big bully, and then they go and run away acting like they're the fucking victim. Why did Ukraine attack the Donbass? What did they think? Russia's not going to do anything about it? They did go in as peacekeepers initially, you stupid fuck. You stupid fuck. Listen very carefully. They went in as peacekeepers, and then the Ukrainians went and attacked. So Putin made an announcement that they're going to start military operations. Okay? They were in as peacekeepers as of yesterday. Today, he announced that they're doing a military operation. Why? Because Ukraine decided to attack. They decided to attack republics which were recognized as sovereign by the Russian government. It is literally that fucking simple.
An increase in the hostilities from Ukraine and an increase in the targeting of civilians. The fact of Ukraine denying they are shelling civilian areas, this is...
Yeah, Ukraine has been continually shelling Donetsk and Lugansk. So this is all defensive. All fucking day, all night, they've been attacking. Ukraine's been shelling them. They've been bombing them. So if Russia is indeed, and this is not even confirmed yet, but if they are indeed striking targets in Kiev and Kharkiv and Odessa and elsewhere, it's defensive. They're retaliating for what Ukraine's still doing in the fucking Donbass. And this is all Ukraine's fault. All their fault. No one forced Ukraine to attack the Donbass. They decided to do that by themselves. Why? Because they want to play tag. They want to go throw a rock at the bear, then run away to America to fight their own fight for them.
Conduct a special military operation. The goal is to protect the people who for 8 years suffer bullying and genocide from the Kiev regime. And for this we aim for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. We'll bring to the court those who committed multiple sanguinary crimes against civilians, including Russian citizens. We do not plan to occupy Ukrainian territories.
There you go.
Well, according to local reports, explosions can be heard across Ukraine. Locals say that blasts have rocked the city of Kharkov, which is in eastern Ukraine. Locals also say that sounds of explosions near the Borisopol airport, which is near Kiev, can also be heard.
Thank you, Mon.
Ukrainian military command posts have also been attacked by rockets, according to reports. Now we're continuing with our rolling coverage of...
They're tired of it. They're tired of it. Russia recognized the LPR and the DPR, and then, okay, Ukraine, the ball's in your court. You better fuck off now, because this is what happened. Last week, Ukraine decided to increase escalations in the Donbass to provoke Russia. Russia came in, recognized the DPR and LPR, and they said, Ukraine, fuck off. Stop attacking these civilians. Stop shelling civilian infrastructure. Fuck off. So what did Ukraine decide to do in response? They decided to do this. And they're still shelling the Donetsk and Lugansk republics. They're still fucking shelling the Donbass. So all this shit that Russia's supposedly doing, and I'm not denying that they're doing it, it hasn't been 100% confirmed. It's in defense of the people of the Donbass. Because they gave Ukraine ample opportunity to back the fuck off. What did they do instead? They decided to run up and decide to poke the fucking bear. That's what fucking happened. And I've been consistent on this. I've been fucking consistent on this.
of both countries and said that he tried to call Russian President Vladimir Putin but got no response.
How do you still know they're shelling those regions? Because it's literally fucking live streamed. It's literally being live streamed. That's what they're fucking doing.
Increasingly dangerous in Donbass due to the shelling there. A huge number of people have been fleeing to Russia. RT's Donald Coulter reports from a temporary shelter for arrivals.
The recent estimates suggest that around 100,000 evacuees from the Donbass region have made their way into the Russian Federation since this evacuation began. And right behind me, you can see the border actually between the Russian Federation and specifically the Lugansk People's Republic that was just recognized as independent by Russia. There's also the Donetsk People's Republic, but that's a bit farther away. Now you can see I'm wearing a bulletproof vest here. The border situation is fine. It's very actually safe, but there have been a couple instances of artillery shells falling onto Russian territory. So, it's just for protective measure. But like you said, there is also a temporary housing facility here about 500 meters away from where I am right now from this border where the evacuees are being sent to for just a number of hours to basically register and for the authorities to find out if they have family members that they can go live with in the Russian Federation, and if not, they're issued an address of another temporary housing facility in Rostov region where they can go to for perhaps a day or two, and then they're going to be moved on to other Russian regions for longer term stay. Now, we have also seen here a lot of people still coming out from the Lugansk People's Republic into the Russian Federation. We've seen people traveling on foot in groups. We've seen cars coming, even buses. So obviously, evacuees are still making their way into Russia. But we did hear something interesting yesterday. TASS reported that the rate at which the evacuees are coming into the Russian Federation had decreased for the first time since the evacuation. And actually, we have seen some groups of people coming from the Russian side into the Lugansk People's Republic side. We saw several buses make their way there, and I actually asked one woman if she was returning home, and she said yes. So that is something we've seen here. We can't confirm if that's why if that's why all the people going to the Lugansk side are doing that, but it could be a good sign. It could mean that people are starting to see that the situation is perhaps better and that they can return to their homes. But of course, we can't confirm that. That's just what we've been seeing at this border, and it's just one border checkpoint of many that are on the border between the Lugansk People's Republic, Donetsk People's Republic, and Russia.
Now, the UN Security Council has just finished an emergency meeting which was held at the request...
Are they actually being attacked? It seems so far. It seems like they are. I don't know.
Russia announced a special military operation.
Yeah, it could be a part of the special military operation.
We can cross live now to RT's Caleb Morpin, who is in New York. Caleb, the UN Security Council meeting has come to a close. What are the main takeaways from it?
Sure. Well, Russia was acting in its rotating role as the president of the Security Council. So Russia convened the meeting. And as the meeting began, we heard many accusations leveled against Russia. The U.S. representative basically repeated what Joe Biden had said earlier, blaming the entire situation on Russia as if this entire situation was all simply the fault of Russia, that Ukraine was completely blameless and had not provoked this in any way. Here's what Joe Biden said in his statement that was released around the time the Security Council meeting was taking place.
The prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death.
What actions can Russia take? They can have surgical strikes, taking out Ukrainian military facilities, and they could also, there's a lot of things they could do. They don't have to occupy Ukraine.
transitioned from his role as the president of the Security Council to his role as the ambassador representing Russia at the UN. And when he spoke, he refuted a lot of what was said against Russia.
All the lip shits are soy raging over the fake news tweet. I don't care.
That the people of the Donbass region have been enduring shelling and attacks and a food blockade and suppression for speaking their own language. He pointed out that the Minsk agreement that was signed way back in 2015 has not been implemented, and that the peoples of Donetsk and Lugansk have not been able to basically transition into being part of the government of Ukraine. And that in response to that, Russia felt it was necessary to take action, and that these republics that were proclaimed in 2014, that they have now received recognition from Russia, which they've been asking for quite some time. And in response to their request for protection from the shelling that they are currently enduring, Russia is responding. He emphasized that Russia does not seek for this to be a long-term military engagement. They want to demilitarize the aid they provide more civilian aid. However, at this moment, it is necessary to protect the peoples of this region. He described the refugees that are fleeing. He also went on to talk about how it seemed that all these voices that were speaking in such harsh condemnation of Russia and seemed to have so much empathy for Ukraine don't really seem to care about what the peoples of the Donbass regions have been suffering for all this time. Since 2014, when the United States destabilized Ukraine, toppled the government, since that time, people have been dying. 14,000 total, over 14,000 have died since this conflict began, but their lives just don't seem to matter to these Western voices that are suddenly full of moralism. Now, the meeting ended rather abruptly. Russia spoke in their capacity as a representative of Russia. There were some exchanges. At one point, the Ukrainian...
Nobody's celebrating anything.
Question.
First of all,
the Russian ambassador.
We're just curtailing fucking hysteria.
Ukrainian representative said, "Don't interrupt me." And he said, "Well, then don't ask me questions while you were speaking." After remarks were made, the meeting...
Yeah, such dumb fucks in my chat. Putin's a fascist war criminal? Do you know what Putin just fucking said? The goal is to denazify Ukraine. They are literal neo-Nazis. The Azov Battalion, among others, are committing crimes, genocidal crimes against Russians. These are fucking Nazis committing Nazi crimes. Literal fascists. You're calling Putin a fascist? Oh, because fascism means your abstraction of fascism. They're literally swastika waving literal neo-Nazis. Literal neo-Nazis of the Azov Battalion, among others. You're like using fascism as this hyperbolic term. The people, they're literally in power in Ukraine, you fucking idiot.
Absolutely. I mean, it could have been prevented. It could have been prevented 2 days ago, a day ago. All that needed to happen was for Ukraine to say, we will not be part of NATO and we will comply with Minsk. And then I believe this would not have happened. But that was never going to happen. The United States and NATO had been dangling the false promise of NATO members.
All right, here's my narrative so far. Here's what I think is going on so far, okay? Everything else stands. The only thing is, yes, it is very possible Russia is doing surgical attacks in Odessa and other cities and elsewhere. And apparently the Ukrainian Navy... yeah, this is weird. Apparently the Ukrainian Navy has been wiped out. Ukrainian's Navy changed from past tense. Was... This is a joke. No, it's a joke. Because people on Twitter were saying the Ukrainian Navy was destroyed. So I think it still exists so far, right? I think it still exists.
It implies a scope and scale greater than simply operations in Donbass. I think it's going to be, no holds barred when it comes to sanctions. The danger here is in listening to the Ukrainian ambassador, this talk of Article 4 under the United Nations and also, an Article 4 discussion under NATO. I think President Putin made it clear that any external intervention in what's going on will be responded to in a decisive manner. I think right now we have a lot of people who are very emotional.
Does my fake... So I made a tweet. I made a fake news tweet like 30 minutes ago. Does this still stand? This tweet. Based on the available information at the time, I think it does stand because you just didn't have enough to know this, right? But I'm sure for some of them it's true, but for all of them, I don't know, you know. So yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not deleting shit. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not going to delete anything. But I don't know, you know? I just don't know. Optics, though, I don't care. I'm going to keep it. I'm keeping it. So it doesn't stand up anymore. I'm convinced there have been attacks. So here's why. Because the footage we saw in Kharkiv was anti-artillery shells firing off, right? But we did supposedly get footage of certain warehouses getting targeted and stuff. So I think there's some strikes that had to have happened, unless the footage is wrong, right? If the footage is made up, I would understand that. But the weird thing, no, I'm not going to take the L. Here's why I'm not taking the L. Because we saw footage of Kharkiv explosions, and they were anti-artillery. I said they were artillery shells being fired from Kharkiv. And that was the source of the explosive sounds, right? So it's like that's not a bombing, right? What I was presented with was not a bombing. And then you looked at live footage of Kiev and Kharkiv, and nothing's happening, right? They're not being bombed, right? So no, I'm not taking this back.
Promise of lethal weapons. There's no lethality to these weapons. These weapons are in warehouses. If they're in the hands of any Ukrainian troops, they're going to be dead. That's just the reality of war.
Well, talking about...
So he just mentioned warehouses.
Conflict or potential military conflict.
Is there evidence of shit in Kiev? I haven't seen any, but I don't know at this point. Since I've seen alleged evidence elsewhere, I now think it's more likely that it's possible in Kiev.
But said that he would fight back given what he calls this Russian aggression. What do you expect Kiev's response to be?
I think this is out of Kiev's hands. The events will unfold rapidly. I'm not going to denigrate the courage of the Ukrainian soldier, but when you have no ability to communicate, when you have no ability to maneuver, and when you're confronting certain death, surrender is the option of choice. And I think that the Russians are going to be processing far more Ukrainian prisoners.
All right, take everything with a grain of salt, but this is supposedly footage from Kiev. This is supposedly footage from Kiev. Okay, live all map. I don't know what that is. Supposedly, this is footage from Kiev. And this is I don't know what that is. Yeah, supposedly this is from Kiev. Okay, can I confirm it? No. But supposedly that's something. Fireworks? I don't know what that is. Honestly, I'm not an expert in explosions. What is live map? Oh, live all map. What is it? Live all map. What is that shit you were telling me about? Live UA map. Okay, live UA map. Okay, these are attacks in Sumy. Okay, that's from 23 minutes ago. You heard reports it was against a hydroelectric dam.
At the end of the day, a decision is going to have to be made about the future of the Nets in Lugansk. Are they going to remain independent, or will they be reintegrated into
They have a website?
That respects, their autonomy and the rights of the Russian-speaking population. Who knows what the end game will be? There might be a role for a Minsk-type agreement down the road, but the current Minsk agreement, no, it's finished.
Mm-hmm. Well, former Marine Corps Intelligence Officer Scott Ritter, thank you very much for your take on what's a very fluid situation. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you in the not-too-distant future.
So this is what's confirmed by Live Map, right?
And now for a quick recap.
So let's check my fake news tweet. Let's check my fake news tweet very briefly. Let's check it. So let's just see, right? So I had a fake news tweet where I said this was fake news. Now, can we confirm that there's an explosion at all of these parts, comparing them? Okay, so let's see. Here's here. So Kharkiv. This is, okay. So here's the map right here. This is all Donetsk, right? This is all Donetsk. Okay, these line up right here. Okay, that one lines up. And then here. Okay, so there's this one. Explosion claimed in Odessa. Do we have any footage of one? Explosions heard. Okay. This one is the one in Kharkov. That's right here. So there's a few that seem like they're missing, actually. What about here in Kiev? Is the explosion symbol? Explosions in Kiev. Yeah, is there evidence, though? Okay. Yeah, it's all very unclear. So that's what this map is based on, but I hope that this would provide the evidence, which it has not. Oh, you click on the source. Okay, explosions in Kiev. No, there's no source. It's just a claim. They have a source button? Source. Okay. Okay, it's the same thing, guys. Okay, nothing, it's not different. It's the same thing. Okay? I'm sorry, but it's just not enough. Okay, it's really not enough. Yeah. So that's the source for that. Yeah, I'm assuming if they have actual evidence, they'll post it here. And yeah, it doesn't really look like this map justifies the claims made in this one. So this is Kharkiv. Source. Where's the source? Live cam. Okay. Source right here. All right. I mean, yeah. I mean, come on. It's a tweet with 15 likes. Okay. I mean, you'd be able to, I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't. Okay. Oh, in Mariupol, the Azov battalion got. Oh, okay. Do you have a source for that? That would make sense to me. Mariupol, Azov battalion. Let's see. Fuck them. Apparently, the Nazis who were attacking the Donbass, apparently their headquarters got stricken. Zelensky's going to speak. I don't care. I don't really give a fuck about Zelensky. I don't respect Zelensky. Give me a source for the Azov battalion thing.
For hours. Well, according to local reports, explosions can be heard across Ukraine. Locals say that blasts rocked the city of Kharkov, which is in the east of the country. And local reports also suggest that sounds of explosions have been heard near the Borispil airport, which is in Kiev. Ukrainian military command posts have also been hit by rocket attacks, reportedly. We've also got the first reaction from the US on the ongoing military operation in Ukraine. President Biden has condemned Vladimir Putin's decision.
Okay, it's the ASB news again.
People of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life.
These guys, I don't know if this is reliable.
Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable.
The Secretary General of NATO has slammed Russia's decision to recognize the breakaway Donbas republics. Speaking earlier, Jens Stoltenberg accused Moscow of disrupting global security.
There is much at stake in today's crisis. The risk of conflict is real.
Damn, look at this. Russia disables the entire Ukrainian military. Military infrastructure, air defense, military airfields, and aviation have been disabled by high-precision weapons. So that might be what we were hearing about all over Ukraine.
Roma, what is the situation on the ground?
Well, good morning.
What is Russian mod? What does that mean? All right, Russia disabled their shit.
The sounds of artillery, but it's happening very, very far away.
All right.
It is on the front line. The night itself.
The military of defense. Okay. Military infrastructure. This is it. This is the. This is the smoking gun. Okay. There we go. Smoking gun. That's what we were looking. If this is true, right? Is this true? Let's see if it's true.
For the entire night, of course, when the news came about
Russian military of defense, Ministry of Defense. Sorry.
Donbas, we went. All of us went outside to see.
Yeah, everyone's confirming it. Yep.
I've been monitoring
Russia's Ministry of Defense said high precision weaponry take out military infrastructure, air defense, and aviation. There's no threat to the civilian. Yeah, like I said. Like I literally said. Like I fucking said. Alright, I'm gonna double down on my tweet now.
Of Donetsk, in the entire 8 years of this conflict that it's been happening, and because now the people are.
Like I said, I was right. Vindicated.
Safer. From what I can see on the streets right now,
all they're fucking doing is doing surgical attacks and disabling Ukraine's military infrastructure.
I can even see people with kids.
I told you, they're not attacking these cities.
As well.
They're not taking over these cities and attacking them and occupying them. They're disabling the military infrastructure.
A lot safer, and their hopes.
There you go. I was proven right.
Peace will finally be materialized.
Well, Roman Kosarev in the Donetsk Republic, thank you very much for that update, and make sure you stay safe there. I'm sure
proven right.
You again as this
all neo-Nazi apologists ready for your apology, which I will not accept. And let's see the Ministry of Defense.
Donald Coulter reports from a temporary shelter for the arrivals.
The recent estimates suggest that around 100,000 evacuees from the Donbas region have made their way into the Russian Federation since this evacuation began. And right behind me, you can see the border actually between the Russian Federation and specifically the Lugansk People's Republic that was just recognized as independent by Russia. There's also the Donetsk People's Republic, but that's a bit farther away. Now you can see I'm wearing a bulletproof vest here. The border situation is fine. It's very actually safe, but there have been a couple instances of artillery shells falling onto Russian territory.
Listen, Ukraine got cocky. They thought they could be big shit because they have the support of America and NATO. Well, you don't have NATO support because you didn't join NATO yet, so too bad. Russia said, you know what? We're sick of this bullshit. Russia is not gonna let itself get slapped around and bullied around by this artificial country that was created 100 years ago. They're just not tolerating this bullshit, right? In Ukraine, they had every opportunity to honor the Minsk Accords. They said, no, we're going to have big balls. We're going to be tough and shit, right? They said, no, we're not going to implement the Minsk Accords. We're not going to sign those because they were hoping the US and Europe are going to have their back. Okay. So Russia decided, and they said, you know what? We're going to attack the Donbass. So they attacked the Donbass. Russia, in turn, recognized the breakaway republics. And then Ukraine, in all of its genius, sorry, that's the wrong one. They decided to attack the very republics Russia just recognized the sovereignty of. Well, Russia had enough. And as I predicted yesterday as a possibility, Russia is deciding to go disable their military infrastructure and get out. They're done. They're sick of the bullshit, right? Someone please clip the part yesterday where I say this would happen.
If she was...
Please get that part yesterday where I say this is what's going to happen.
We can't confirm if that's why everyone...
Because I literally said this would happen.
Side are doing that, but it could be a good sign. It could mean that people are starting to...
Yeah, go in the VOD though and find the part where I said that. Clip it and I'll watch it on stream.
Confirm that that's just what we've been seeing at this border, and it's just one border checkpoint of many that are on the border between the Lugansk People's Republic, Donetsk People's Republic, and Russia.
We're continuing with our rolling news coverage of that ongoing military operation which Vladimir Putin announced during his address to the nation. The operation is, of course, in Donbass. The president said there would be no occupation of Ukrainian territory. He also called for Ukrainian troops to put down their weapons. He says Russia's goal is to bring to justice those who committed numerous crimes against civilians, including Russian citizens. This comes after the People's Republics of Donbass turned to Russia for military assistance. Meanwhile, according to reports, artillery can be heard in the Donbass republics and in Ukraine itself. Locals say that sounds of explosions have been heard near Borispil Airport, which is near Kiev. Ukrainian military command posts, Air Force control centers, airfields in Kiev and Kharkov have also reportedly been hit by rocket attacks as well as aerial bombardment. Local media have also said...
All right, here we go. This is what I was waiting for. Confirmed.
Odessa. Ukrainian authorities claim that Russian forces have landed in a...
All right, I have full disclosure, guys. Full disclosure, because we have to be honest here. Full disclosure. When I first heard about this, I said, no, there's no way, right? Not happening. But, yeah, I was wrong, basically. When I first heard about it, I was like, no, there's no way. This has got to be a false flag, or this is the anti-aircraft and the artillery that's coming from the Ukrainian side. Clearly, I didn't think about that this is just a surgical military strike. But my position stands, right? There's no Russian invasion of these cities. They're not taking over these cities. They're not occupying these cities. They are performing surgical strikes, okay? And I think I said it right here. I'll be honest with you guys, right? I'm not gonna fucking lie to you guys. Where is it? I said, where the fuck is it? Right here. Is it here? No.
Operation. The goal is to protect the people who for 8 years suffer bullying and genocide from the Kiev regime. And for this we aim for the demilitarization.
But to be fair, I did say that this would happen if Ukraine continued to attack the DPR and the LPR, right? So, yeah, there's also that.
We do not plan to occupy Ukrainian territory.
Which they did. They did continue to attack those republics.
Local reports, explosions can be heard across Ukraine. Residents say blasts have rocked the city of Kharkov, which is in the east of the country. Explosions have also been reported in the area of the...
By the way, a full-scale mobilization has not happened.
Command posts are reportedly coming under rocket attack as well. Meanwhile, the Russian Defense Ministry has denied all claims of rocket and air attacks on Ukrainian cities. A ministry spokesperson said that there are no threats to the civilian population.
So this is what I said. I said this. This is what I put, right? You guys remember I put this here? So, okay, technically Russia did attack Kiev when, it's still not really true because what they did was that they attacked some military targets, purely military infrastructure that was located in Kiev. They didn't attack the city of Kiev. They're not attacking people in Kiev. So that was fake news. And it wasn't a false flag. But these bottom two are still correct, right?
Attacks that took thousands of lives.
People started to scream. There was a wave of heat that came over us. That was like opening up an oven.
Okay, I don't know what this is. What? Okay. That's really old news. That's just super old news. But let's see if the UN's doing anything right now. No, they're not. Okay, the world is... Let's see. Let's look at Kiev. Thank you, Object Warrior. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So this is Freedom Square in Kiev. So I don't know. I really don't know. This is Kiev. It doesn't look like... I mean, it really doesn't look to me. When I was... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, so these people are... Russia's not attacking Kiev, okay? I was right. They're just not attacking Kiev. Did it do some surgical precision strikes against military infrastructure? Yes. Was this precipitated by Ukrainian aggression against the Donbass? Yes. But... yeah, it's as simple as that. Stop saying the attacks are fake news. The precision attacks were not fake news. The anti-air missiles or the artillery fire you were seeing that was being labeled a Russian attack, that was fake news. Okay? So there was fake news involved in this. Putin did not announce war. He did not declare war. Yeah, they are precision anti-military attacks, not civilian attacks. You and people like you should be stomped into dust, pig, anti-American pig, fascist dogs like you. Don't play this patriotism card with me, motherfucker. You support the fucking globalist Democrats who are loyal to no country, let alone the country of the American people. You're fucking pretending to be this American patriot when you're shooting for the fucking globalist, capitalist ruling class, acting like you're some fucking patriot. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Do not fucking sit here and wave that American fucking flag at me like you represent American patriots and you represent the American fucking people. What the fuck do Americans have, American patriots, care to have any fucking business in Ukraine? You have this globalist agenda alongside the city of London and the Europeans, right? You've got this globalist agenda and you're trying to wave the American flag, right? We see past it, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up, right? Acting like you're loyal to America and you have some patriotic loyalty to America, right? If you had patriotic loyalty to America, I'm pretty sure you would be more focused on what's going on in our own country than what's going on in fucking Ukraine, right? You fucking liar. Look at how these this is what the neocons did too, by the way, with the war in Iraq. Oh yeah, the American flag, it's all about America. They're literally using our flag to deceive us. It's like literal space aliens, reptilians, wearing our skin to dupe us and pretend like they're doing this out of some patriotic fervor. It's actually fucked up. You think George Bush and the neocons were loyal to America? They're using our country and they're using our people as cannon fodder to fulfill their globalist agenda. And you're fucking sitting here and telling me that you're this patriotic American. Shut the fuck up. Right?
Breaking news here on RT International. Vladimir Putin has ordered a special military operation in Donbass, saying the aim is to protect people there. The Russian Defense Ministry says there is no threat to civilians in Ukraine. And the Russian president stressed Russia had no plans to occupy its neighbor.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation. We do not plan to occupy Ukrainian territories.
Earlier, the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics asked Russia for, quote, help in repelling the Ukrainian regime's military aggression. It comes after Donbass leaders say Ukrainian forces stepped up cross-border shell fire. And during an emergency session of the UN Security Council in New York, requested by Ukraine, Russia's ambassador stresses Moscow has no plans to occupy its neighbor Ukraine. Well, for those of you just joining us, you're watching RT International and you're waking up today to a tidal wave of information regarding the situation in Ukraine. We're going to be guiding you through all the latest updates, so do stay with us here as we try to make sense of it all. Now, Vladimir Putin has announced a military operation in Donbass during his address to the nation. This comes after the People's Republics of Donbass turned to Russia for military assistance. The Russian Defense Ministry said there are no threats to the civilian population in Ukraine.
Hassan's saying there's hundreds of casualties. Where is he getting his source?
Of Ukrainian territory.
With accordance to the Article 51 in the 7th chapter of the UN Charter with the sanction of the Federation Council, and according to the Friendship and Mutual Help treaties with Donetsk and Lugansk republics, I have decided to conduct a special military operation.
Hassan's literally copying my fucking content. I was streaming this and he copied me. Oh my god. He literally copying my fucking content. Okay, unbelievable. Yeah, it looks like, you know, in Kiev, it doesn't really look like much is happening. Zelensky declared martial law, so you can assume military has been disabled. Yeah. I don't know where he's getting the Azov thing.
Who's in Lugansk for us. Let's go to you first, Murad. Now, a video has emerged of explosions in Lugansk. Can you give us a sense of what the situation is like there now?
Well, certainly this all started at about 5:30 in the morning when we were all woken up in the entire hotel where we were staying by this roar of artillery, which has continued. There have been slight lulls as it is now. However, we can still hear the sounds of explosions, just not as intensely as.
Listen, I told you, Ukraine fucked around and found out. You know that saying, they say fuck around, find out? That's what happened to Ukraine, right? They kept poking the bear. They kept attacking those new republics. They kept thinking they're this big shit because they're going to hide behind us, Americans, to go in and, do their bidding for them. No. Russia's not buying it, right? So this is what happens when you poke the bear. Russia gave them so many chances to get their shit together, and they wouldn't. So Russia's sick of it, and they just went in and disabled their military. Russia just went in, disabled their military. You know, you got to understand that you don't want to go poke the bear, okay? This is what it's called to fuck around and find out.
And said that they're carrying out precision airstrikes.
I don't think the U.S. is sending people in. I don't think that.
Anti-air defenses, military airfields, as well as assets of the Ukrainian Air Force. We are hearing that these have been, again, precise strikes. There has been unverified footage of Russian caliber cruise missiles in the air. Again, as of yet, unverified footage. But we can certainly hear from here the fighting is continuing. It is ongoing, despite calls for the Ukrainian troops there by Vladimir Putin to lay down their arms, saying that they would be allowed without any resistance or without any interference. They would be allowed to go back to their families. But certainly it must be taken into account that many positions along the conflict line here in eastern Ukraine.
All right, we've got someone in Ukraine who posted this message, and take it with a grain of salt. I cannot confirm anything. I'm just going to share the information with you, make it of you will. And, okay, airspace of Ukraine closed. Jets flying to Kiev are ordered to turn back. This from 2 hours ago. Cameras along the Russian border stopped working. The Donbass republics appealed to Russians to interfere against Ukraine's army shelling. So highlight that. Ukrainian army was repeatedly, and they're still shelling the Donbass. So Putin decided to respond. Putin right now says Russians won't let them take them by surprise, referring to NATO expansion. He ordered to start military operation aimed at the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. Also added that it's not on the table. Hold on. Wait, guys. We have someone from Australia. Australia stands with Ukraine. God, why the fuck did you remove it, man? Fucking cucking my content. God damn it, man. No, put the timeout back. Okay, here it's back. Finally. Australia stands with Ukraine. If you stand with Russia, you are enemy to society. Wait, hold on. Guys, Australia stand... Okay, that's Australia. Fuck. You're saying Australia, where the kangaroos hop and the koalas are... Oh, my God. Holy shit. Oh, my... Australia stands with Ukraine. Oh, my God. That changes everything. Right? You are the enemy to society, the enemy to world freedom, the enemy to all that is good in the world, and should be removed from any democratic platform. Suck my nuts. If you love Russia so much, go live there. Nope. You are a disgusting grace of a human being, sitting pretty. He called me pretty. Okay, should I take that as a compliment? Because your girl thinks so too. In safety while people die, pray someone will help when an invading force comes for you one day. You are a communistic, fascist sympathizer. Interesting. Do you want to suck my nuts? I mean, you called me pretty, so you may as well, right?
Moment, but we can hear them very well. I'm not sure if the microphone can pick it up, but it is happening, and I can smell gunpowder in the air as well. So it is really intense if it's reaching as far as the center. Now I'm on the embankment here of the Kalmius River in Donetsk. Around me, I can see municipal transport working. I even saw joggers here a little bit earlier today. I can see there's a trolley bus that is full of people, so life continues as usual. I was monitoring local social media earlier as well. It seems that the people are very happy that their protection had finally began. And
look, look, Ukraine, they've been getting too cocky, right? It's that simple. They've been getting a little too cocky. It's that simple. Like, this whole time, I mean, in what world would they continue to shell? I mean, imagine the level of cockiness. They literally, the disrespect, they continue to shell the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics after Russia decided to officially recognize them and send peacekeeping troops to the area. And those Ukrainians were still shelling them. I mean, look, if that's not poking the bear, I don't know what is, right? What did you expect would happen? Yeah, it's like arrogance on another level. It's like that nerd who keeps poking you. Yeah, it's like that little fucking annoying shit that you're not gonna do anything. You're not gonna do anything. Eventually somebody does something, and then what? You're the victim now?
Ukraine's foreign ministry, meanwhile, accuses Russia of unleashing war against Ukraine. Now, according to local reports...
Yeah, they thought they were going to call Russia's bluff because they were like, well, we have America on our side, Russia. We have America. You don't have America, dude. You made a fool of yourself.
Also being reported in the area of Borisopol, near airport, which is near Kiev, and Ukrainian military command posts are reportedly coming under rocket attack as well. Well, meanwhile, the Russian Defense Ministry has denied all claims of rocket and air attacks on Ukrainian cities. A ministry spokesperson said that there are no threats to the civilian population of Ukraine.
Hold on. Look. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's mixed messages. So they just denied any shelling or attacks on Ukrainian cities, right? So, at cities, yeah. Okay, so the footage people were sharing was not the cities being targeted. It was military targets. Yeah, it was military infrastructure, supposedly. We don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I was right.
Is to protect people who have been...
They attacked military installations just outside the cities. Oh, so I was right. I was fucking right. Everyone sucked my nuts. Everyone fucking sucked my nuts. I was right. They didn't even attack the cities at all. It was military bases outside the cities. On the outskirts. So I was... Fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm ready for everyone to suck my nuts. Because you guys actually made me think I was wrong on this. You guys actually made me think I was wrong on this. You actually made me think I was wrong on this.
Based.
I was right. I was right. You know what? Punished Ben Garrison. Everyone unfollow Punished Ben Garrison. I'm blocking him. Everyone unfollow that piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Literally talking shit on me. On Twitter. Fuck that guy.
Russia as their ambassador at the UN. And from there, he proceeded to refute a lot of the falsehoods that were stated by the United States and other countries that were accusing Russia.
He's like literally proven wrong, but okay. Fuck you, you fucking traitor.
Over 14,000 killed in Donetsk and Donbass since the intervention and the United States toppled the government of Ukraine in 2014. And the shellings have gone on. There has been a food blockade. There have been drone strikes. There have been other attacks leveled against the peoples of these eastern regions. And they have been asking for...
They declared martial law.
For quite some time. And now, in response to the attacks that Russia has observed and the threats against them, Russia is listening to the people there and moving in to protect them. Now, he pointed out that Russia does not intend for this to be a long-term military engagement. They hope that their assistance to the peoples of Donetsk and Luhansk can be transitioned towards civilian aid very quickly and demilitarized. They simply intend to protect these folks from the attacks they're enduring. Here's some of what...
Civilian defense sirens in Kiev.
Council.
Let's see, can we hear them? I can't hear them. I cannot hear the civilian defense sirens going off yet. Refresh. I still can't hear them. I'm not denying they're not I just can't hear them here, okay? There we go. Here, you hear them. There we go. There you go. There they are. Wait. No, is that a... No, that's just a cop car. Yeah, that's just a cop car. Okay. Never mind. I don't know. We can't hear anything yet, so I don't know. Not yet.
UN Security Council, as Russia made clear that the peoples of the Donbass regions are being protected. The Russian ambassador pointed out that all of these accusatory words against Russia don't seem to show any concern for the 4 million people that live in these eastern regions and the Donbass regions, and that they don't seem to be of any concern to these countries that are leveling allegations against Russia. Now, the meeting ended very abruptly. It was a short meeting. Countries stated their position. Then the gavel was banged and the meeting ended. So it was quite an abrupt meeting. Pretty clear differences between countries in the Security Council chamber that we saw earlier tonight at the emergency meeting.
So very little resolve there, but thank you for bringing us up to speed, Caleb. More
thank you, Noble Woman. Appreciate you.
From New York. Well, let's cross live and discuss this further now with former US diplomat Jim Jatras. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We're all waking up to such distressing and confusing news, aren't we? Let's start with these explosions that have been heard in several Ukrainian cities, because Russia's defense ministry says that Russia is not targeting any civilian areas. So what developments...
This is what we want to hear.
Expected,
this is what we want to hear.
Well, it seems that what we're seeing initially is a kind of a shock and awe.
Yeah, mods, clean this shit up.
Use that phrase.
Clean this up, mods.
Russia is very dramatically striking at military targets that could be construed as threatening to the Donbas republics, and I would say beyond that, probably dismantling the infrastructure, the military infrastructure of the Ukrainian state. Let's remember that in his statement last year, President Putin essentially said that Ukraine can be a viable, prosperous, independent state if it has a good relationship with Russia and does not threaten Russia's vital national security. But if it insists on being a platform for NATO and for hostility to Russia, then there will be no more Ukrainian state. And I have to wonder at this point, at what when we will say that the Ukrainian state has ceased to become viable. This is not an attack on cities or on civilians, but essentially the chicken's coming home to roost after the West and the Ukrainian authorities turning a deaf ear to Moscow's demands for security guarantees, or for for Kiev to meet its obligations under the Minsk II agreement. So now we're seeing the consequences of that.
So the Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky, he said he had a phone conversation with President Biden and that foreign support is expected. But President Putin promised to respond immediately in the case of a foreign intervention. So what are the chances that the West will intervene?
I think pretty close to zero. President Biden made it clear that there would be no direct military response to events in Ukraine. Certainly no American troops were getting involved militarily in Ukraine. They've gone through the posturing of sending token contingents of American and other NATO forces to various countries bordering Ukraine, whether we're talking about Poland or elsewhere in the region, not bordering Ukraine, like the Baltic states, Bulgaria, Romania, and so forth. But I don't see any circumstances.
Found the clip of me calling it, post it in the Discord, or whisper it to me. Whisper it to me or put it in the Discord.
Was made clear up front, and I think Mr. Putin has taken that into his calculations.
So the US has said that it will now apply full-scale sanctions against Russia. So what exactly can be expected from that?
That's a very good question, and I don't think the people in Washington know. We saw the initial list of sanctions that came out after the recognition of the Donbas republics. They were certainly
more sanctions.
Impressive. Has worked very hard in the last 8 years of this crisis to make itself sanctions proof. I don't think there's much they can do, and I think they know that. Even this cutoff of Nord Stream 2 or the
no, they're not part of NATO. They didn't get admitted into NATO.
I think is very much in question, since no German government can really survive by cutting that thing off.
Russia says enough.
So I think there's going to be a lot of harsh rhetoric and running around like chickens with their heads cut off and threatening, but they won't really do much of anything.
In your opinion, do you think President Putin's decision to declare this special military operation was inevitable? And I'm interested to know whether you were shocked at all when you heard the news.
Yes, I wasn't shocked. I was a little bit surprised at the speed and decisiveness of it. What I expected would have...
Yeah, they're not playing around. Let me show you this. Russia. All right. So this was from yesterday, by the way, guys. Just proving that I was right. Do not question me. Do not be a traitor and question me because I'm always fucking right. This was yesterday. What did I say yesterday? Go ahead. What did I say yesterday? Russia says enough. We're going to recognize these breakaway republics. Or yesterday or the day before. I forget when. We're going to send peacekeeping troops as a deterrent. And if the Ukrainian government keeps attacking these people, there's going to be a problem. So some are claiming, okay, Haas, granted, this is not the invasion we've been talking about. But Russia is taking steps that are eventually going to lead to an invasion. Well, the only scenario I can imagine in which an invasion occurs is if Ukraine starts attacking the breakaway republics, right, with military force. Well, the ball is in Ukraine's court. Russia has no intention of invading Ukraine, but if Ukraine decides to increase its campaign of systematic terrorism targeting the civilians of eastern Ukraine, well, Russia has every fucking right to defend them, okay? And it's as simple as that. So, and the way it did that was not even through a full-scale ground invasion, but through taking care of surgical targets in several Ukrainian cities.
Ones call them all the names they want and let CNN and Christian Amanpour jump up and down and scream all they want, and it won't make any difference.
Apparently, Zelensky is crying in his video. Is Zelensky crying?
From today on.
I think from today on, it's not entirely clear there's any Kiev to deal with the crisis. What the Ukrainian state will look like in the very near future, and whether there is a Ukrainian state, and whether Mr. Zelensky is even the head of anything that can be called a state in the very near future, is a very open question. We'll have to see. I think one of the lessons the
All right, here's the Ukrainian President Zelensky. I think he appears to be crying. In tears. Interesting.
По нашим прикордонникам, прикордонним загонам. В багатьох містах України було чутно вибухи. Ми вводимо воєнний стан на всій території нашої держави. Хвилину тому я провів розмову з президентом Байденом. Сполучені Штати Америки вже почали гуртувати міжнародну підтримку. Сьогодні від вас, від кожного з вас. Будь ласка, ВК оборони постійно я, РНБО, Кабінет міністрів України. Незабаром я знов вийду на зв'язок. Без паніки, ми сильні.
Some people are saying he's dead. I have heard reports from a 75-liked Twitter tweet saying that the presidential office was bombed. I don't know what the truth of that claim is. It had 75. So this, okay, I mean, like, I don't know. It's like... Giant explosion at the Ukrainian president's office, attempted decapitation strike. Image from the Ukrainian president's office sent to CNN. So I don't know what this is, okay? I don't know. This isn't enough. Like, I need way more confirmation than... I don't know what this is supposed to mean. This could literally be in Canada, okay? I don't know what this is. Zoom in. Oh, okay. If you zoom in, you can see Zelensky like flying through the air, and I don't know, like what is this supposed to prove? I don't know how to confirm this. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, this one got 4,000 likes. Okay. Well, he's not dead because Biden's speaking to him. Okay, so I don't know. I really don't know. We don't know.
To admit it, but the fact is it's happening.
Well, President Biden has announced a G7 meeting. He called on NATO allies to deliver a strong, united response to what he called Russia's needless act of aggression against Ukraine. We can go to our correspondent to get more on this now. Let's go live to Paula Slier, who's in Berlin. Paula, good to see you this morning. What do you think we can expect from this G7 meeting?
Well, we're certainly going to listen and hear much of the same condemnation that has been happening all along. We've heard from Joe Biden that this is an unprovoked and unjustified action on behalf of Russia. In fact, we're hearing the same kind of language coming out of everybody who has started responding in the early hours now. We've heard, for example, from Joseph...
Yeah, there's DDoS on Twitter. I think I think it's over, right, for tonight? What do you guys think? I think it's over for tonight.
Attack on Ukraine. It is unprovoked and we hold the Kremlin responsible. The same language coming from Ursula von der Leyen, who is the president of the European Council. The exact same statement has been issued on her behalf on Twitter. Now, we are hearing that NATO may also meet shortly. The NATO Secretary General hasn't yet responded, but the last comments from him were that there's a lot of stake, and he accused Russia of trying to redraw the borders leaders in Europe and also try to rewrite what he called the entire global security architecture. We are hearing from Boris Johnson. He has tweeted that he is, to quote, appalled. He says he's spoken to the Ukrainian President Zelensky and that Putin has chosen the path of bloodshed and destruction, and the UK and its allies will act decisively.
All right.
The United Nations...
Well, let's check, see if the alarms are going off yet. I do not hear these alarms yet. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I still don't hear them, right? Yeah, I don't see the alarms. Brittany, what are you talking about? You're stream sniping me? What? What? You know what that means, right? I don't think you know what that means. What's up? How are you doing? But, yeah, this is, well, I don't really see the alarms going off yet.
Obvious that something was going to happen. I didn't expect the extent of the operation that seems to...
Stream sniping would be like if you busted down my door and, like, you just show up to my house.
...would enter Donbass. That's what I believe was going to be the most likely outcome.
So, US President Biden, he's saying Ukraine is under unjustified attack from Russia. Meanwhile, Russia, of course, is saying it's protecting people. So, which claim carries the most weight, in your view?
Well, depends with whom. Biden's claim will...
No, like IRL stream snipers are... What do you call it then? IRL stream... Like when you're doing an IRL and they come and...
Whereas, obviously... Putin's claim is definitely going to resonate more in Russia, obviously.
Oh, it's either way. I didn't know that.
The world, including China, India, Africa, South America, how will they react to it? I think... Can
I tell you guys the goddamn truth? Even though this is not even what's happening, like, most of the world is used to the Ukraine and Russia being part of the same thing. So no one gives a shit. They're like, oh, Russia's fucking with Ukraine? Well, that's like, you know, that most people in the world are not like thinking of this as like some horrible thing. I'm in Ukraine, just woke up, scared, Russia attack, need prayers, we don't know what to do, can't even leave the city. Lol, bombs, yes, we're getting invaded. Bro, you gotta chill, okay? You gotta really chill. Chill. I don't think you're in any danger. You know, I hope stay safe, but I've not really been shown any evidence that Russia plans on attacking civilians in anywhere in Ukraine. Yeah.
I think what the most nerve-wracking thing is, where do things go from here? Do things continue to escalate, or can we hope for
paratroopers dropping in Kharkov
in the coming hours
apparently.
And days? The Ukrainian leader
All right,
Zelensky, he
let's
said he
see
had
this.
a phone conversation.
Paratroopers in Kharkov. Wow, let's check this out. Paratroopers in Kharkov. It's Red Dawn. Are they Ukrainian or are they Russian? Russian troops rolling into Ukraine via Belarusian border, so they're doing a ground invasion.
And I think Putin was very, very clear as to what kind of response Russia will level if something like that happens. I think there's going to be a lot of rhetoric, a lot of angry rhetoric coming from the West, but I don't believe they're going to actually pull off Britain enters World War I type thing. I could be wrong, and if that's the case, we're all going to die very quickly, I'm sorry to say. But I don't think that's going to happen.
And now the EU's foreign policy chief has alleged that the entire crisis over Ukraine was manufactured by Russia. Is it all Russia's fault?
No, I don't think so at all. No, I mean, Ukraine has been doing this for 8 years. I was on your programs back in 2013, 2014, commenting on the Maidan.
I don't hear any sirens here.
Commenting on the Minsk II agreement that I hoped would stop things and resolve them. But even at the time, I was pessimistic. They had 8 years to do something about it, and they kept saying, I'm not really. The West has our back. The West has our back. And then, in response to what they claimed was,
I don't think it's an annexation. I really don't buy that at all.
Getting nuclear weapons.
I'll die on that hill. I'll die on the hill that there's no annexation happening.
The Ukrainian government bears the lion's share
of the whole thing, at least. You know.
Thank you for joining us on the program today. I think let's just.
I just don't buy that there's a full annexation. I just don't.
Level-headed, and there'll be no knee-jerk reaction
Trump talking
to this tidal wave of information we're receiving in the last few hours or so. Thank you for joining us on the program, journalist Nabiosha.
Trump talking with Laura Ingraham? No fucking way.
Well, Ukraine's President Zelensky has
hold on, Trump. Let's get the
Ukraine and that Ukraine's
former President Trump's. Let's get his take on this. This is former President Donald Trump.
Monitor this, continue to monitor his statements. We'll go back to President Trump for a quick reaction. We had a kind of a really pathetic display from the Ukrainian president.
Okay. Trump says, you told me about the amphibious attack by Americans. You shouldn't be saying that. They should do that secretly. No, that was the Russians. What?
Zelensky earlier today, President Trump, where in Russian, he doesn't like to speak Russian, but in Russian, he was essentially imploring Vladimir Putin not to invade his country. Now we basically have the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations looking like a defeated man. Your final reaction?
Well, I think the whole thing, again, would have never happened. It shouldn't happen. And it's a very sad thing. But you know what's also very dangerous is you told me about the amphibious attack by Americans. You shouldn't be saying that because you and everybody else shouldn't know about it. They should do that secretly, not be doing that through the great Laura Ingraham. They should be doing that secretly. Nobody should know that, Laura. And, you know,
that was the Russian. Those are the Russian amphibious landing.
No, I thought you said that. I thought you said that we were sending people in.
No, I did not. No. That would be news. That would be news.
All, and you know what? Hey, that's all we need. That'll be next. Okay. Now we ought to protect our own borders. You know, we ought to get to the southern border and start protecting the southern border. But it's a very terrible situation. It's a situation that.
Oh God.
These include Russian MPs who backed the decision and includes a number of other prominent Russian figures. Well, to discuss this further, joining me in the studio is our correspondent, Danny Armstrong. Danny, thanks for coming in this morning. Let's tell it how it is. I think we're all a little bit rattled by the headlines this morning. Tell us, what has the West done so far and who's on the EU's sanction list? What are the implications of all this?
You'd be absolutely right by saying we are just a little bit rattled. I mean, that would be putting it lightly, perhaps. What we've seen is basically what we've seen over the past few months of the West promising sanctions and threatening sanctions to whatever Russia might do, and then following through with them. The EU drew up a package of sanctions against Russia that included 571 Russian entities. Of them, 351 State Duma deputies who voted in favor of the independence of the two regions, Lugansk and Donetsk. There's been asset freezes, travel bans, prohibition of making any kind of capital in the EU. There has been also restrictions put on the Russian government on their ability to raise any funds in the EU markets. Now, EU Chief Josep Borrell has said these
I have another
up and designed to hurt Russia. They're a little bit harder hitting than those promised by the US and the UK. It's targeting pretty much anyone who has a material.
Holy shit! All right, we got a guy who knows about what's going on. Let's see. This guy knows what's going on.
To die or they're going to surrender. That's what's happening right now. We're either seeing a lot of dead Ukrainian soldiers or a lot of surrendering. And I'm betting you a dime to a dollar that Russia's going to process far more prisoners of war than they're processing dead Ukrainians. It's over. And because this is going to be such a decisive, one-sided battle, NATO is going to wake up to the fact that, we can't talk about military confrontation with Russia. We can talk about defending ourselves, but we need to recognize that in order to challenge Russia, we will have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars that we don't have. We don't have. NATO has stopped spending money on defense. And the other thing they're going to realize while this debate about rebuilding their military capability is unfolding, these sanctions are going to be kicking in. And some of these sanctions are going to target Russian gas. If they shut off the SWIFT banking system, as soon as they shut off SWIFT, Russia shuts off gas and oil.
That's something I want to.
So a lot of these reports of paratroopers is false. Okay, and this is probably a lot of the explosions we were hearing was this. Okay, there you go.
The West in general, they certainly are not going to start sending U.S. troops there, are they?
No. I mean, you hear some ridiculous talk about, from the Ukrainian ambassador about NATO invoking Article 4, and and he wants NATO to come to the rescue, even though they don't get Article 5 protection. The collective defense. Article 4, they could deploy NATO troops to protect a friend and ally. Just not going to happen. NATO is going to realize that to rebuild their military is going to take a lot of time and a lot of money. While they're having that discussion, though,
we supposedly this is what's also going on. So it seems Russia is mostly trying to restore these republics. So these are all cities controlled by the DPR and the LPR.
Situation and the decisiveness of the Russian action.
This is the Ukrainian line right here.
Shutting down SWIFT may be on the table.
So you see this? Mariupol used to be under their control. So they're reclaiming these territories.
The global energy
supposedly.
The oil prices are going to go through the roof. Energy prices are going to go through, and Europe's going to shut down. Their economy will collapse. I think you're in Vienna, Austria, right?
You see the UN behind.
So they're going to grab some more of this territory. So this is Lugansk.
Comes from Russia.
It does.
Here's Lugansk right here. Here's Donetsk. So not all of this is something I failed to report because this is a very important linchpin. Not all of Donetsk and not all of Lugansk are under control of the DPR and the LPR. So they're taking all of Donetsk and they're taking all of Lugansk. Okay?
Everything operates on a razor.
Those are not completely reclaimed.
Fat in the West.
I need to pee.
They bring it to market and they.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
And then they produce it again. If that system gets disrupted, supply chains break down and nothing works. Nothing's going to work in Europe very soon if they implement these sanctions. And Russia has been preparing for this for years. They've lowered their debt. They've built up their reserves. They have gold reserves, foreign reserves. Their sovereign fund is vibrant, and they've started working with other nations to have economic relations that bypass SWIFT. So it's just the West that's committing suicide by doing this. And so I think Russia will be able to wait out the sanctions. And the interesting thing about Europe is. There's all these democratically elected officials right now who are destroying the economic well-being of their constituents. James Carville, a famous Democratic presidential consultant, said when Bill Clinton was originally running for president, it's the economy, stupid. That's all a politician needs to worry about. It's the economy. You have a good economy, you get reelected. You have a bad economy, you're out of office. Well, all of these democratically elected officials who have opted to go down the path of sanctions are going to be voted out of office because they're destroying the economic well-being of their constituents, and their constituents are not going to be happy. This was a war that could have been avoided had the West not been stupid and stubborn and inconsiderate of legitimate Russian concerns. It's not me being pro-Putin, pro-Russian. One only has to refer to the 2009 memorandum written by William Burns, then the U.S. ambassador to Moscow, today the CIA director. He wrote a memorandum after the 2008 Bucharest summit, where NATO invited Ukraine and Georgia to become members. And he wrote it, it said, "Niet means niet," meaning no means no. The Russians said, no, this is a red line. And he said, this is serious. The Russians are dead serious about this. And it's a legitimate concern. That was the other thing he said. You know, we should not give this short shrift. We should pay attention to this because this is a red line, which if we ignore will come back to haunt us. He said that in 2009. People should have listened to him, because had we listened to him, we wouldn't be in the situation today. We wouldn't have sought to invite, people have to feel sorry for Ukraine and Georgia. They've been dangled the false promise of NATO membership. They will never be NATO members, ever. They don't qualify, and Russia will never let it happen. And so NATO, instead of recognizing reality, speaks of an open door policy. There is no open door policy. Read Article 10 of the NATO Charter. Article 10 says that if a nation in Europe qualifies for membership and applies for membership, then NATO will consider it only if inclusion in
I think as far as like the main news, I don't think there's going to be much after, right? I think most of what happened had to happen.
It'll put us in conflict with you. So this is just a falsehood that's been propagated by the Secretary General of NATO, by Tony Blinken, by Biden, and by others.
Yeah, they're not invading. They're not invading. They're protecting those new republics. And it's like it's simple as that. They're not invading. They're helping those new republics. Can Logo come on? Yeah, he can.
Georgia improves their security posture. Therefore, they will be precluded from membership, even if they resolved, for instance, their internal, territorial problems, which exclude them from consideration right off the bat. I mean, as long as Russia's in Crimea, theoretically, Ukraine could never be a member, because the second Ukraine becomes a member and they seek to resolve their territorial conflict, Article 5 kicks in, NATO finds itself at war. This is why neither Georgia nor Ukraine improve the security posture of NATO. It's just a false premise. And Ukraine has been sacrificed on this hill. I mean, it's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's certainly been used as a pawn.
Does Logo want to come on? He didn't DM me.
Just as a last question, Scott, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but what do you think of the way that NATO has been, interacting with the world? Because honestly, if you look at the most recent accomplishments, it's provoking a Russian incursion, invasion, whatever you want to call it, into Ukraine. We'll see in the morning.
Hello, I'm live right now.
Destroying Libya, Syria. A lot of people think NATO should be abolished at this point because the Soviet Union doesn't exist. It doesn't serve any purpose. Do you agree with that view?
100%. I mean, NATO lost its reason to exist when the Cold War ended, when the Soviet Union collapsed, when the Warsaw Pact disintegrated. There was no reason to have NATO. Its reason for existing had disappeared. But instead of recognizing this and doing the right thing, and abiding, for instance, by the promise they gave to Gorbachev, the Soviet president, that Gorbachev said, guys, never forget, I got 400,000 troops in East Germany, and I can stop German unification on a dime. If you want to go down that route. But I'm in favor of stability, so I'll go along with German unification. I'll withdraw my troops, but if I do so, you have to agree not only not to bring NATO troops into the eastern portion of Germany, but you can't bring NATO troops east of the Elbe. You can't go into Poland. You can't do this. And he was given assurances, and everybody said, well, it's just verbal. We now found out it's in writing, that this wouldn't happen. So, right off the bat, we have an expansive NATO. Now, NATO says, that's okay. You don't be worried about an expansive NATO because we're a defensive alliance. Really? Then why did they bomb Belgrade in 1999? There was nothing defensive about that. That was offensive military action against a Slavic state. Why did NATO send a training mission to Iraq in 2004? Why did NATO members participate in the illegal invasion of Iraq in 2003? They say, well, it's just a training mission. No, it's a training mission in an occupied state that was occupied, from an illegal war of aggression. So you're facilitating, you're legitimizing an illegal war of aggression. That's what NATO did. Why did NATO go into Afghanistan? What business is Afghanistan of NATO's? None. Zero.
All right, we might be having an emergency meeting. Me, Jackson, and Samira are going to talk about this.
Aggressive military operation.
Possibly me, Jackson, and Samira talking about this.
It's a transatlantic organization. Why then did they start?
We're actually starting a podcast, and this is going to be like an early form of that because it's an emergency, right?
Sphere of influence. There's a word we're not allowed to use in North Africa. Why did they set up offices in the United Arab Emirates to create a sphere of influence in the Persian Gulf? Why are they talking about a North Atlantic Treaty Organization?
My voice is too loud or their voice is too loud? Whose voice is too loud?
Temporary housing facilities for evacuees, but they differ quite greatly depending on where they're located. As for this one, it's quite close to the border, so people don't usually spend longer than several hours here. At any rate, people are given food and water as they arrive here, and as you can see behind me, there are tents equipped with beds. This one over here is for women and children, and the one you see right over here is actually to provide first aid for those who need it upon arrival. As for the rest of the tents that you can see down there, that is just generally for people who arrive.
I'm originally from Trozivsky village, but I found it impossible to be there now. I survived 2014, but in 2022 I have decided to live a little and leave. It's simply unbearable whilst the Ukrainian side is hidden so hard. Everything is already broken, nothing is left, not even a change of clothes nor a change of shoes.
Now we're going to get the chance to go into one of these tents that I just showed you and talk to some of the people that have just arrived at this temporary housing facility.
Ну вот мы уезжали, стреляли, как говорится, часто очень. Стреляют они постоянно. Просто то реже, то чаще. А такой, чтоб тишины, может, дня 2-3 было.
2 дня я спокойно, хоть немножко я поспала. Вот эти 2 дня. До этого это просто было ужас. Я думала, нас просто сметут. Мы люди русские, за что это нам? Вот, и мы хоть спокойно и поспали. Пусть наши дети и мужья вернутся домой. Мы вернемся тоже домой, в свой Донецк.
Russia's emergency services, along with volunteers from all over the Russian Federation, have also arrived here to help in temporarily housing these evacuees and making sure that they can live as comfortably as possible in these locations.
There are more than 60 volunteers here. Volunteers help refugees get set up in their temporary accommodation. They help them with heating points and find rooms for mothers carrying small children. Refugees receive medical and legal assistance. They receive help crossing the border and psychological support, which is especially important for them given they've had to leave their home.
Wait, Destiny's in my chat? I was changing my Twitter flag to the Russian flag. Destiny, what's Russian propaganda? Nothing. What's Russian propaganda? Where? Where's the Russian propaganda? You're not even live. Why is it Russian propaganda? It's true. Do you still think there's an invasion?
Over 15,000 new Donbass evacuees have entered the Russian Federation just today. And it's thanks to these volunteers and emergency services workers that these temporary housing facilities can continue to function.
Oh, guys, stop bullying him. I literally didn't see him in the chat. Stop bullying him.
RT, Rostov region.
Well, Ukraine's President Zelensky said that martial law is being imposed in Ukraine and that Ukraine's military infrastructure...
All right, well, Destiny, you want to come on and give your perspective?
Kislev.
Where's he at? I don't know. Why don't you call in? Where's he at? Fuck. Do I still have you as a friend?
Attacks on Ukrainian cities. And
Actually, you know what? I think we should call him. Let's call him. Let's call him in. Let's have him call in. I think we're debating next week too, right? Yo, Destiny.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Do you are you under the view that there's a Russian invasion?
It seems to be right now, yeah. I'm just curious why would you watch Russian state media for information about like a Russian war? It just seems so.
Because I know for a fact they're not going to lie about Russia doing aggression. It's not going to do.
Why?
So,
How
like,
do you know that for a fact?
All right, let me put that in another terms.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. I'm because I'm off stream right now, and I'm not gonna waste time with retarded shit. If you can't.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So why do you know that?
I need to rephrase it. You're not as smart as you think. Let me rephrase it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later.
They're not going. He's such a bitch. I swear to God, he's such a bitch. I'm literally saying they're not going to say Russia is engaging in aggression that it's not. So, for example, CNN has an incentive to say Russia's going to engage in aggression that it's not going to, right? So I already know what CNN and all them are saying. We will know for certain that Russia's doing something if RT reports it. If RT says, for example, that Russia's doing surgical strikes against Russia, we know for a fact that it's happening, right? I'm going to just DM him. You have bad listening skills. You should be more patient. Like, I'm not saying RT cannot lie. I'm saying they have no incentive to lie about undue aggression. Let's see if Jackson. Yo, what up?
The debate's gonna look like. Yo.
Yeah.
What just happened with Destiny?
I don't know. He came in my chat, so I decided to call him, and I don't know. He doesn't have good listening skills. But what is going on?
You want to talk with Samira?
Yeah.
All right, let me text her to join the Discord. Can she join this call? How does that work?
But we have to add. I don't know if I'm friends with her on Discord. So,
Bro, we literally already had one conversation with her. What do you mean you don't know if you're friends with her?
I don't think I added her on Discord. Because we all talk through WhatsApp or whatever, right?
Add friends. Let me see.
You have her on Discord? You might not have her either.
I do.
Oh, as a friend? Let me see.
Okay, I'm calling her.
All right. Did you ask?
Did I ask what?
If she can join?
Yeah. What a night.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little surprised about the quickness of the surgical, the attacks on military infrastructure. I thought they were gonna wait it out a little bit, but what I was overlooking actually was the fact that what I was overlooking was actually the fact that the Ukrainian military was attacking and shelling the Donbass like all day today, right? So
yeah.
This is the response to that. I naively was thinking like, okay, Russia's just going to confine its operations to the Donbass. I didn't actually think they were going to strike targets in Kiev and Odessa and Kharkov, but it does make sense why they would do that if they're focused on stopping the Ukrainian military attacks on the Donbass.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Ritter, before you tuned into Richard Medhurst's stream, Scott Ritter predicted, he said, by the end of the next week, there will be no Ukrainian military. He said Russia first went and invaded the Azov battalion. That was where they first invaded.
It's just like it's so hard to confirm anything, you know? They're showing footage of how they were trying to dismantle the Lenin monument.
If there's anyone that I would take their word for on what's going on right now, it would be Scott Ritter.
Yeah, no, I think he's reliable too, but it's just there's so much fog of war for everything that's going on, you know?
Yes, this is going to be deeply analyzed for a long time.
Yeah.
Um,
I honestly, in the beginning, I really was kind of convinced that those explosions they were hearing were false flags, you know?
Oh, I thought I said on stream, I was like, yeah, I think these are probably false flags.
Same. I was very convinced actually that those were false flags. I'm really surprised.
Interesting. What's the latest on those explosions? What are they saying now?
The Rush RT, so we know that, you know, RT has come out and said that, well, RT actually doesn't know, it seems like. What actually happened was initially RT did report that the Russian military has confirmed that it has conducted attacks against strictly military infrastructure all over Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
But as to the nature of the explosions people were hearing in those cities, that has not been confirmed. So I think it's probable that the explosions, well, it could have been a number of things. It could have been hearing the attacks on military infrastructure right outside those cities, or I did see footage in Kharkov of artillery being fired from the Ukrainian side. And that might have been the source of the explosions as well. So there's just a lot of conflicting information and fog of war going on.
I heard that, well, according to what the defense ministry said of Russia, I kind of inferred from their statement that they were targeting the military infrastructure. And like you just said, it could have been in or nearby these cities and locations they were referring to in the press. And that's where the confusion was. But
yeah.
Zelensky came out and said that military infrastructure was hit. He didn't make any note of saying civilian infrastructure was hit yet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you guys, because once the Western media starts reporting that, you know, oh, Russia is attacking civilian infrastructure, that's when you know things are fishy.
Yeah, I mean, well, according to Western media right now, it's actually really hysterical. There's an imminent full-scale ground invasion, and they're basically implying a complete occupation of Ukraine, and that these attacks are just a, you know, some kind of like, and what is it called? A build-up to that, and, you know, this is the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion. I mean,
Well, I'm not going to lie, that is what Scott Ritter predicted, too, is going to happen.
That's interesting, though, because Putin has said that there will be no occupation of Ukraine. So why would he say that only to like, you know?
But he also said that there's going to be demilitarization and...
That's also confusing me as well. I mean, like, yeah, that's very confusing for me because I also was thinking about this too. I was like, how do they... well, I mean, technically they have disabled Ukraine's military already, supposedly, right?
Yeah, and he also said there's going to be no permanent occupation. So just because they're there for a little bit to demilitarize Ukraine doesn't mean that they aren't going to have, you know, paratroopers in Kiev.
Well, one thing that also kind of confused me is that they want to bring to justice the neo-Nazi criminals and denazify Ukraine, and I don't see how they'd be able to do that without at least having some forces on the ground. So it's all kind of confusing to me, right? But he did say there's no intention to occupy Ukraine with ground forces, so I don't know.
Now, I will tell you that TASS is probably the best Russian source, even better than RT.
What is it?
So I will TASS.
Are they live streaming right now?
No. So they're mostly written. So I mean, they're the best when it comes to updates and what the Russian ministry and what they're exactly saying. Even better than RT, to be honest.
Yeah, because it seems like RT just doesn't know a lot of things going on right now.
Yeah.
So let me look at TASS. Let me see. Is it TAAS? Oh, TASS. Okay.
TASS, yeah.
Okay.
Decision taken on denazification, demilitarization of Ukraine, Putin, blah, blah, blah. People's Republics of Donbass approached Russia, blah, blah,
with
blah.
help, the welfare, their success, health, forces. Yeah, this is all kind of vague, but To this end, we will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine and put to justice those that committed numerous bloody... Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to be able to do this without some kind of ground occupation. But Putin has said that he does not intend to occupy Ukraine at all. So I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, Russia's UN envoy points to Kiev deploying 120,000 troops in Donbass. So, I mean, I think what you said is true. It's going to be limited to this area, and that's about it. Interesting.
What I'm curious to see over the next several days is we've seen all of these, paleo conservatives like Tucker Carlson, for example, and a lot of ones we've been seeing on Twitter. I mean, Candace Owens has been pretty spot on, even more so than like lefty commentators with her commentary on Ukraine and Russia over the past several weeks. What's going to be interesting is to see how they now analyze what is taking place, because our commentary, our analysis does not change in the sense that
this is breaking news. Yes, it's confirmed that Air Force control targets, among other things, were indeed hit in Kharkov and Kiev. So that's confirmed.
Okay.
Address to the nation.
Wow.
Comes up People's Republics of Donbass.
But that's military.
Right?
Yeah.
There would be
what I'm saying is,
it, of course.
It's going to be interesting, though, because we recognize this as the age of multipolarity. You know, it is what it is. This is just it in its like rawest, most pure form. As like gruesome as it can be, Russia was pushed, to their edge on this after years of trying to negotiate, and this is the consequences. Russia is not Libya. Russia is not Iraq. It's going to be interesting to see how Tucker and Candace, how they respond to this.
Yeah.
Well, look at their motivations, okay? They want to focus on China. So their analysis is like accidentally correct. So you have to take that into consideration. We're more correct than they are, of course. But have you noticed how the Western media is framing the entire issue, sort of like to appeal to progressives? They're making these comparisons to the war in Iraq and the invasion of Iraq. I find it very interesting. The mindfuckery that's going on right now, and the absolute unhinged reactions on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much hysteria going on. I mean, if you listen to Twitter right now, Ukraine has already been reintegrated. The Soviet Union has returned. The USSR 2 has already been announced. Ukraine's fully occupied by Russia. I mean, look, things have happened. There's been some strikes against military targets and against military infrastructure. But if you look at the live feed in Kiev and elsewhere, I mean, it looks like things are kind of going on as normal, right? It doesn't really seem like there's a lot of, there's traffic in the streets and life seems to be going on, proceeding rather normally. So I just really think it's important to not be whipped up into a frenzy about this, like the media is trying to make. Like, if you listen to the media right now, I mean, you'd think Russia has gone all in Ukraine, which is just farthest thing from the truth, right? We're not seeing Russian tanks in Kiev. We're not seeing Russian tanks all over Ukraine. I don't know if there are any Russian tanks on Ukrainian territory, to be honest. Also, something to keep in mind is that I actually did not know this, so this attests to my ignorance of the situation. I didn't know that the Donetsk People's Republic did not occupy all of the Donetsk region. And I also didn't know that the Lugansk Republic did not occupy all of the Lugansk region. And it seems to me like Russian forces are aiding these republics in retaking some of the cities and territory that was lost in the years of the Civil War.
Yeah, I actually did not know that either, and I worked for RT. It seems like after 2014, RT, stopped covering that region in general, and then now, they're making up for lost time. I think that goes for Russian media in general. But yeah, I completely agree with you that the Western media frenzy is absolutely bonkers at the moment.
There's supposedly reports that Russian tanks are coming in from Belarus, and there's reports that they've crossed the border from Belarus into Ukraine with tanks. And I don't know if that can be confirmed.
I heard that too.
Yeah.
Scott Ritter was talking about tanks from Crimea as well. I don't know if you've seen.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Crimea as well. Crimea and Belarus. I'm not sure what to believe. Scott Ritter really does think there's going to be a full occupation, though, huh?
No, that's not what he said.
Oh.
He said there's
I thought he did.
Well, he said a temporary, at least, I guess a temporary occupation. But not permanent. You didn't say permanent, I guess. But I think that's a very important distinction.
Yeah, but when you say the word occupation, think about how Americans, specifically progressives, are going to respond to that.
Yeah.
They're going to assume it's like Iraq or Korea.
Yeah, I mean Russian forces on the ground in Ukraine, especially in Ukrainian cities, I mean, psychologically and ideologically, optically, it's going to evoke the view in Western audiences that, Ukraine is just completely being taken over.
Nothing about this optically is going to bode well for the minds of Western liberals. I mean, I think we have to put that aside. But at the end of the day, and Samir, you were even bringing this up in the past week about the past few days about the peacekeeping mission that they initially undertook in Donetsk and Luhansk, in the sense that Russia goes in, and the character of the Russian state is different than the U.S. in the sense that they go in, they achieve their goal, and then they, continue on doing whatever they do. I think they're going to go into Ukraine. They're going to achieve their goals of denazification and demilitarization, and then they are going to do whatever they do next. I don't think it's going to be a permanent occupation unless the U.S. and NATO responds aggressively.
We saw how Russia does its peacekeeping operations recently. What was it, in January? In Kazakhstan. They were in and out in just a few days.
Yeah, I do remember everyone, getting whipped up into a frenzy about the Russian invasion of Kazakhstan. And I remember everyone, getting really hysterical about that.
Well, it's because they have it in their minds. They already have it established in their minds that Putin wants to get the Soviet Union back together. This has been a talking point in progressive circles and liberal circles for years. So once that is established in their minds, it's very easy for them to believe reports of a peacekeeping operation in Kazakhstan and then spinning it as a invasion.
It also looks like NATO is holding an emergency meeting, which is interesting. Obviously to be expected, but it's actually, is that to be expected? I mean, if the response was just going to be to implement sanctions, why is NATO convening any emergency meeting?
Well, 7 hours ago, apparently Biden deployed troops to Poland. I think Poland, I'm not sure. So that says a lot, really. And I can guarantee you that Biden is being pressured on all sides
to militarily intervene.
Military.
Wow.
What do you think about the likelihood of SWIFT?
I think that's probably just going to, I think that's very likely. But it's also, the scary thing is that it's kind of possible, I think, for NATO to respond militarily to this, right?
Yeah. It's scary.
Yeah. That's that's not something we can really write off on from the table. It's something we could, I don't know. I mean,
let's look at the latest updates from NATO.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Obviously NATO has no justification whatsoever, but it operates outside the confines of international law. But what justification would NATO have within its own mandates to defend a non-NATO member country?
Another question is NATO the body with which the decision on the implementation of sanctions is made? Does NATO implement sanctions? Because doesn't NATO only convene?
That would be the EU.
Yeah, okay, I understand. So, that's interesting because here's what they said. NATO just said, NATO allies will meet to address the consequences of Russia's aggressive actions. We stand with the people of Ukraine at this terrible time. NATO will do all it takes to... So what can NATO do except intervene militarily, right? Does NATO have a way of intervening in the conflict on this side of Ukraine without provoking a war with Russia?
Legally or practically?
Practically speaking, like not only like legally or practically, like within the practical ability of the organization. Now, I know the EU and the US can do things like implement sanctions and have diplomatic, they can do a lot of things in response. But in terms of what is within the actual like capabilities of the organization of NATO, what actually could they do in response to this?
Ultimately, it will be up to the US and Germany, right?
Yeah.
Because they basically run shit. They're saying that Russia is risking countless civilian lives. I mean, this language is fascinating because I feel like they're building the case for intervention already. Also, they're also saying that Russia's creating a refugee crisis when it's like the opposite, because refugees are actually leaving the Donbas region for Russia.
Well, there's definitely going to be people who leave for Poland from Ukraine.
Yeah.
Who are not going to go to Russia. Okay, here's what I will say. One of the things that I've seen Putin discussing over the past several weeks, and it really has not been getting a lot of coverage insofar as the demands that Putin was making, the lines in the sand he was drawing, was Putin was consistent in his demand that essentially one of the lines in the sand would be a military invasion of Crimea. So when you're asking like what type of military response is NATO going to potentially take if they do take that route, I would wonder if it would be a route such as that.
Breaking news: the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces says that 5 Russian aircraft and a helicopter were shot down.
Wow. Was that confirmed by Russian media?
No, this is Natasha Bertrand, who works for the CNN.
Say that again?
The General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces have said that 5 Russian aircraft and a helicopter were shot down. Okay, well, if Ukraine...
5 Russian military aircraft or aircraft?
It has not specified, but I think it... Is Russia denying it? So my chat's saying Russians are denying it. Where's Russia denying it?
Yeah, so it's a Ukrainian claim, it says. I haven't seen Russia deny it yet, but let me check again.
Well, if it's Russian military says it isn't true. Okay. Well, yeah,
okay,
if that is true.
I just saw that.
Yeah, ASB military says it's false. Let's check. ASB's been saying a lot of weird things. Like they said Russia has taken Odessa or something. I don't know. It's just this was before.
Fog of war.
Let's see. ASB News, what are they reporting?
I feel like Ukraine is making up a lot of shit just to convince NATO to intervene. That's what it looks like. I mean, it seems obvious.
Yeah, infrastructure of Ukrainian military air bases have been disabled. TV tower destroyed in Ukrainian Lutsk. Fires at military depots. Information from foreign media about a Russian plane allegedly shot down over Ukrainian territory is not true. Russian Defense Ministry.
Okay.
The most terrifying thing tonight was we start hearing hundreds of explosions, as he said, dear citizens... Oh, God. This is random.
I mean,
Turkish...
Google is horrible.
This is weird. Turkish Air Force A4-100Ms and other NATO assets were reportedly on the ground at the Boryspil airport in Kiev as it was getting obliterated by Russian missiles. There's no update on this report.
Gosh.
2 Turkish military Airbus planes are under Russian military control, apparently.
Wow.
2 Russian Airbus planes are under...
2 Turkish.
Turkish.
Wow. That's interesting.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good news at all.
Ukraine Army headquarters destroyed, according to Chinese state media. Ukraine Army headquarters.
Wow. Where are you looking for this? Where are you getting this information?
Just from
Twitter
my chat.
or...
People in my chat just telling me shit. Could be wrong.
Because I type in shit on Google and then it's all Western media, of course. So I'm trying to look at different search engines for update.
Yeah, I looked it up on Google. I couldn't
best.
find anything.
Yeah.
Why is North Korea now trending on Twitter? What is...
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Yeah, I have no idea why North Korea is trending. Apparently Taiwan, the ongoing tensions of China and Taiwan. So why is Taiwan trending as well?
Because everyone is saying that China should take this opportunity to reunify Taiwan with the mainland. I mean, I said the same thing.
I think so as well.
A great thing.
Yeah, that would be good. Putin says foreign powers that intervene in the Ukraine conflict will witness consequences they have not seen before. So whatever decision NATO is going to make, I'm not exactly sure.
Also, there were war games, I think a few years ago, regarding NATO versus Russia. Apparently, Russia would beat NATO in a war situation. So, I mean, I would have to look into that again. But
I think China should probably
take over. Yeah.
Yeah, neutralize the threat of Taiwan separatism once and for all.
Yeah,
and take over Taiwan.
At one point, Mao even tried to do that, and he suggested it to Khrushchev. Khrushchev, of course, said no because he was a coward. So now would be the best time to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be quite a interesting beginning of the new multipolar era of world history for a simultaneous intervention from Russia in Ukraine and China in Taiwan, and that would be a rather beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
17 minutes ago, China's foreign minister quoted saying, it's unwise for certain people to compare Taiwan question with Ukraine issue. Taiwan has always been an inalienable part of China's territory. The One China principle is universally recognized in international relations, and Taiwan independence only leads to a dead end.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. We're talking about a coordinated military operation, but then other people are saying that, are basically framing it in a way that Taiwan is already an independent nation and that, you know, China would do something similar to what... Sorry, my headphone just fell out. But no, it makes sense. I think it's important to remind everyone that Taiwan is an integral part of the PRC. So,
yeah, Taiwan. The difference with Ukraine, obviously, is that while Ukraine was part of Russia up until the establishment of the Soviet Union, you know, the Soviet Union still did establish Ukraine as a separate, formally separate state, right? And then the whole Ukrainian...
Within the Soviet Union.
Yeah, of course. So there is a kind of difference with Taiwan in the sense that Taiwan is just irrefutably, it's never been even, there's not even really a dispute about it. It's part of China, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know why China would take such a, what would be an outwardly aggressive measure if no one is changing their tune on the One China policy.
They are trying to.
Yeah, I think it's more of a long-term threat, right? You know, separatism is not succeeding in Taiwan right now, but
the status quo is what's the most popular.
I don't know. I think it's unlikely that China's going to do anything in Taiwan.
Yeah, it is unlikely. But you have people like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib meeting with Taiwanese separatists. And then yesterday or something like that, Nancy Pelosi met with other Chinese separatists. I mean, what signal does this show? What message does this send to China? I mean,
I think it's important
Nancy Pelosi to do that. I mean,
I think it's important to be careful about our language too, because someone raised this point before on RT. We should not be calling the Russian the Russians of Eastern Ukraine separatists, right? Because separatism is obviously something separatism is always illegitimate almost, right? We should rather be calling them irredentists because these are people who are fighting for territory that had historically been part of Russia because they are Russians, right? And they're not really fighting to just be separate. They're fighting to rejoin their historical homeland, which is Russia, right?
I think RT has been calling them rebels. I think that's a more neutral term. In news, that would be the most appropriate term, I feel.
Yeah.
Rebel has held territory. That's what they've been calling it.
Yeah. Because irredentist, I mean, usually has sort of a negative connotation to it. You see what I mean? Because, you know, there's also Polish irredentism, which is fascist, which also influenced Ukrainian nationalism. I actually wanted to ask you guys this. That political YouTuber, do you think Polish irredentism has anything to do
Absolutely,
with...
yeah. In both the case of Vosh and even potentially Kyle Kulinski, I mean, Polish nationalism is a very powerful and potent force in the world. And there's just a kind of very visceral hostility toward Russia that's very deep-seated in Polish national consciousness today, right?
And if you look at a map of Intermarium, I mean, it includes Belarus, Ukraine, and you know, the leader of Poland.
A lot of people don't know this, but they don't know about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So Poland and Lithuania jointly ruled a very large portion of Eastern Europe and part of modern-day Belarus and Ukraine.
And Ukraine.
Yeah, and there is an effort on part of Poland and forces within Lithuania too to reestablish the Intermarium. I mean, that was the goal of the Polish dictatorship. What was it called? Pilsudski, the government of the 30s.
Pilsudski, yeah, and that's actually why Stalin. A lot of people don't know that in World War II, why Stalin was hostile to Poland, because Poland was hostile to the Soviet Union and wanted to take over multiple Soviet territories.
Yeah, there's a very clear goal on part of the Polish nationalists to reestablish the...
Even the last pope, the Polish pope, he's made comments regarding Intermarium.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole agenda. I mean, the Catholic Church has always wanted to convert Russia to Catholicism. I mean, leading up to World War, this was even before World War I think, was the Marian prophecies, right? Where in Fatima, Portugal, something like that, there was this prophecy that Russia was going to be taken by the West to convert them to Catholicism. So, yeah, there's that. A lot of people don't know that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was broken up in part by Russia, right? Russia integrated Poland, and Poland was part of the Russian Empire for how long? It was about 100 years or so, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, that whole thing was destroyed, but with the resurgence of European nationalism, Polish nationalism went from being an independence movement to secede from the Russian Empire to reclaim the whole of the Intermarium and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
And people talk about openly to this day that they want Intermarium in the 21st century as a sort of buffer region between Western Europe and Russia.
A lot of people are also not aware that actually the only basis for an independent Ukrainian identity lies in the fact that there are a few historically Polish and Austro-Hungarian cities like Lviv, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Odessa, for example, is just Kiev, Odessa. These are just Russian cities, right? But you have places like Lviv in Ukraine, and those places in Ukraine actually are what distinguish Ukrainians from Russians. There's a few historically Polish city and Austro-Hungarian cities, right? So, yeah, I mean, you witnessed in Belarus, the flag that they were flying was a flag that we can even show it, right? Belarus protesters flag. I mean, it's a flag historically that comes from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't realize that there's a bigger geopolitical game that's going on with the intermarium.
Right. And if you if you search in Google the 3Cs initiative, that's modern form of intermarium, actually.
Yep. The 3Cs, yeah. It's an economic, an infrastructural plan for Poland. I think Hungary is a part of it as well. Poland,
Austria, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania. Oh my gosh. This is insane.
they want to really replace the old Eastern Bloc era infrastructure, which they have yet to actually replace. And they also want to reduce their infrastructural dependence on Russia.
Yes. And it's also ethnic.
Oh, yeah,
Like
definitely. I mean, this
before.
really does stem from a European racism, according to which Russians are not pure Europeans because they're too intermixed with Asia, right? So Russia's always been considered...
Exactly.
Yeah, there's definitely a racial, racist component to anti-Russian sentiment all over Europe.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, maybe not so much Kyle Kalinske, because he was actually more pro-Russia or before, but the other one, holy shit.
Yeah, he is
I definitely think that
fanatically,
plays a factor.
fanatically pro-West.
Yeah.
No, Vosh. He's just fanatically pro-NATO, right? And again, it does technically, right? The technical justification does come from the historic social democratic distinction between, you know, like the autocracies of the ancient regime and then democracy, and that, you know, socialists need to support democracy as a precondition for waging the political class struggle. But the problem is that this is being I made a thread on this on Twitter. The problem is that it's being opportunistically applied to our current scenario and situation.
Have you guys seen China responding to all of this at all?
Sorry?
Have you seen China respond to this yet?
I think they want to probably stay out of this as much as possible.
Right. Because the U.S., Blinken, Biden, they already say that China is responsible for Russia's quote unquote belligerence. They're saying that China is basically funding it, and without China's support, Russia would never have done this. So right now, the best thing for China to do would be to stay completely quiet and just not say anything at all, because they're also threatening sanctions. So might not affect anything, but of course we want to avoid that, and China definitely does too.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking for an intermarium tweet someone posted. It was very creepy and ethnic, and I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Sec. I'm just amazed at the hysteria online. Of course, we shouldn't fall into it, and but the thing is, it's going to dominate the news headlines for the next week or so, and I think we need to be prepared for how to like answer this stuff, because a lot of the stuff that they're saying, they're based on fake news. I mean, the framing is all wrong.
Yeah, no, the framing is 100% wrong. I mean, at the end of the day, even the so-called, you know, like progressive commentators, I haven't heard them mention once about the 2014 coup in Ukraine. You know, I haven't heard them mention
because they supported it.
25% of people out of the 14,000 people killed, mostly by Ukrainian neo-Nazis, the Azov battalion between the Donbass and in Ukraine since 2014. Out of the 14,000 people killed in that fighting, 25% of them were civilians. And in the last 3 years, 81% of the civilians died on the side of the Donbass. So they don't mention this stuff, and that's the context here.
Yeah, they talk about it without any context, and I'm not even sure they're aware of the context. I don't think they know what Maidan was, unless, I mean, they saw that documentary, not the one by Stone, of course, but the other famous one that came out at the time of the counter-revolution in 2014. I forgot what it was called.
The Maidan?
That wasn't the name of the documentary, but
okay.
Was it Winter on Fire or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Winter on Fire, Ukraine's Fight for Freedom. That documentary was very popular in progressive circles back then. It was 2017-ish. And it was nominated for an Oscar. Yeah, presents the West with a mythical whitewashed version of the Maidan Revolution. So, I mean, not only do they not have the context, if they do have the context, it's wrong. But that's the problem, right? You know, they're anti-Nazi here in the U.S., but they're gung-ho about supporting Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, that's the contradiction, especially with AOC, right? And you see this with her all the time. Anti-slavery in the U.S., but wants to restore slavery in Tibet. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous.
Oh, the documentary is called Ukraine on Fire. Someone in my chat is saying.
So Ukraine on Fire, wasn't that the Oliver Stone one?
I don't know, it's just someone in my chat.
Oh, sorry. It was, hold on one sec. Yeah, there was two. One of them was definitely Winter on Fire, though. It came out in 2015. What's the latest now? Let's check.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys say something to me? I had you muted.
No.
Okay.
Yo, Oliver Stone is on our side in this shit, which is base as hell.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. His documentary was Ukraine on Fire. The pro-West one was Winter on Fire. I just looked it up. Let me check what the latest is on. Did you guys see Jeremy Corbyn's tweet?
No, what did he say?
It was milder than Bernie Sanders' tweet, but I mean, it still placed most of the blame on Russia.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, let me find it.
I'm not very surprised.
Russian forces should immediately withdraw. The UK should encourage a return to the Minsk II agreements. Yeah, and
that's better.
You should ask the Ukrainians to do that, right? Because
right.
But I mean, he's politically obsolete anyway, you know.
Yeah, at least
Did he just put that out?
He put that out yesterday at 11 a.m.
That's what China was saying too, essentially, right? We need to have peace, and everyone needs to return to the Minsk agreement.
Yeah.
Right, but China didn't call for Russian
about the rest of the world's problems. Maybe you got a few things to straighten out first. Clean your own house first before you go trying to clean somebody else's. You know.
I think that a lot of the focus overseas is definitely getting more attention. In the U.S., we do need more attention on things that are happening here at home.
Bonker statement calling for sanctions on quote-unquote authoritarian petrostates.
Yeah,
and people were defending it online. I was disgusted.
Well, I mean, it is.
I'm a willing and complicit tool of the imperialist deep state.
It's really the open society socialism at play, you know.
Right, and I mentioned the other day that Bernie Sanders, he wrote the whole progressive policy of countering the quote-unquote authoritarian access led by Russia and China. And he includes Maduro as part of that authoritarian
We have
access.
a breaking news, interesting tweet from the toughest guy on the internet. I mean, Joe Rogan cowers from him. He's a very massive in person, and Joe Rogan's really scared of the guy. Cenk Uygur The way the right wing is openly rooting for Russia and its authoritarian leader is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Alice in Wonderland, where conservatives are cheering on motherland Russia as it attacks our allies. I'm actually curious, in what way is the Ukraine an ally to Americans? How has Ukraine, been, how have they helped Americans in any kind of way? I mean, we know that they helped Biden get elected, and they gave Hunter Biden, who isn't, to be fair, Hunter Biden is an American citizen, and they did give Hunter Biden a $100,000 a month salary sitting on the board of Burisma. So to be fair, that was a very nice thing they did for an American citizen, right? I'm just not sure if they've done enough for Americans, as a whole. That's kind of a different question. But I'm curious as to see how Ukraine is our ally.
Well, I mean, the Ukrainian state is an ally of the U.S. state in that it furthers American or, the U.S. government's interests in the region and countering Russia. So, I mean, of course, that's what he's referring to. I am very sick of this anti-authoritarianism. I can't take it anymore. It's just a liberal buzzword. That means absolutely nothing. Anything outside the realm of liberal democracy is deemed authoritarian, and I feel like that we need to.
Well, if you think about it, we do live in a society where, it's really like this. Like any society that decides to have like some kind of singular will, right, is called authoritarian. Where societies that have this apparent like complete diversity of pure differences of wills, and that's considered democratic. So it's just a really interesting.
Hey, listen. I don't know where all this shitting on Ukraine is coming from. If it weren't for the Azov battalion, I mean, where would all these U.S. arms industry companies be selling their weapons to? I mean, we don't have Afghanistan anymore, so where else would they be sending them to?
And I mean, technically, when the Azov battalion was flying the swastika, I mean, the swastika is a very ancient symbol. So maybe when they were like, maybe they were flying it because it was a kind of, it was a kind of good luck charm, right? Of some kind of religious message. We do believe in religious freedom here in the U.S., so it's very possible that what they meant by flying those swastikas was totally different than what we think, right? Maybe they were forming a yoga club, right?
Yeah. Did I think it was some company in the U.S. They were trying to rebrand the swastika, and they had a rainbow swastika on a shirt that said peace underneath it.
No.
Kid you not, and they got trolled for it. Google it. It's really interesting. I couldn't stop laughing. But regarding the Azov battalion, in 2018, Congress banned arms to the Azov battalion fighting in Ukraine. Ro Khanna said, "I'm very pleased that the recently passed bill prevents the U.S. from providing arms and training assistance to the neo-Nazi Azov battalion fighting in Ukraine." But I mean, what happened? Ukrainian military aid went to the Azov battalion anyway, so this is bullshit.
And that's what all these dipshit progressives argue. They're like, well, the targeted sanctions won't hurt civilians, and if we make explicit rules in our policies that the arms can't go to, they can't go to the Nazis, or in Saudi Arabia, they can't be used to bomb Yemen, but they can be used to bomb everyone else, then everything's going to be okay. And it's like, no.
I am so sick of that narrative that progressives are.
There's no transparency. There's no form of accountability there. They just make that shit up and they go with it. Same with the Squad. The Squad did that with their bill, the $500 million that they passed for Israel last December. They were like, oh, this money is not going to be used to build new Israeli settlements in Palestine. And then AIPAC came out and they're like, yeah, that provision means nothing. That's dog shit. Of course we're going to use this money however we want.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Sorry. I'm curious about what the American sorry, go ahead. I'm still reading this. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, regarding targeted sanctions. Jackson and I, we had a conversation about this like a month ago. they always make that distinction, progressives. They always say, we are against broad sanctions. Right now, there are only 5 countries which have, broad sanctions imposed on them. Everything else, they're all targeted sanctions. Now, the US started doing this in the early 2000s because, they were getting a lot of criticism and backlash for imposing these sanctions that had devastating humanitarian consequences. So they started implementing what they called targeted sanctions. They actually do hurt civilians. There are humanitarian consequences. Just look at Afghanistan, the Taliban. They actually have targeted sanctions imposed on them. Ethiopia, Myanmar, Nicaragua, all other countries. I mean, of course, there are humanitarian consequences, but of course, nobody challenges this. And these progressives are allowed to say whatever the fuck they want. And do you remember that moment in your debate with Sam Cedar when he specifically noted Venezuela and the sanctions on Venezuela as, what he wants to change? It was because before Trump, there weren't broad sanctions on Venezuela, but Trump changed that. So that's why he's specifically against Venezuela's the sanctions on Venezuela.
Yes. Of course, and thank goodness that they chose to do targeted sanctions on Venezuela, and they targeted brutal authoritarian oligarchs like Alex Saab, who is working to circumvent U.S. sanctions and provide food to the families of Venezuela. What a violent man, providing food to the families of Venezuela who otherwise were not going to get food. I mean, yes, that is totally qualifies targeted sanctions, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there are already targeted sanctions on Russia. There's usually not much of an effect on the economy. I mean, yeah, it does hurt a little bit, but at the end of the day, they are largely ineffective in accomplishing the political goals that the U.S. seeks to achieve. But Magnitsky sanctions, most sanctions on Russia are under those. But there's a long list. I can't even name all of the countries off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see some of the reactions that are come. So we know that the American left, I mean, by and large, is coming in favor of Ukraine and condemning Russia. But what about the Communist Party? Because so far they've had a pretty fair analysis of the situation so far. But I wonder if this is really... I think this is going to be a moment of testing their foreign policy. Maybe for the first time, they may adopt a... I mean, we know that Taran Fivek, who historically is extremely hostile to Russia and is continuing to condemn the invasion, maybe her influence will sway them in the direction of condemning Russia's actions.
I'm looking at the Communist Party of the U.S., their Twitter, and they just retweeted a People's World article announcing Biden slams Russia, imposes sanctions. I'm curious to read the article and see what they say.
I think I read the article earlier, unless it's a breaking news one.
Did you guys see what it is?
7 hours ago.
Oh, this was 7 hours ago, yeah. So this was not yet... I think this author is not... He was very fair in his earlier article, but I'm curious to see what their stance is going to be now, right?
Did you see what AOC tweeted?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, hold on. The tweet I sent you, Jackson, or...
Yeah, the one, and we were all memeing.
Oh. She went further than a lot of people in basically alluding to military action.
Haz, I think you were live when it came out, but she said Russia's invasion of Ukraine this is before everything happened. This is AOC.
I sent it
to yeah, I think I did see that. I did cover it, yeah. I covered it.
Yeah.
The U.S. is right to impose targeted sanctions. They always say Putin and his oligarchs. I mean, that's clearly to appeal to progressives because they're anti-oligarch, and they assume that Russian oligarchs are just like American oligarchs, and they're a threat to... I mean, they are a threat to Russian society, but not in the same manner as it is in the U.S. Actually, Putin has taken action against these oligarchs. Yeah. It's not like a symbiotic relationship.
We have some news. This was from a few hours ago. So something interesting appeared that could be developing at the UN Ukraine appears to be laying the groundwork to challenge whether the Russian Federation is the legitimate successor to the USSR seat and veto on the Security Council. Here's the ambassador citing the part of the charter that deals with the admission of members during his speech at the UN Security Council.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I mean,
I feel like that question was settled with the PRC, right? Because for the longest time, a fake country had that seat, and then it changed in 71, I think. PRC was granted its rightful seat on the Security Council. I don't think that this is a legitimate legal case that they are presenting.
It is interesting what a diversity of countries at the UN decided to give such lengthy like speeches and soliloquies. I mean, you had countries as diverse as, I mean, Ghana and Kenya and you know, all these countries, Ireland, they're all giving these just extremely long speeches talking about the finer details of the history of sovereignty and international law and Albania. I mean, I don't know if these people were promised, you know, hefty IMF loans by the US or something, but it's really interesting seeing just such a diversity of countries coming out on the US's side. And not only doing that, but, you know, with very with such a keen interest in the events.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're required to give these speeches. It's more so like customary, but
yeah, once you've heard one, you've heard them all.
Yeah, I mean,
well, actually, that's the thing, though, is that when you hear the speeches from, you know, Kenya and Albania, like, these are not really like formal, you know, speeches like we want to de-escalate, whatever. I mean, you got more of that from China. China was very quick and formal, but a lot of these countries, Kenya especially, they're really giving these like long-winded speeches about the nature of sovereignty and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. Yeah. It's just interesting.
Does Kenya have like a separatist movement? I mean, major separatist threat?
I don't think so. I think it's more that they're trying to just assert their relevance in ways that are just not really justified.
Yeah. So I heard Japan imposed sanctions on Russia today. That's interesting.
Oh, God. End of the world.
Yeah, I mean, but it shows that they're...
I think there's an astute threat that Gabon may institute sanctions against Russia.
You know what I think is really interesting? I'm gonna be so interested to watch these Ukrainian members of parliament react to what just took place, because I mean, for the past several weeks, we've seen Zelensky and the defense minister of Ukraine literally telling their population a Russian invasion likelihood is very low. Do not pack your bags. This is a part of a diplomatic game of chess that's being led by the US and the UK. And they haven't been that direct and forward in calling out the US and the UK, but there have been members of parliament that have done that have said that they ruined our economy, that it's going to take billions of dollars to restabilize the economy. And it's going to be interesting to see if any of these MPs speak out against what took place as a US and UK, a provocation as to what it really was.
I think we also have to keep in mind what the internal parties and what opposition parties are saying. And we should remember that with every state, there's always one domestic narrative and one international narrative, right? So it's very possible that the domestic narrative within Ukraine, in Ukrainian media, in their language, was different from what Zelensky was saying to the international media. So we should keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Also, Ukrainian parliament is famous for its actual like fist fights. I don't think that will happen when it comes to Russia, though, because...
Yeah, I think, again, I was saying this before. I mean, we have a case of a country that was picking fights for America, right? For us. Basically going, poking the bear, throwing stones at Russia, and then running behind America, hoping that America is going to completely, enable them to do this. And we're seeing, in real time, a little bully getting checked. I just cannot believe the audacity of the Ukrainian military to continue to shell the Donbas republics after Russia has acknowledged their sovereignty and their willingness to protect them.
Maybe they're doing that because they have a guarantee. Maybe they have a guarantee from NATO that NATO will support them, or they think that they're going to have another powerful country backing them. Do you think they would have the gall to do it otherwise? I don't know.
No, because they know that their military will last max 2-3 days against Russia in an all-out war.
Yeah.
There had to have been some promise, and that's why I'm saying it's going to be interesting to watch these politicians react to this in the coming, not just like days, months, but years, and see what really went on behind the scenes.
Yeah. We don't know. Yeah.
So there was a report in, I think, the Washington Post on February 10th. On the eve of what could be a Russian invasion, Ukrainians appear united against the threat from Moscow, but also battling among themselves for political advantage in Kiev. The political infighting is one more liability for a disorganized democracy up against an authoritarian state. So concern about Ukrainian internal politics prompted a delegation of American diplomats to visit Kiev late last month to show support for Ukraine and appeal to Zelensky to meet with opposition politicians and form a unity front. So Zelensky refused, but that's interesting. I would love to learn more about the internal dynamics in Ukraine to see what the hell is going on.
The price of oil has jumped 5%. Oil prices they've surged above $100 for the first time since 2014. And I presume that in 2014 they surged above that amount because of the Maidan.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because this is really about oil. This is all about energy. It's all about oil, right? And I wonder what the long-term strategy here is because, the Biden administration, they're already dealing with a severe inflation crisis that they're trying to get rid of. And I don't know what kind of chess they're playing.
They're blaming it on Russia.
Of course, yeah.
Already. And I think that the American public will buy that, unfortunately.
Interesting. So maybe it's a way for them to just alleviate the pressure on themselves for the inflation crisis and
correct
have Russia to blame.
Yes.
That's really interesting.
Yes. And I think Biden will take some sort of action so that his poll numbers go up.
I still can't get over Zelensky crying. I'm like, bitch, you put yourself in this situation.
Isn't he a comedian?
Yeah,
right?
He is.
Yeah, so he's probably a talented actor as well. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I really wouldn't doubt it that, it's acting.
It was so pathetic, his statement today. Oh, we appeal for peace and diplomacy after rejecting every single attempt at peace.
Did you see what the Ukraine Twitter account just posted?
No. Let me check right now.
Jesus Christ.
It's just the Ukraine Twitter account?
Yeah, someone, Itzy, sent me a super chat.
Oh, they're depicting Hitler and Putin. That's interesting.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't because, which country has neo-Nazis in its military and in its government?
Holy crap. This is for the U.S. audience, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing this for a while. They're trying to make Putin.
But we're looking at a giant war
running
in February
with the
right
opposite
now.
narrative.
Holy shit! Hold on, guys. I'm gonna share something with you. It's a clip by Alex Jones. I'm gonna have my people watch it. I'm gonna put it on my stream. And this is actually gonna blow your mind. I cannot fucking believe this. Okay, just from what I've heard so far. So let's just see what this is. This is really interesting. Actually, watch this clip. I'm gonna watch it right now. This is Alex Jones in October of 2021. Let's see what he has to say.
But we're looking at a giant war in February right now. Currently, that's the projections with the top people on the earth who claim they're not with the New World Order Combine. Is war in February. And this is the type of time, like right before World War I, right before World War II, when everything kicks off.
So that's really spooky, right? I mean,
that is spooky.
Yeah.
I wonder where he got that.
That's what I'm curious about too.
And also, it might have been in internal U.S. documents. It might have been in internal U.S. documents.
Yeah,
I would have to check.
I don't think that's spooky. And Michael Tracy has even been posting about how members of the Ukrainian parliament were warned last fall that there was going to be a so-called invasion that took place at this time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they said they were warned about this so-called invasion, and the Ukrainian government didn't believe them, but they went along with it because they felt as though they were going to get more aid and more funding if they did.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that was from a Ukrainian member of parliament.
February was pretty last year too. It had to do with the weather conditions. Oh, that's interesting. Ukraine air defense has been suppressed. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, from a military perspective, I think this is worth commenting on. It seems like the West and possibly by extension Western allies have maintained a strategy of air superiority since the Persian Gulf War of 91, and that they've really like stopped exercising their ground war muscles, right? So what Russia did in Ukraine might be an example, militarily speaking, of how they intend to respond to Western attack. I think Russia's leaning more into relying upon its ground forces, which it has been flexing the muscles of, or exercising, I should say. A lot of people don't know this, but even the United States' ground war capabilities are severely limited, right? They have not really taken seriously the need for engaging in on-the-ground combat. It's really been about dominating airspace.
Yeah. Also, progressives have dismissed that and said, oh, the Pentagon just wants more money. That's why they're saying that U.S. forces are incapable of.
Yeah. This is footage of the entry of Russian military units from Crimea, supposedly. What we're looking at right now on stream.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that they're saying that Belarus is involved in that, troops are crossing Belarus into Ukraine, because a few months ago, Belarus accused Ukraine of violating their territory and their sovereignty. I have to look into that, but that's interesting.
There's also something really weird going on. So apparently the guy who first showed breaking footage on the ground of Krasnopoli, pronouncing it correctly, being bombed by Russia, was the guy who was on the ground in January 6th and filmed most of the major scenes from January 6th. It's the same guy posting breaking footage on the ground in Ukraine. That's a little weird to me.
Yeah, that is weird. It's very weird.
But, Russia has not denied that it has neutralized Ukraine's air defense system. So, I mean, there's also that.
Yeah, I want to look at their exact words. They probably have statements out in Russian that we're not getting.
Yeah. I even think now it's too early to jump to conclusions about what exactly has been attacked.
Right. I think
I can't believe that tweet from Ukrainian Twitter account. That shit was wild.
Yeah, they're it appears to be like the zeitgeist.
Yeah, I mean, they are, of course, trying to resonate with the U.S. audience. They're very good at PR. Ukraine is quite good at it.
Yeah, I think the U.S. has coached them probably.
Yeah. Also, the symbolism, I think, on our side, of Russia taking out the Nazi threat in Ukraine on Red Army Day.
Oh,
Amazing.
I did not know it was Red Army Day.
Really?
February 23rd.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's beautiful, yeah.
I got trolled for it on Twitter. They called me like a crazy warmongering hawk because I said that the Soviet Union was right to defend itself against the Nazis. That's what I was saying, essentially.
Wow.
They even said, read the room, as if, what the hell does that mean?
Well, it basically means all of Twitter is siding with Ukraine, so fall in line, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, in my chat alone, throughout the duration of this entire stream, I have had just such a shitstorm of people coming in my chat, like whining and attacking, calling me subhuman. They're all really, really upset that I am probably the only streamer on Twitch reporting from this angle. I mean, there's no other streamer who's giving this perspective. Everyone else is pretty much agreeing with the mainstream media's narrative.
Yeah. Every single side. It's crazy. And all of the progressives that took Russia's side when it came to, say, Russiagate, have all gone over to Ukraine's side.
Shit.
And they're now...
hold on. Something's wrong. I have been logged out of Twitter on desktop.
What?
Uh-oh, that's really weird.
What?
Yeah, I think I've been suspended from Twitter.
I'll check.
Yeah, I have.
What?
Or...
No way.
No, I haven't. Holy shit, I have not.
Nice Russian flag. We should...
Oh, it's just glitching a little bit, but it's still weird. It's just still weird, I'm still logged in on my phone, but...
Already fail.
That's weird.
I was afraid all day that I would get suspended on Twitter.
Yeah, I think though that it's a high possibility still. Because I've
been very careful today. Been quite...
Yeah, I think maybe now's the time to set up a Telegram. Telegram channel.
Yeah. Truth Social.
Oh, you know what? We still have our website. I forgot about that. We do still have our website.
Also, Getter.
What? Yeah. Hey, what does this mean for RT? There was people in the UK talking about banning RT.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, they've been talking about that since the whole, fake poisoning.
Oh, I'm back on Twitter. I'm logged back in. That's very, very strange Twitter activity.
Very strange. My Twitter is glitching as well. So
yeah, and maybe it's just an uptick of Twitter activity. In general, is overwhelming the systems.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are doing Twitter Spaces right now.
Yeah, and I think if it wasn't for us streaming, right now would be a great time for a Twitter Space as well. Actually.
Yeah.
I think we've got way more people on a. Although, I think it's different people because we had a lot of people in that Twitter Space that we did the other day.
We did. We got like 600 people. And that's crazy, right? Because viewers
Why didn't you publish it? Because I wanted to listen to it afterwards.
So viewers are actually anonymous. So the fact that there were like 600 Twitter accounts listening, it's just actually crazy, It's really good.
Jeremy Lin is co-hosting a live Russian attack fucking Twitter Space.
Who is?
Jeremy Lin, the basketball player.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
No. I think he's actually said some pretty base things surrounding China. Well, I might log off. I don't know. I might do a Twitter Space. Who knows? I feel like it's a different audience.
The Trudeau I didn't know this. He ended the Emergencies Act today.
Yeah, but they set the precedent of voting it through their parliament, which is, I think, dangerous.
Oh, of course, but I don't know, is it a coincidence that he ended it today, or?
I don't think it's related.
Yeah, something interesting. There was a lot of talk on Twitter the other day over a pipeline attack, and they were somehow relating it to the trucker protests, how Trudeau apparently is not being as harsh on these, environmentalists that damaged a pipeline.
Wow. So Zelensky had promised in his 8-minute speech, this was like 8 hours ago, before all of this, he did say that Ukraine was going to defend itself against any attack. I don't think we're seeing a major defense on part of Ukraine's side. I think they've been disabled. Their air force has been disabled. I don't know what defense they plan on putting up.
Yeah. Have you noticed that all of these liberal leaders around the world who support the U.S. and Ukraine are using the exact same language?
Yeah.
Of course.
Unprovoked.
Of course.
This wouldn't have been the case.
What I'm interested in knowing, though, is how did the U.S. anticipate this was going to happen? Because they said it was happening tonight. Blinken said it was happening tonight. We still haven't seen a full-scale Russian invasion.
They said it was like seven different dates. I think.
That's what I was going to say.
I think the U.S. was threatening to do something that was going to be worse, and Russia felt like they had no other option but to take the step of recognizing Donetsk and Luhansk as independent, and that's what sparked it.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't really let them get away with it because it has not been a full-scale invasion. I think we should reel back the hysteria.
We need to correct that framing.
Yeah, we should correct the hysteria a little bit, right? So Russia has disabled the Ukrainian military. They've not invaded Ukrainian territory as far as we know now, right? They have limited their deployment of ground forces to the Donbass, as far as we know. Yeah. And that's just as far as we know right now, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, most Americans, or the people we're talking to, they don't know the geography of Ukraine. So when we say Eastern Ukraine or Donbass, unless we show them a visual explainer, they're not going to get it.
What people don't know is that the craziness that everyone's getting crazily worked up over is the Russian precision strikes against military infrastructure across Ukraine. But there has not been a full-scale invasion, right? There have been precision strikes to disable Ukraine's military. Yes, many people are talking about tanks crossing borders from Belarus, Crimea, and now into the border, into the Kharkov Oblast just now, according to ASB.
Right.
But
also,
I still don't believe that what the U.S. had predicted is going to come to pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's mostly to whip up domestic hysteria, but it could be indication that, I mean, I'm just saying this, that they might be planning something, because if you see how the U.S. operates, I mean, that definitely, we can't rule that out, let's just say.
Yeah.
So is this correct? Zelensky ordered to strike back. This is breaking.
Isn't it strategically smart to disable the military capabilities before
Where are you getting this?
Thank you for the donation, Bliv. Appreciate you. I'm getting this from Twitter. It's just Zelensky ordered to strike back and inflict maximum damage on the invaders.
Holy crap.
I don't know where this is coming from. It's not necessarily verified, but
yeah, where do you see that?
I'm seeing that on Twitter, and it's got 204 likes. I don't know where it's coming from. I will try to dig more into it.
You know what's gonna happen too? If there's any civilians that die in this, they're gonna make such a. I mean, yeah, sure, of course, civilians dying is very bad, but where's the outrage over the fact that in the past 24 hours alone, these Azov battalion, they killed 3 civilians in the Donbass in the past 24 hours alone,
Well, they're purposely leaving that out, and it's up to us to make it
14 years of killing of civilians.
Okay, there's a new statement from Zelensky. This is 4 minutes ago, supposedly. And what it says is, Ukrainians will never give up their freedom and independence to anyone. Only we have been determining our future since 1991, but now the fate of not only our state is being decided, but also what life in Europe will be like. So he's clearly alluding to a European, a NATO intervention, precisely. It's clearly what he's talking about. This is the official statement.
We will defend ourselves, he said 32 minutes ago, apparently.
Actually, there's a fuller statement. So this morning, Russia launched a new military operation against our state. This is an unjustifiable, deceitful, and cynical invasion. There are strikes on military and other important defense facilities. Border units are under attack. The situation in the Donbass is degraded. The armed forces, all special and law enforcement agencies of the state are on alert. The National Security and Defense Council is working in an emergency mode. Martial law will be imposed. Our diplomats are informing the world about what is happening. Ukrainians will never give up.
So they're running a PR campaign.
Yeah, they'll never give up their freedom, okay? Whether at least something of the force of international law remains will depend on the world's fair and just response to this aggression. So they're depending on the other countries, right, doing something about this. I don't think they have anything themselves planned. Civilians of Ukraine should stay at home. Warn your loved ones about what is happening. Take care of all those who need help. All thoughts and prayers with our soldiers. Glory to Ukraine. So, yeah, I mean, we have a situation going on where this is a very stark departure from the President Zelensky's own words around 8 hours ago, claiming that Ukraine will defend against any Russian attack. I don't see any defense happening anytime soon. I don't see any retaliation happening anytime soon. It seems to me like Ukraine's bluff has been called as far as it's hiding behind Europe and America. So now they're pretty much just betting on the idea that NATO's going to come to the rescue, and they're hoping
the U.S. is starting to gather international support. Zelensky said in his video from 2 hours ago. So I'm looking at the whole video.
I wonder what actually is meant by international support. Are they just referring to France and Germany, who we know have been hesitant to get into a conflict with Russia? Or, I mean, what are they talking about? Japan? Or, I don't know. I mean, is India going to get involved? What does international mean? Is it Kenya that's going to have Kenyan troops deploy into Ukraine? I mean, what are they referring to by international?
Well, I mean, if the U.S. can say that, if the U.S. can prove that it's a threat to European security, I feel like France and Germany will have to
BLVK donated $5.
Act
I'd rather have
according to the U.S.
than a Russian invasion of Europe.
I really don't
You are safe in the U.S.
believe, when people on Twitter and when other people say, there are all these divergences and differences between what European countries say and I really don't take that seriously, because at the end of the day, they have the same goals as the U.S., despite the minor disagreements they may have. Most are economic, I feel, but militarily, they're on the same page.
Yeah.
Listen to this. European gas surges 25% as Russia attacks Ukraine target.
Yeah.
25%.
We should really keep our eye on the ball that this is about gas. This is the thing that's underpinning this whole entire situation. And it's just so very odd that this has happened why February of all times does this happen,
Was there any sort of deadline, NATO deadline, or anything of that sort?
I'm not aware of one, no.
Minsk related? I don't know. Maybe that was why they predicted February. I don't know. I would have to look into that as well. But we don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's all gas related, and like you said earlier,
gas related, and it's about. I mean, it's what it's also about is Ukraine is just it's a State Department client state, and that was the U.S.'s hope for countering Russia in some capacity, and having something to leverage over them. and that just imploded.
Where else does Europe get their gas from? Like Germany, aside from Russia?
I don't know if Germany supplies gas. I think they get gas from probably Norway and those Nordic countries, right? I think Norway is a big gas exporter, right?
Yeah, I think Biden might, if Nord Stream 2 was canceled, Biden might move forward with the Iran deal to keep European countries happy.
Apparently, the price of Bitcoin is, oh my God, Bitcoin has collapsed. It's a massacre. Oh, it's not the worst, but it's pretty bad, actually. So crypto's gone down. I have no idea why everyone's selling crypto, but yeah, Bitcoin's down to 34,000.
It was at like 35 earlier today, I saw.
Well, yeah, the past few days it's crashed steeply.
So 9 days ago, Reuters posted an article, "What are Europe's options in case of Russian gas disruption?" So they basically knew about this. Okay, the US and the EU have asked other countries such as Qatar and Japan to help provide extra liquefied natural gas should Russia attack Ukraine and sanctions be imposed. That's why Japan ended up imposing sanctions as well, because Japan and also Qatar are benefiting.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and we know Qatar has been against Russia because of the Syrian war. Apartment complex near Ukraine hit by an airstrike. I don't know if that's true. This is, I'll give you an example. So, I'll give you an example of misinformation, guys. So, this is Representative Eric Swalwell. He's saying Kiev and Kharkiv are being bombed. This is extremely misleading. I mean, when you hear this, it's making it seem like, the cities are being bombed, right? Yes. When it's just military targets surrounding the cities, not the cities themselves. And then he goes, the largest invasion on our planet since World War II. I mean, I'm sorry. I am just aghast at this claim. Like, in what way is Russia's current intervention comparable to the, Iraq war or... he's saying, okay, even more than Vietnam? It's more than the Iraq war, more than the Afghan war? I mean, this is insanity. I mean, this got 62,000 likes. I can't believe the level of
holy crap
fake news that's going around.
Okay, I mean, and here's another
we're being given this picture by these politicians and by the media that there's just like this horde of Russian soldiers running into Ukraine, just full scale, and it's just like a zombie apocalypse, but that's not what's happening. You're seeing a combination.
Okay, and get this. I looked it up today, and the U.S. has approximately 175,000 troops deployed overseas. Today, you know what the U.S. said? That there are 175,000 Russian troops ready to attack Ukraine. They're using the exact same numbers.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Wait, what was the first one?
175,000 U.S. troops deployed overseas. They're saying that there are 175,000 Russian troops. So that's how psychological warfare works, right?
That's really weird.
How crazy is that?
No single country has sent this many at once. How many troops has Russia sent exactly?
Oh my gosh.
How many troops has Russia sent exactly to Ukraine? I don't think we have enough.
Listen to this. Listen to this. There's a city in British Columbia, Canada, and they have a Twitter account that does flight scanning, and they are reporting on their Twitter account right now 4 U.S. Air Force heavies passing through British Columbia Air Force or airspace at the moment.
That's weird. They're going to
Europe.
They're going up north.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. British Columbia. Okay.
They're going up north to
Siberia?
Okay. So here's another thing. The US and Russia are also competing in the Arctic.
Yeah, that's true. Guys, I just want to let my channel know, guys, this is Jackson Hinkle and Samira Khan. Samira Khan is a journalist or former journalist. And Jackson, you guys know Jackson, right? So yeah, and we're also going to be forming a podcast together very soon. We haven't decided on the name yet, so it's kind of holding things up. We might have a special surprise for you in Austin. And I'll leave that at that, but yeah.
Look at the tweet I just sent in the Discord.
4 USAF heavies pass through British Columbia airspace.
That does
Interesting.
not look good.
Yeah, that doesn't look good to me.
I don't know how someone just found that.
Well, according to Putin, there's no intention to occupy Ukraine. So if this is just starting out as an air war and is going to lead to a full ground war, we don't know, right? I'm not sure what Russia's plans are. There's footage of heavy artillery attacks in Kharkov.
Also, one thing, one of Russia's biggest faults when it comes to planning and strategy is that they're mostly short-term thinkers. Contrast that with China, they're very good long-term thinkers. That might be something to take into consideration.
Yeah.
Pause. Loud in sounds in chat. What the fuck are you saying? When did I ever say Russia would never invade Ukraine? When did any of us ever say
Wait,
that?
is this in my chat?
No, it's some dipshit in my chat.
Oh, okay.
First of all, it's not an invasion.
Yeah, it's not an invasion. It's not an invasion. An invasion, guys, is not just a surgical, precision strike, right? An invasion is boots on the ground, occupying cities and invasion is occupation, pretty much, right? Whether it's a short-term occupation or a long-term occupation.
Okay. Do you think that that's not going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't see how they could denazify the country without doing that. I don't see how they can bring people to justice without doing that, but
I think that's definitely going to happen. But what I'm saying is, I never said that that's not going to happen. What we continued to say was it hadn't happened yet, and painting it as something else, painting as it had happened, had large consequences.
No, I mean, we did all, I think, entertain the possibility of an invasion if Ukraine increased hostilities against the newly recognized republics, right? Which they did, actually. Shelling had continued against the Donetsk and Lugansk republics well before these Russian operations were underway, right? So no one had denied. Of course,
the whole fucking point was Russia had not invaded Ukraine yet, and everyone who's saying it had was lying. It hadn't. And the whole reason why Russia was doing what it was doing clearly now was in an effort to say, hey, we're serious. We're taking serious steps towards this. You guys should negotiate. We've waited 8 years and you're still not negotiating. And it's because we're waiting too long. We don't have any other option, right? You're continuing to kill civilians in the Donbass. So saying that it was an invasion when it wasn't an invasion was extremely dangerous and misinformation. We never said that there was never going to be an invasion, and anyone who says that is just, again, lying.
Yeah, I mean, to be precise, we talked about the fact that Russia had no plans to just impromptu attack Ukraine or invade Ukraine, as the U.S. was saying. The U.S. was spinning us this idea that Russia's going to go in and take Ukraine. It's not what happened, right?
Black donated $5.
Also, the same people who are criticizing you guys were whining about Russia's invasion of Kazakhstan a couple of months ago. So,
yeah, I mean, again, there's still the fog of war that's going on. We have to be very careful about what we believe, but it seems to me that so far. So Russell Bentley is someone who's on the ground in Ukraine. And he's actually live right now. I'm gonna go give him a visit. Let's see what he's saying about this.
Landings have already taken place.
I think I'm gonna end the stream in a few minutes. I've been going for a minute.
All right.
And from helicopter, air mobile
I will.
aviation.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Petrovsk,
Yeah.
cannonade and battle near the airport.
Tomorrow.
CNN confirms explosions near in Kiev. The Ukrainians are currently, they've put tractors and trucks and stuff on the runways of the airports so that planes can't land. Paratroops or helicopter troops will soon get those runways cleared, and the full liberation of Ukraine will continue. There's also information that armored troops are entering into Mariinka, a major Ukrainian army base right near where we live in Petrovsk.
I absolutely do not agree with Hassan. I don't agree with Hassan at all, whatsoever, in any capacity, in any... Hassan is basically backtracking his initial position, which was correct. Hassan's initial position was correct. He completely backtracked because he got scared he might be proven wrong, and he wasn't wrong, right? Russia is correct. The US was wrong about its predictions and its reports. We are not seeing a full-scale invasion, right? We're seeing surgical precision, technical strikes against weapons depots and command centers. And this is all self-defense because Ukraine would not back the fuck off from the Donbass.
What's happening right now is exactly what I said was going to happen.
He closed it by saying Putin is really bad. Well, I'm here to tell you Putin is not bad.
And so when Ravsky at the Saker was saying, oh, this is a fiction and a fantasy, 2 weeks later, it's reality. You know, Ray McGovern saying that we were hoping for a big war. No, we're hoping for a quick, small war as bloodless as possible. And that's what's going on right now. The Russians are being extremely careful. I mean, they're hitting the Nazis hard, as well they should, as they have every right to. But they're being very careful about not hurting civilians, you know, other than the people who are standing. I mean, again, not even civilians. You know, the criminals are being smashed. The Nazi war criminals are being smashed.
So this is, I'm hearing a lot of rumors that the Azov battalion is just being attacked. Like, they're being targeted with precision strikes. And these are neo-Nazi criminals and neo-Nazi thugs who have carried out these horrific crimes against Russians. And I don't know, Azov Battalion, other minorities, I'm sure, who have never been brought to justice, right? So what I'm hearing is that the Azov Battalion has been annihilated. That's what I've heard. And they are a neo-Nazi battalion. It's not a I'm not just accusing them of being Nazis. They are literally formally a neo-Nazi battalion. They're a Nazi death squad, and apparently they've been annihilated.
With their lives, with their blood, with their work for 8 long years, now get to enjoy a victory. You know, and so just understand that the people here who defended Donbass for all these years were also defending Russia, and by extension, the future of humanity. So all good people can have.
This is also some news.
Say thanks to God, thanks to the
heroes. Supposedly, the Lugansk People's Republic is claiming that the Ukrainian military across the contact line are refusing on a mass scale to carry out orders from the command and are leaving their positions. Chinese ships have entered Taiwan waters. I need a mod to link me a confirmation of that, okay? Because I don't think... come on, I'm not just going to believe whatever. This is a moment of hysteria, and you really got to fuck off with that hysteria, right? I need a mod to confirm that, okay? ASB News, there's no fucking way. Mod, please link it if it's true.
And may the rest of us get everything we deserve. Take an example.
Yeah, not true.
people. If you're living under Nazi oppression in Europe or in the United States, do what we did. Once every possible peaceful method of change is exhausted, you have the right, you have the responsibility to deal with Nazis as they deserve to be dealt with and as they need to be dealt with.
Apparently, yeah, this is a little weird. Okay, I don't know why I took this. Chinese warships have entered Taiwan's territorial waters. Okay, this is the first report, was an hour ago, now confirmed by a vetted source.
Did you hear that? Bushuan said that the military operation is almost over. Deliberation.
I don't know what's going on. It's looking like it's going to be Christmas for tankies, right?
Which means the complete.
I don't know if it's Christmas for tankies or not, but yeah.
ISIS terrorists and Ukrainian army war criminals that have been on our front, that have been attacking our cities for years. So, you know, it was a hard, fast hit.
I don't know. Maybe we just don't get too excited, but it may be looking like it's going to be early Christmas for tankies, right? If it's true that China's moving into Taiwan's waters.
Congratulate all good people.
Well, it's China's waters, yeah.
This is going to go down in history. The world changed today. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ludi Brio. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, that's from Russell Bentley, who's in Donbass right now on the ground. Thank you so much.
Donated $3. I was here.
Abel Foz, thank you. And thank you, Imperator. Appreciate you. Pepe Escobar. NATO clowns, this is what you get in 4 hours in a precision war against a bear with one paw behind its back. Air defense, destroyed. Air Force, destroyed. Navy, destroyed. Drones, destroyed. It looks like Ukraine's last option is to appeal to NATO, right? The only thing that can save Ukraine's military at this point is NATO. I mean, it seems like their military has been destroyed. The Navy's been destroyed. They've been neutralized, right? And it really goes to show that the Ukrainian military has only existed up to this point at the behest, because of the good graces of Russia. Russia clearly proved that at any point in time, it can neutralize the Ukrainian military with ease. Thank you, Rockstar Tech. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And this is Kiev. Still looking at footage from Kiev. CGTN. China's closely following latest updates in Ukraine and calls on all parties to maintain restraint and avoid the situation getting out of control. Yeah, it's pretty milquetoast. It's pretty much to be expected. I'm sure if there's a new status quo in Ukraine, China will have no problem recognizing it. It's so stupid how a person like you has this take openly. I live in Ukraine and innocent buildings have been bombed. I have not seen any evidence of civilian infrastructure being targeted. Provide the relevant evidence if you have it, and I can comment on what I think about that. You know nothing, for fuck's sake. Do you even know what happens here? No, you live by the mainstream media. I don't know if this is mainstream media. I think this is the only large media that's not mainstream. For the record, I don't like war. I don't agree with war. I'm not in favor of any war. I just don't think Russia has proven any real intention of arming Ukrainian civilians. Thank you, Jackson Hinkle. Appreciate you.
War that he says will bring about a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Biden saying that Russia alone is responsible for death and destruction that this attack will bring. Later today, there will be a virtual meeting of the G7. Japan.
Let's see what Ron Paul has said. Thankfully for we pro-Americans, tonight is the end of the U.S. military empire. Holy fucking based! I didn't know it was going to be this based. The far-flung, unimportant satrapies finally realized that Washington's words are just dust. There is no cavalry coming. Washington cannot rule the world. Thank God. Now let's focus on it. Oh my god, unfucking believably based. Unbelievably fucking based from Ron Paul. That is like the most beautiful thing I've seen in a long time. I just fully, this is yes, this absolutely yes. Ron Paul Maoism is in full mode. Just yes. All I have to say is yes. Yes, this is what true patriotism looks like. Like, literally, yes. It's just that simple. Yes. It's actually that simple. Yes, this is completely true. Holy fuck, I did not anticipate. I had no anticipation that he would be that, it would be that based, and it is, right? Full endorsement.
Say we will not be part of NATO and we will comply with Minsk. And then I believe this would not have happened. But that was never going to happen. The West suddenly remembered Minsk and said, hey, we need to...
I did retweet it. I did retweet it. I did retweet it. It has been retweeted. What a beautiful tweet.
Сейчас происходит. Возможно, вы сейчас...
Yeah, nobody, by the way, nobody pointed out the Ukrainian military's shelling of Donetsk and Lugansk. And I have a question for you guys who are telling me that I'm being a little heartless toward Ukraine. 15,000 people died, the overwhelming majority of which are Russians. Ukraine did not stop shelling and attacking Donetsk and Lugansk. What option did they leave Russia but to neutralize the Ukrainian army's ability to terrorize the innocent people and civilians of the Donbass? You know, if you want to moralize, I think Russia's in the right, morally speaking here, right? Ukraine was acting like a bully toward its Russian population, and Russia came to protect its own people, right? I just don't really see how Russia's the bad guy here, when you actually have a full appreciation for the context. Yeah, you play Nazi games, you win Nazi prizes. It just seems common sense to me, right?
100% that this was coming when they met on, was it Tuesday, at the Security Council meeting, when they were talking about whether to recognize the Lugansk and Donetsk republics. The former foreign minister, Dmitry Medvedev, said, we know this is going to happen. And President Putin added, it's going to happen whatever we do. They're going to sanction us. The point is that...
Yeah, Russia, it looks like Ed came early for tankies.
Last 8 years, it has been living under sanctions. We have managed to build a kind of shield. I know that this is something that earlier we were discussing with one of our guests, Alessandro Bruno, and that's exactly what he said. He said they built a kind of shield to protect them. But the EU and the US particularly still feel that this is a very powerful foreign policy tool, so powerful, in fact, that the US has an economic sanctions department within the State Department, despite there actually being discussions about the legality of sanctions. What we've seen so far, though, is, as expected, the US, the EU, and another of the Five Eyes nation, particularly targeting, like you said, banks, two state-owned banks, and another of wealthy individuals. Joe Biden also signed an executive order saying that any institution in Russia's financial sector could expect to be punished in some way. That potentially might have an impact, given that more than 80% of Russia's daily foreign exchange is conducted in dollars. We've also got a situation where the UK on Tuesday announced further sanctions against 5 Russian banks, some Russian billionaires. And, of course, the main news coming out of Europe was that the Chancellor German Scholz said, we are halting the certification of the $11 billion Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. I suspect that Moscow anticipated exactly what was going to happen. I think Nord Stream 2, everyone was probably thinking that Nord Stream 2 might act as the ultimate deterrent to any possible plans that Putin had, because, of course, Russia had invested so much money into it, of course, years of time. But look, we have been sitting here and we've been listening to the rhetoric.
I'm not going to get drafted. There's not going to be a draft. There's no need for a fucking draft. There's no way they could implement a fucking draft. Or logistically, they can't do one, right?
Not going to happen. So those are the current sanctions on the table. However, given that even at the Munich Security Conference last weekend, we heard from the Vice President Kamala Harris saying we've got an unprecedented package of sanctions. There are numerous options, and kind of nuclear options too. I think that we are going to see as US.
Remember when you said they wouldn't invade? You remember how they still haven't invaded?
About recently was whether.
Remember how I said the only circumstance in which they would invade is if after Russia recognized the LPR and the DPR, Ukraine continued military aggression, and the Ukrainian military did continue to shell and attack the DPR and the LPR. So what do you expect, right?
And can hurt the people who impose them themselves.
Right, that's exactly what I was thinking as well, because it's not just about slapping a load of sanctions on Russia and hurting it as much as possible. It's about devising a plan about sanctions that will hurt Russia but not have the kind of...
All I can say is that George Soros and the Open Society Foundation are really upset about what's going on. And, all I could say is... maybe, learn some kickboxing, have some, what was it that woman said? Learn some kickboxing, have a few martinis, and everything's going to be fine.
Cost for us as well, and here at home. We need to be honest about that.
Now, Americans here might ask two questions. One, which freedom? After all, Ukraine's not topping any democracy indexes. And two, where's Ukraine? You see, back in 2014, a poll showed that 84% of Americans couldn't place it on a map. Maybe they've Googled it since, but maybe they haven't. So they're probably not keen on goading a nuclear power to defend it. In fact, they're definitely not. Over 50% of Americans think Washington has no business in Ukraine, especially if it means that they take the hit.
Sometimes I think we should just do our own thing in the world and not be worried about everybody else. They don't really appreciate us anyway. Obviously, things are not going great at home here. There's a lot of divisiveness, and people don't seem to like each other very much, and you worry about the rest of the world's problems. Maybe you got a few things to straighten out at home first. Clean your own house first before you go trying to clean somebody else's,
I think that a lot of the focus overseas is definitely getting more attention, and in the U.S. we do need more attention on things that are happening here in our home.
We have a lot of issues, and they aren't addressed. We need to mind our own business.
The sanctions will topple Putin, never mind that they haven't before. And the US will defend Kiev's model democracy. To hell with those citizens and affordable petrol.
Confrontation, war with Russia is and will be very costly to the American people, beginning with increased inflation, making it harder for us to afford gas, food, and other necessities of life. But Biden administration and warmongers, Republican and Democrat, couldn't care less.
Across the Atlantic, the political elites apparently just as keen to...
All right, guys. I mean, the smartest thing for me to do would be like stream like 24 hours, right? Like, clearly, like I could stream for like 48 hours, right? I just, that'd be the smartest thing to do, right?
It should be more minimalistic, rather than major hits.
Sanctions as a...
Don't you guys have to go to bed? You know what I mean? Like, do you guys just stay up forever too?
Economist in the finance business, so no.
I suppose sanctions don't ever work. Nothing works really, and it will hurt. It will hurt the Ukraine. It will hurt all sorts of people with the sanctions.
The good news is the politicians have promised relief. Don't worry, it's temporary.
Thank you, Hobo Pasta.
Gotta keep going, bro. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
To do that from liquefied natural gas.
History is a great teacher, and it showed that trampling on the people is...
Thank you, Ludi, bro. Appreciate you so much, man.
Hundreds of thousands marched against the Vietnam War. Millions protested the invasion of Iraq. But nothing changed. After all, it wasn't the politicians sending their sons to the front line, or they who, this time, won't be able to pay their bills. So it's all good.
Rocks off. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Holy fuck.
People more than your enemy.
Well, let's get the latest now from our correspondents in Donbass. We've got Roman Kozyrev reporting from Donetsk and Murad Gazdiev for us in Lugansk. First to you, Murad. Video has emerged of explosions in Lugansk. Can you give us an update on the situation there, please?
Well, look, things are developing very, very quickly here. The fighting is ferocious. There had been explosions, which I reported on earlier. An entire district of the city lost power. The suburbs more. But now the
okay, I legitimately have to pee. I have to take a piss. Okay, I'm gonna go pee.
Further on towards the north, northeast, northwest, which is where the front lines are, which is where Ukrainian military positions are, and which is where they have fortified for 7 years, ever since the escalation had ended in 2015, ever since the ceasefire or semblance of a ceasefire was established in 2015. Nevertheless, we're hearing, and we have on air, I believe, videos that show the noise, the sheer magnitude of the fighting here, the rocket-propelled artillery, multiple rocket launcher systems firing artillery, shells falling on the front lines. At certain points, it's like it's worse than a drum roll. It's like an orchestra of drums. The rumble is ceaseless, where explosions turn into a tune, a sound, a constant, incessant sound. Nevertheless, we have also been told by local authorities that they are now on the offensive, that they plan to liberate the province of Lugansk, to liberate it within the administrative boundaries of the province rather than the de facto control, which is where the front lines are now. They have also said, from the Ukrainian side, the Ukrainian Ministry of Interior, we have heard confirmation that they have lost 2 settlements, at least 2 settlements. That was about an hour ago. It may be more now, considering the ferocity of the military action that we're hearing, and that videos of which are circulated online. Of course, it is very difficult to verify everything, but it will be more clear in the coming hours, and especially the coming days. People here are...
Oh, Jennifer! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the 20. Appreciate it so much, Jennifer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Been any for the past half hour or so. There are now people, not many certainly, but people out in the streets. These people well remember what war is like when it came to Lugansk in 2014, 2015. They knew to keep close to bomb shelters and to stay away from the streets, from wide open spaces, which is where artillery does the worst damage that it can. Also, I would like to mention, about an hour ago, a jet roared over the city of Lugansk, flying very low, presumably a Russian jet flying towards the front lines. Again, the situation is developing incredibly quickly, and it is difficult to keep on top of things.
We really appreciate you trying to stay on top of everything for us, Murad. It's great to have you there on the ground so you can witness everything that's happening. Let's go to Roman now. Roman, reports say the situation in the city in Donetsk is relatively calm. It was a difficult night, but...
All right, so to recap the events, let's do a brief recap, guys. Russia was not intending on invading Ukraine. The U.S. and Ukraine wanted to goad Russia into an invasion. So what did they do? They decided to attack the eastern republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. So Russia decided to recognize these republics in order to deter Ukraine from any further aggression. And they sent peacekeepers, right, on the ground to deploy aid and stuff. But what did Ukraine do? They continued to shell them, and they continued to attack. So in response, the Russians decided to say, you know what, fuck it. We're just going to completely neutralize the Ukrainian military, and we're going to prevent them from ever being able to do this shit again, right? We're sick of their bullshit. We're sick of having to deal with this bullshit. They're not giving us our security assurances. They're not engaging in negotiations. NATO's not engaging in adequate negotiations. They're violating the Minsk protocol that they themselves signed. They've shown no willingness or readiness to implement the Minsk agreements. So what has Russia decided to do? They're fed up with this little bully, right? And they have basically just, if reports confirmed are correct, taken out the Ukrainian military. Now, when I say taken out the Ukrainian military, I don't mean, thank you, Aiko Sakan, I don't mean that they've killed Ukrainian soldiers. They've just destroyed the command centers and the military infrastructure. Okay? Obviously, they haven't killed all the Ukrainian soldiers, but they've destroyed the Air Force, the Navy. They've destroyed all their infrastructure, right? So the Ukrainian military is non-operational, and they can now, you know, these attacks on the Donbass are over, right?
Virtually making human shields out of them. That's according to Eduard Basurin, representative of the local militia. Also, the town of Gorlovka, just about an hour away from the city of Donetsk, is also under shelling at the moment.
Get other showrunners to cover while you're sleeping. It's not really how it works, you know.
RT Arabic correspondent was also shelled a few days ago. Well,
I mean, they don't. The showrunners are not paid, right? So I can't ask them to stream for me.
Now, of course, shelling, artillery duels have been happening here in Donetsk for...
The end of the Cold War marked the end of the bipolar world. We are experiencing the end of the unipolar world. A new multipolar world is just born from the fires of war. That's from Mr. Dugan.
Buildings and plants, for example, water pumping stations and power stations had been damaged by shelling, and that in effect left thousands of residents here, peaceful civilians, without any water or electricity. Red Cross was on the scene as well, and they're doing everything they can to bring the people water, building material, and whatever they need to survive at the moment. Now, evacuation here in Donetsk also continues. We've seen local emergencies ministry trucks driving around this city, informing residents that evacuation...
You just swear you'd be in such a historical event? Yeah, I had no idea.
Possible.
This is like easily the biggest stream we've ever done ever, right?
We saw municipal transport working, people going about their business, and I was also monitoring the...
Azov ran from their positions and are now in Poland making their way there. Because they know the Russians are after them, right? They're after that Azov battalion. So yeah, that's why that's happening.
Is at the moment probably the safest that it's been in the last 8 years of conflict, and of course everyone is hoping that the shelling will finally stop, peace will arrive, and their loved ones will no longer be under threat.
Indeed, we all hope that. Roman, thank you for that update from Donetsk. That's Murat Gaziev in Lugansk for us, Roman Kozarov in Donetsk. Thank you very much to both of you. Now,
is there anything new going on in the Taiwan situation? Ukrainian defense... Yeah, I saw that claim, and it's being denied. The claim of Russian planes being downed is being denied.
President Vladimir Putin, but no one had answered him. Ukraine's foreign ministry, meanwhile, says Russia has unleashed a war against Ukraine. Meanwhile, NATO representatives are to convene an emergency meeting. Well, earlier, my colleague Peter Scott discussed Russia's special military operation with former Pentagon security analyst Michael Maloof. He says that a military operation was an option of last resort.
Mr. Putin warned about how he was concerned about the security of the Federation with the encroachment of NATO and the possibility of assistance to Ukraine with NATO assistance, and that's probably why Mr. Putin decided to take action, because that was the last resort. The implementation of Minsk II, Ukraine was not interested. Washington basically is once again it coerced Ukrainian leadership not to.
According to CGN, Pompeo's going Monday.
And again, it's
no update about the Taiwan situation.
The leadership of the country is not in control of its own destiny. It's really controlled from the outside. And this was another manifestation of that. There was an agreement, and it's just one more agreement in a whole list of agreements that were ignored or violated. And Mr. Putin clearly felt that he was left with no other choice.
Do you expect that to continue or to ramp up?
Oh, what is this?
It's going to be difficult to provide any more assistance.
The paratroopers thing was bullshit.
He is under attack already. I think it's going to be difficult to move any more supplies in unless certain corridors are. But I think Mr. Putin has probably already calculated that. His military strategists have already figured that out, and basically will cut off that logistical support very rapidly.
According to local reports, explosions can be heard across Ukraine. Residents say blasts have rocked the city of Kharkov, which is in the east. Explosions have also been reported in the area of Borisopol Airport near Kiev. And Ukrainian military command posts are reportedly coming under rocket attack as well. Well, meanwhile, the Russian Defense Ministry has denied all claims of rocket and air attacks on Ukrainian cities. A ministry spokesperson said that there are no threats to the civilian population in Ukraine, as high-precision weapons are incapacitating military infrastructure, including air defense facilities. The ministry says Ukrainian soldiers and military units are abandoning their positions and added that those giving up their arms aren't being under strikes. Russia also denies Ukraine's reports of losses among planes and armoured vehicles. Well, a recap now of the main developments this morning. Vladimir Putin announced a military operation in Donbass during an address to the nation early this morning.
Yeah.
The president said there would be
So
no
guys,
occupation of Ukraine.
look, I do need to stream tomorrow. I was planning on going to train tomorrow. I think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, okay? But in order to do that, I do need to get rest. I need to go to the gym. I need to eat. I need to work out. Don't worry, because so far, it doesn't look like there's going to be any major breaking news for maybe, a little bit, right? So I think we got, I think it's kind of stupid to end it now, I know, but it's just how I am. I just feel like right now is a good time to, to end this, basically. But you know what? We're going to be back tomorrow, guys, covering this tomorrow. I recommend you guys get rest too. Get some rest. I can recommend some YouTube channels. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that on Twitch. But it doesn't really look like... I kind of feel bad, right? I feel bad. Thank you, Dialectic Skeptic. I feel a little bad only because there's not really any Twitch streamers right now to be watching, right? So yeah, but I'll send you guys to Kiana, I guess. There's is there anyone else? No. Let me see. Yeah, I'll just send you guys to her, and I'll see you tomorrow, guys. All right. I'll see you guys. See you later.